The Rise of America 1620. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 576 Landing. After over half an hour of bombardment, the warship's guns had been exhausted. Any ordinary fleet would have retreated from Osaka and quickly left the area. The reason was simple: a warship without guns was like a toothless tiger. It would be impossible to fight at sea. If the Japanese Navy arrived at this time, they would be in a desperate position. However, this vexing problem was nothing for Zhao Hongyu. He possessed a powerful cheat that could easily solve the problem. Small transport vessels shuttled back and forth between the Sea King and their own ships. Each trip was laden with iron cannonballs. The genetics appeared unconcerned, knowing their highness possessed a cheat. But Master Wang, Liu Daba, and Sarah were baffled. They stared in amazement. No matter how hard they tried, they could not fathom why the Sea King possessed so many cannons. Because judging by the cannons carried by those small boats, they already exceeded the Sea King's capacity. However, they couldn't ask the question. So, even if they couldn't figure it out, they could only keep the question to themselves. Emma was quite indifferent to all this, for she had long known her husband was a mysterious person. However, Emma believed that she had chosen a husband who was the most outstanding, and that it was perfectly normal for him to have inexplicable things happen to him. As for the reasons for such confusion, why should she bother to understand them? Innocent and open-minded, Emma was quite open-minded. It was precisely because of this that the little girl had the most relaxed worldview. Such a large area of buildings was destroyed. I think it's a shame, but they actually dared to look down on us. This is unbearable. Emma waved her fist, then turned to Zhao Hongyu and shouted. Zhao Hongyu chuckled and nodded, saying, "Yeah, we're not bastards. They slapped us in the face, and we have to go back and let them hide us again. I wouldn't do such a mean thing, so I have to show them how powerful I am. But I think we might have to face a bigger battle next, so if you have nothing to do, stay in the cabin and don't run around, okay?" The command room of the Sea King, Zhao Hongyu's bedroom, was built with iron plates inside and out for safety reasons. These two layers of iron plates made it extremely difficult for iron cannons of the era to penetrate or destroy the command room. Therefore, the command room was the safest place on the Sea King. Meanwhile, after the bombardment of Osaka, Zhao Hongyu felt that the Japanese would definitely respond. Although the Japanese Navy of that era was not very powerful, anything could happen in a war. To avoid any accidents, Emma and Sarah had to stay in a safe place. Zhao Hongyu didn't want anything to happen to them. Emma nodded, "Okay. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. While the men are at war, we Mohawk women will be waiting at home." Emma had always considered herself a good wife and mother in the Mohawk tribe. With her mother's guidance, she had begun to emulate the more traditional Mohawk women. Of course, because she was still too young, she hadn't yet done anything direct with Zhao Hongyu. Although Emma was completely willing, Zhao Hongyu refused. It wasn't that Zhao Hongyu was being sentimental, it was simply that he couldn't get over the hurdle. In life, there are things you can do, but there are things you truly can't. Although this wasn't the same place and time as before, and the laws and regulations permitted actual sexual activity with a young girl like Emma, Zhao Hongyu felt a psychological dilemma. He reasoned that he wasn't a beast, and with Sarah by his side, there was no need to torture Emma. Unless he is really a scumbag who doesn't care about the damage to Emma's body. But since Zhao Hongyu knows that it will cause great harm to Emma's body at this time, will he do it? Of course not. Emma is 14 years old now. And Zhao Hongyu can wait for 5 more years at most. It is the same to wait until Emma is 10 years old and then do something good with her. There is no need to destroy a little girl at this time because of the problem of her lower body. Therefore, Emma is a woman in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact she is still a virgin. Your Highness, how do you think the Japanese will react? Liu Daba walked over to Larry at this time and asked softly. Zhao Hongyu stroked his smooth chin and said to Liu Daba, "How else can they react? Just fly into a rage, unleash curses, and call out soldiers or navy to cause trouble. I don't think there's anything else they can do. After all, my bombardment of the Osaka commercial district is a slap in their face. Zhao Hongai knew everything and had predicted what the Japanese would do next. And, as Zhao Hongai had said, the Japanese really had no other options. They've already bombarded Osaka, and if you don't retaliate, wouldn't it mean you, the Japanese, are easy prey? Besides, Japan's warring states period had only just ended 20 years ago. The belligerent nature of the lower-class samurai, as well as the daimyo, still lingered. It was only because the people of Japan desired peace, and because the economy had been strained by the strife of over 100 years, nearly 200 years of conflict, that the warring states period came to an end. The reasons behind this are complex and difficult to explain in a few words. However, while the era of war ended and the stability of the shogunate ushered in, some daimyo and samurai still harbored a certain warlike streak. For the daimyo, only turmoil could bring them benefits. For the samurai, only times of chaos could showcase their abilities and prowess. But now, in peacetime, their abilities are completely unattainable. Conversely, during this period of peace and stability, the literati, who were less favored during the warring states period, have emerged in large numbers. Their emergence has largely deprived the warriors of their advantages. Consequently, the warriors are now deflated. They are waiting for an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities and be useful. HMPH, it's not something you literati can handle. Osaka is under fire from a foreign fleet, and the news has spread, shocking all walks of life in Japan. The literati are in a state of panic, while the daimyo are in disbelief. Instead, the samurai group stood up and clamored for a tit-for-tat response. For them, this was a golden opportunity. The bombardment of the Osaka commercial district by these foreign fleets, arriving from nowhere, was a blatant provocation. If Japan didn't react, word would spread and the people would lose face. After all, there were quite a few foreigners in the Osaka commercial district. They came from the Ming dynasty, Korea, the Naman tribes, and even some from Southeast Asia. They must have witnessed and experienced the bombardment firsthand. Therefore, if the Japanese shogunate didn't react, who knows what these people would say once they left Japan. Japan would then be labeled weak and vulnerable, and there would be no peace. The pirates would take advantage. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. Of course, that was a matter for the future. It had only been half an hour since the bombardment, so word of the Osaka incident hadn't spread yet. However, Japan wasn't a large country, and word of what had happened in Osaka had already begun to spread. It was simply because it had happened so recently that it hadn't caused much of a stir. Dock, land, the warships halted their transport fire, supplies finally being replenished. Zhao Hongai then gave the order to land. Your Highness, isn't this a bit of a bad time to land? Master Wang hurriedly asked. It doesn't matter. The Japanese army won't be able to assemble in full force for at least 2 days. Even if there's trouble, it'll be nothing more than a disturbance from a small force, which I can easily handle. I can also use this to demonstrate our strength. Zhao Hongai had already considered the situation clearly. He also understood what he would encounter if he landed. However, considering the time it would take for the Japanese to assemble a large force, he didn't foresee encountering a large-scale force. Smaller forces would certainly exist, but they were nothing to worry about. Recall the Battle of Sekigahara 20 or 30 years ago. The combined Eastern and Western armies numbered just over 100,000 men, yet at that time, they represented the military might of all the Japanese daimyo. In Japan's usual wars, the number of people is usually around a few thousand to 10,000. Even wars with 10,000 people are rare, and most of the time they are only a few thousand people. Therefore, Zhao Hongai is not worried at all that he will not be able to deal with a small-scale force. Besides, if things get out of hand, he can always return to the battleship. Chapter 567, Obama, the servant, meets the master. Finally, Zhao Hongai arrived ashore with 800 imperial guards, accompanied by 300 European bond servants. Yes, Zhao Hongai had brought these 300 bond servants with him specifically. His intention was simply to visit the northeast to annoy the Qing dynasty when he arrived in Ming. However, he hadn't yet reached Ming, and he was about to use them in Japan. These 300 European bond servants were carefully selected. Besides having trained at New Oriental Language School and speaking fluent Beijing dialect, they were also highly skilled in the etiquette of kowtow and kneeling. Every time he saw these men kowtow and kneel before him, calling him slave, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel a surge of superiority and comfort. Sometimes, he even had a malicious fantasy: hundreds of years from now, would these Europeans appear in a remake of the Jej opera? If so, that would be a lot of fun. Furthermore, these European bondage slaves had all undergone rigorous brainwashing. Their minds had become so focused on their masters that they could no longer tolerate anything else. Furthermore, within these bondage slaves, there was a strict leveling process. It was like playing a game. For example, each time a master defeated an enemy, they would receive a certain amount of experience, which upgrades they would receive after gaining that experience, what rewards they would receive after leveling up, and what clothing they would wear. In short, these bondage slaves had to memorize this leveling process thoroughly and memorize it. As a result, these bondage slaves became like the young men of later generations who were addicted to online games. They were also addicted to the bondage slave leveling game that Wang Shen and his team had created. As for anti-addiction measures, Wang Shen and his team weren't foolish enough to implement them. They were eager to see these guys become addicted to this game. Furthermore, besides gaining experience by taking enemy heads in battle, the bond servants could also earn experience from their masters. For example, if the master praised you for your diligence, you'd earn experience. Or if the master asked you to fetch a basin of water for washing your feet, you'd also earn experience. In short, serving your master meant gaining experience for anything. However, these experiences were far less valuable than military exploits. But even a small gain is still meat. Therefore, these bond servants were eager to demonstrate their abilities and secure the opportunity to serve Zhao Hongyu. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu wasn't like the Qin dynasty types who favored chrysanthemums. Otherwise, even chrysanthemums would likely earn these European bond servants experience. The experiences of these European bond servants were recorded by 3 political commissars, all descended from Chinese genes. These commissars served to instill unconventional thinking in them and maintain their servile hearts. It must be said that Wang Shen and his gang were truly wicked. But after all, Zhao Hongyu was the one who ultimately benefited, so he wouldn't say anything about it. And Zhao Hongyu was also happy to see these Europeans being tormented. 52 warships slowly entered the smoke-filled harbor of Osaka commercial town, their guns lined up in a row, all guns fired. Zhao Hongyu set up camp outside Osaka commercial town. The camp was divided into 2 levels. The outer level housed the Imperial Guards, while the inner level housed the brainwashed, and incompetent bond servants. Your servant, Lentil of the bordered yellow banner, greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After the camp was set up, Zhao Hongyu sat inside the battle area when a sturdy man wearing European half-armor entered. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyu, he swiftly bowed, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. The bordered yellow banner, those are servants under Wang Shen's command? Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and nodded. Within the Song Empire, the most prestigious were the 2 red flags, the pure red and the bordered red. The 2 yellow flags were ordinary. This was completely different from the Qin dynasty. Zhao Hongyu looked at Lentil and saw a small silver star epaulet on his shoulder. He knew he was a first-class bond servant. Among the mostly white bond servants, this guy was quite something. Lentil, are you a first-class bond servant? Zhao Hongyu asked. Lentil knelt on the ground. He bowed his head respectfully and replied, last year, I accompanied the army to suppress the British in Virginia. I was promoted after beheading 10 people at the Battle of Gates. I am now a Gilus Hangjing under the bordered yellow banner. Zhao Hongyu's eyelids twitched at this. Wow, Wang Shen and the others are really capable. They've even created a Gilus Hangjing. Isn't this copying the system of the Qin dynasty? Indeed, among the Song Empire's bond servants, not only did they incorporate the online gaming system of later times, but they also incorporated some of the systems of our great Qin dynasty. It's easy to say, Wang Shen and his men were incredibly capable. Within the Song Empire's 8 banners, a leader of 100 men was called a Gilus Hangjing, a group of 500 men was called a Niulu, and 2 Niulu formed a Gushan. As for the rank of Bial or Bizi, Wang Shen and his men hadn't considered it yet. After all, the Song Empire's bond servants were relatively few. Therefore, a Gilus Hangjing was considered a high-ranking official. And Zhao Hongyu, on this trip eastward, was accompanied by only 3 Gilus Hangjings. This Lentil was one of them. Decapitation of 10 ranks, not bad, not bad, you're quite brave. Zhao Hongyu collected his thoughts, looked at Lentil, and nodded, seeming to admire his service. Lentil was thrilled to receive Zhao Hongyu's small praise. Thank you, Your Highness, for your praise. I will definitely work hard to kill enemies and strive for a greater level increase. It's no wonder Lun Tao was so excited. After all, Zhao Hongayu's praise meant he could gain experience. It might be a small amount, but it was still experience. Following Zhao Hongyu around, if he was praised several times a day, it would be a lot of experience. He was currently a level 1 servant, and he still needed 300 experience points to advance to level 2. So, Lun Tao worked very hard. A gemin following Lun Tao took out a notebook and made a note, ready to have Lun Tao sign it at the end of the meeting. Once signed, Lun Tao would officially receive the experience. Zhao Hongyu remembered this when he saw the gemin taking notes. But the praise was fine. It wasn't much experience at all, so Zhao Hongyu didn't really care. Lentil, go back and tell the other servants that this is your chance to make greater achievements. I estimate that we will soon be facing a major war. When that happens, whether you can advance your ranks and receive higher rewards will depend on your own abilities. Lentil bowed his head to the ground and replied, Your Highness, rest assured. We servants will die for you. No matter who your enemies are, we will defeat them. These European bond servants love war the most. It's through war that they gain merit. And with merit, they gain experience, which in turn allows them to advance their ranks. As you can see in the latest chapter of Official Prophet, their rank is closely tied to their welfare. Furthermore, the higher their rank, the more ornate their clothing, and the more beautiful the patterns. Even their Manhattan residences and monthly salaries are tied to their rank. It's no wonder they're always looking for ways to gain experience. Isn't this the kind of competition that exists among servants? We all start from the same point, so why should you be the one to achieve anything? I can't get it. Besides, why did everyone give up the opportunity to serve in the Manhattan Army and become bond slaves? Wasn't it to gain greater benefits by following the Chinese masters? Otherwise, why would they become slaves? Are they all cheapskates? However, what these guys didn't realize is that after becoming slaves, they were brainwashed and completely addicted. But think about it, you can't blame them for being stupid. After all, Wang Shen and his team compiled the deception methods of the later information explosion era, combining rat clubs, pyramid schemes, and various other scams to create a scheme. How could they not fool these Europeans? You know, even modern people in the future would be lost in such a trap. And that future era is also an era of information explosion. Even modern people in such an era would be fooled, let alone the indigenous people in this era of information scarcity and insecure communication. Lun Tao received Zhao Hongayu's encouragement and then respectfully withdrew. Then, the other two Jiles Hangjing entered the tent to pay their respects to Zhao Hongyu. One of them was a servant under Zhao Hongayu's red banner. You have just come to pay your respects to the master. Your servant Obama greets you. His azure eyes, fair skin, and golden hair, coupled with his fluent Beijing dialect and skillful, swift kneeling, seemed so out of place. But Zhao Hongyu saw it and felt a sense of relief. Damn it! Who says Europeans can't call themselves servants? Look at these people, aren't they so skillful and natural in their actions? Like flowing water, like flowing clouds and water, unlike the previous two Jiles Hangjing, this Polish man named Obama was a servant under the red banner and, therefore, under Zhao Hongayu's jurisdiction, could address Zhao Hongyu as his master. The other two Jiles Hangjing couldn't. Although Obama is a slave of the bordered red banner, his status is not bad. You know, the two red banners of the Song 8 banners are the most honorable existence. Unless you are the kind of guy who has been brainwashed to the point of being very brain dead, you will never become a slave of the two red banners. Yes, the rule of the Song 8 banners recruiting slaves is that only those with brain damage are allowed, and the two red banners are the most. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to read, Novel Network. Chapter 568 Merchants. The bombardment of Osaka commercial town had ceased, and according to Zhao Hongayu's plan, he landed with 800 royal guardsmen and began setting up camp outside the town, awaiting the arrival of the Japanese. It was obvious that the Japanese would retaliate. They had no idea that after bombarding Osaka commercial town, these foreigners would have the nerve to land instead of fleeing. This was completely beyond their expectations. In addition to the 800 royal guardsmen, they also landed with 300 European bond servants, representing the three Jiles Hangjing divisions. If these European slaves were used effectively, they would be incredibly effective. Zhao Hongyu had no doubt about this. Originally, Sarah and Emma had also wanted to come along, but Zhao Hongyu disagreed. He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents in the event of a real fight. If he were injured, it wouldn't matter, but if Emma and Sarah were injured, he would regret it deeply. Ultimately, Zhao Hongyu persuaded Sarah and Emma to remain aboard the Sea King. The Sea King and 2 other battleships were anchored near Zhao Hongyu's landing site, providing backup. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur both bravely followed Zhao Hongyu ashore. This was a prime opportunity for them to demonstrate their abilities. Besides Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur, the remaining Ming pirates who had followed the fleet back east, totaling over 70, were assigned to form a team with Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur. Since they had been a single group before, it was only natural that Liu Dabur would continue to lead them. Zhao Hongyu had previously agreed that if the Japanese attacked and a battle ensued, each head they severed would be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. This greatly boosted the pirates' morale and enthusiasm. Isn't it good to have money? After all, this was their old trade. Thus, the team accompanying Zhao Hongyu on the landing numbered nearly 1,200. For Zhao Hongyu, this 1,200-man force would undoubtedly face no problem against an attack by the Japanese, who could number under 3,000. The 3 battleships on the water could provide artillery support at a crucial moment, an advantage the Japanese lacked. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was confident he could handle the upcoming challenges, as long as they could inflict pain on the Japanese, making them realize their strength, then the concession and trade would be secure. Zhao Hongyu and his men had set up a simple camp, and the Japanese, hiding nearby, kept a close eye on them. However, they didn't dare approach the foreigners, as they were the ones who had just bombarded the Osaka commercial district. Iguchi Zazo, the fisherman Zhao Hongyu had rescued and now employed as a guide, had also landed with Zhao Hongyu, acting even more submissive than before, seemingly eager to lick Zhao Hongyu's boots. Of course, if Iguchi had made such a request, Zhao Hongyu probably wouldn't have agreed. He wasn't a pervert. Clearly, the earlier bombardment had exposed Iguchi Zazen to the might of the Song Empire's warships. The overwhelming barrage of artillery fire, the cannons, and the deafening roar of the artillery had absolutely astonished him. It was something he had never witnessed, nor imagined. The Japanese always recognized the strong, and in Iguchi Zazen's eyes, Zhao Hongyu and his men were the strongest he had ever encountered. A double military might. The camp was bustling with activity. A group of men perched on a distant hillock gazed in their direction. Some wore Ming Dynasty attire, some wore European attire, and one, seemingly European, wore green shorts and a sailor shirt. These were, of course, the first to escape the commercial town. The elderly man, seemingly the leader of the Ming merchants, confidently surveyed the distant camp through a telescope. Black hair. His skin was typical of an Oriental, but his attire was somewhat unusual. Could these people truly be descendants of the Song dynasty? Previously, the Portuguese merchant who had led them to escape had said that these Song Empire people from the Americas claimed to have arrived from the East hundreds of years ago. They were all remnants of the Song dynasty and descendants of the royal family. Europeans wouldn't know about this, so the Portuguese couldn't be lying. Perhaps the strangers who bombarded the Osaka commercial district were actually descendants of the Song dynasty. In truth, the Ming dynasty elder wasn't interested in whether Zhao Hongyu and his companions were descendants of the Song dynasty. What he valued was the crucial information revealed by the Portuguese merchant. This information was that the Song Empire merchants had a vast supply of merchandise that could fetch huge profits, and there was a huge market for these goods, the kind that would sell very quickly. Once these goods were in their possession, there would be no problem finding a market, and they could be sold out quickly. This was what the elder cared about most. As for whether the Song Empire people were descendants of the Song dynasty, what did it matter to him? The East was now the Ming dynasty. However, considering they shared the same ancestry and were all descendants of the Yanhong ethnic group, they should have a common language and be able to communicate easily. Therefore, he pondered how he could contact them. If negotiations could succeed, the benefits would be immense. Despite the current conflict between them and the Japanese, it had nothing to do with the Ming merchants. They could just fight their own battles. What he needed was to establish a connection with the Song Empire in America. Then, he could have the Song Empire's goods shipped directly to the southeastern waters of the Ming dynasty. It would simply be a matter of bribing some local naval garrisons and Zhangzhilin, a non-issue. The old man knew full well that once the Song Empire's goods arrived in the Ming dynasty, he would be guaranteed a huge profit. With his discerning eye, it was easy to judge the value of those goods. After all, his current patron, the noble family behind him, was obsessed with Song Empire goods. The nobles, having tasted the sugar and salt, and used the shampoo and shower gel from the master's household, also expressed a strong desire to purchase them. It was a pity that the Ming dynasty was out of stock. These items usually ran out within 2 weeks, requiring further purchases. The old man, a lifelong trader, could not fail to understand the intricacies of these products. And the 13 spices and chicken essence, the dishes made with them were simply divine. I wonder what the brains of the Song Empire were capable of producing so many excellent products. Despite the Ming dynasty's current precarious situation, it certainly had plenty of money. Therefore, the market for these products was considerable. The only problem was a lack of supply. Now that we know who the real culprit is, everything should be easier, right? As long as we can establish a connection, everything will fall into place. Plus, with a noble standing behind him, I bet these Zhao Song survivors wouldn't refuse. This deal is definitely worth negotiating, and it would benefit both parties. Brother Su, what do you say? Before the Japanese send their troops to fight, why don't we go over and talk to these Americans? In fact, among these Ming dynasty merchants, there was more than one who was considering contacting the Song dynasty in America. Ever since hearing the Portuguese's words, these Ming dynasty merchants were tempted. At this time, a middle-aged man standing next to the old man whispered, "Limited to seeking death latest chapter. I'm thinking of contacting them, but I don't know how we should do it, and I don't know if they will meet with us." The old man, addressed as Brother Su, frowned and said with some concern, "No matter what, we have to give it a try. We can't let a living person die from holding their urine. If we let go of such a huge mountain of gold, we'll never be able to close our eyes in peace." "That's right, Brother Su. With so many of us, what do you have to worry about? Besides, these Zhao Song survivors are angry with the Japanese, not us. As long as we tell them where we come from, I think they won't give us any trouble." "Brother Su, if we don't make a decision, we'll be in trouble. We still have some time, but once the Japanese army gathers, we'll be helpless." The Ming dynasty merchants around them all offered their suggestions. They all supported trying to reach the Zhao Song camp now. After all, in their eyes, the Zhao Song people were mountains of gold. For the goods and silver of the Zhao Song Empire, even the slightest risk was worth it. In this era, many Ming dynasty people took risks to make money. However, these people were generally high-ranking officials or had their support. Therefore, it never became a common practice or trend during the Ming dynasty. The common people benefited little from it. Instead, after the noble officials amassed vast wealth, they turned around and seized the land of the common people, making life even more difficult. It was precisely because of this that the Ming dynasty became increasingly precarious. This is somewhat similar to later times. In later times, those who became wealthy first became morally corrupt and oppressed the people, just like those in the late Ming dynasty. History often repeats itself. Unfortunately, humans never learned from and assessed the failures of their predecessors, repeating the same mistakes generation after generation. Mr. Su held a high position among these people. Judging by the fact that these Ming dynasty merchants wanted him to come up with the final regulations, he was undoubtedly their backbone. And if they wanted to contact the Zhao Song Empire, they would have to obtain his consent. The old man surnamed Su pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Brothers, you're right. We should seize this opportunity and try to make contact with them. If we succeed, we'll have found a great source of wealth. If not, we can test them and see what they're capable of. After all, there's plenty of time for us, right?" Thus, the small group of Ming dynasty merchants achieved their common goal. Meanwhile, the European merchants were engaged in a heated discussion. However, their topic had nothing to do with contacting the Song Empire. After all, they knew that Song Empire members could be approached freely and trade agreements could be signed. Therefore, they wouldn't be as cautious as the Ming dynasty merchants. These European merchants were arguing over whether to leave Japan, stay and aid the Zhao Song Empire against the Japanese, or even help the Japanese. The Spanish, led by the Spanish, intended to help the Japanese. Defeating the Song Empire would surely improve their relationship with the Japanese, making future operations in Japan much easier. The Spanish were still unclear about the situation in Europe. Even the fall of the Spanish Empire was unknown to them. This demonstrates how backward communication was in that era. But think about it, reaching the east from Europe would take at least 8 months at European sea speed. However, the long voyage to the east, coupled with the numerous dangers along the way, and the opening up of new trade opportunities in the Americas, gradually discouraged the East from traveling. The triangular trade route from Europe to Africa and then to America was far superior to the 2-year round trip to the East. The time lost aside, the profits from trade were also enormous. Therefore, without merchants traveling to the East, news from Europe would have been impossible to reach. Meanwhile, the Spanish in the East maintained a proud attitude. Speaking of which, the Spanish weren't faring well in the East either. They lacked the strength to break through and engage in trade with the Ming dynasty, and at best, they could only stay stationed in the Heojing area, living like beggars and relying on smuggling to survive. And that, alone, required constant management of local officials and pirates. Otherwise, if they were to cause them some trouble, they would have a blast. Europeans in the East at this time were far less superior than they would be in the future. To call them the silver wiles of this era was no exaggeration. Even the Japanese, considered silly by the Ming, looked down upon Europeans. The term Southern barbarians clearly demonstrates this. Spanish merchants, still clinging to their European big brother mentality, planned to aid the Japanese and expand trade in the East. This idea was not without merit, but they lacked the support of other European merchants. Portuguese merchants, having visited the Americas and aware of the power of the Song Empire, believed they should aid the Song Empire in its fight against the Japanese. That way, once the Song Empire gained a foothold, the Portuguese, with American support, could also enjoy a comfortable life. However, this conflicted view between the Portuguese and the Spanish. Furthermore, Portugal had been annexed by Spain, so Portuguese merchants had always been less enthusiastic about Spanish merchants. Neither side had a clear understanding of the current situation in Europe, and was completely unaware of the profound changes taking place there. The Dutch merchants, on the other hand, intended to stay out of this troubled place as soon as possible. It must be said that the Dutch were smart. They only wanted to do business, and fighting was not their concern. Therefore, the three small groups started arguing because of their ideas. Chapter 579, Respective Decisions. PS Chapters 567 and 568 were posted with the wrong titles for Chapters 577 and 578. Apologies. However, the content is correct. Brother Sue, what are those Westerners arguing about? I can't believe they were arguing among themselves. I don't even know what they were arguing about. A middle-aged merchant standing beside Su Yan looked at the European merchants arguing on the shore with a look of deep disdain. Su Yan curled his lips. These Westerners are most concerned with profit. I guess they were arguing over money. It doesn't have much to do with us, but we're grateful to that Westerner for our escape. Let's go and take a look, and try to mediate. We can't just let them squabble at this point. And since that Westerner has had contact with people from the Song Empire, we should definitely ask him to take us to the Song. Immediately, Su Yan made a decision. The following appears to be unrelated text fragments and should be omitted. However, before that, they needed some help. This help depended on the Portuguese merchant who had led them out. After all, hadn't the man claimed to have traded in America during his time in Europe and had come into contact with the Song people? If that were the case, then this Portuguese merchant must have known the Song people's preferences. With him leading them, interacting with them would be much easier. So, Su Yan thought about calming the Europeans' clamor. Otherwise, who would bother with such trivial matters? But Su Yan didn't have that much in mind. In this situation, he couldn't even take care of himself. As soon as Su Yan spoke, the Ming merchants who centered around him came to their senses. Let's go together, let's go together. These Westerners are such a worry. They're still quarreling at this hour. They're truly beyond civilization. Then, led by Su Yan, the group approached the quarreling Europeans. At this point, the Europeans had split into three small groups, each formed according to their own country, each insisting on their own decision. We can't make enemies with the Zhao Song Empire. You don't understand. They're very powerful. If you do, it would be a very unwise choice. I advise you again, give up the idea of helping the Japanese. The Portuguese, the one who had traveled to America, traded with the Song people, witnessed pirate wars, and defeated the British to seize Virginia, kept speaking loudly. Yes, it was precisely because of what he had seen and experienced that he wouldn't be so foolish as to make enemies with the Song Empire. Moreover, he would definitely return to Europe in the future, so he would have to continue trading with the Song Empire. If he offended the Song Empire in the East, wouldn't he be unable to travel to America to perform when he returned to Europe? That wouldn't do. It would be like giving up a huge fortune. It was a very unwise choice, and only a fool would make such a choice. And in his eyes, the Spanish were nothing more than fools. Coward. What's there to fear about a few barbarians from the Americas? We, the merchants of the Spanish Empire, have no fear of them. Remember, the ocean is our Spanish territory. And behind us is the mighty Spanish Empire. The Spanish merchants, relying on their century-old empire, felt confident. However, having lived in the East for so many years, they hadn't returned to Europe in ages. Furthermore, because communication and information exchange were not well developed in those days, they were unaware of the tremendous changes that had taken place in Europe. The Spanish Empire they relied on, to be honest, was now a thing of the past, long since collapsed. The French, who had defeated the Spanish and occupied their capital, were now at war with the Church. As allies, the Portuguese were aiding the French, providing them with necessary support. The Church was fighting against Portugal and France to help Spain restore its independence. However, whether this restoration would succeed, only God knew. The Spaniards in the East were completely unaware of all this. If they knew, they would probably never have said such words. Without a homeland, conquered by others, they became stateless vagrants. Therefore, they had only two options: becoming subjects of Portugal and France, or becoming stateless. By then, it's unclear whether they'd still possess the same arrogance they had now. Would they still be so arrogant and proud of these Europeans? Especially when facing the Portuguese, would they still be so confident? I imagine the Spanish would be feeling incredibly conflicted and distressed. Hey everyone, what are you arguing about? Just as the European merchants were arguing furiously, on the verge of a brawl, Su Yan approached with a group of Ming merchants. His arrival finally calmed the rowdy Europeans, but they continued to glare at each other like fighting cocks. Seeing this, Su Yan felt a surge of disdain. However, his face betrayed nothing. Everyone, I'm planning to go to the Song camp. I'd like to know what your plans are. Su Yan approached without hesitation, bowing directly. Oh, Mr. Su, are you going to the Song camp? It's possible we have the same plan. Why don't we go together? The Song people are actually quite hospitable. If we have no ill intentions, they won't give us any trouble. Besides, our merchant ships are all docked at Osaka Harbor. Even if we want to leave, we'll need the Song people's permission, as they now occupy the Osaka commercial town harbor. As Su Yan finished speaking, the Portuguese merchant took over. The Portuguese merchant's words hit the mark. He had just hoped the Portuguese would accompany him to seek out the Song people, and to do so, he would need someone familiar with them. How could Su Yan not be happy then? However, even if he was happy, he couldn't let others see it. As an Oriental, he was very reserved. Especially since he couldn't show his emotions on his face, he was much better than Europeans. Oh, then, we'll go together, Su Yan said with a bow. When do we leave? The Portuguese merchant asked. Su Yan thought for a moment and replied, the sooner the better. The Japanese won't be able to react for some time. This gives us just enough time to reach the Song camp and convince them to let us leave. If we're too slow, once the Japanese army arrives, this area will become a battlefield, and we won't be able to leave. Su Yan told the Portuguese that they wanted to leave. He wouldn't reveal his true intentions to the Portuguese merchant, and the Portuguese merchants didn't doubt it. Compared to Orientals, Europeans of this era were generally more single-minded. They weren't as cunning as the Orientals. Okay. Let's leave now. You're right, the Japanese army will take some time to arrive, so we'll be safe during this period. Once the Japanese army arrives, this place will undoubtedly become a battlefield. The Portuguese merchant nodded, then turned back to confer with his companions in Portuguese. The Portuguese exchanged a few words with him, seemingly agreeing with him. Then, the Portuguese merchant returned and shouted to Su Yan, let's go. Let's go now. The Spanish and Dutch merchants heard the conversation between Su Yan and the Portuguese merchant clearly. After all, they had been in the East for so many years that they understood some of the Ming official language. Merchants of this era, for some reason, were incredibly gifted at languages. Are you the only ones going with us? Su Yan asked, glancing at the Spanish and Dutch after seeing the Portuguese merchant pack up and follow. The Portuguese master turned and shouted. Then, the Dutch, who had originally planned to stay out of the way, avoiding both the Song Empire and the Japanese and instead aiming to leave for Heijing, also packed up and approached. The Dutch are also planning to leave, but the Spanish can't be bothered. They plan to help the Japanese against the Song, the Portuguese merchants explained to Su Yan after the Dutch approached. The Spanish are planning to help the Japanese. What's in it for them? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan suddenly realized. Of course there are benefits. There are many more. Well, then, let's ignore them. Su Yan then turned and walked down a hill with the Portuguese and Dutch, heading towards the distant Zhao Song camp. The Spanish on the hill watched the retreating group with resentment, their teeth chattering. However, since they were not on the same side as them, the Spanish merchants could do nothing about it. Finally, the Spanish also descended the hill, heading towards Osaka Castle. Humph! Once the Japanese army arrived, even the Song people would be unable to resist. Far from the Americas, it was impossible to obtain sufficient supplies. Even if the artillery was exhausted, there would be no way to replenish them. There's a saying in the East that goes, "A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake." The Spanish, who had been in the East, knew this truth. Therefore, the Spanish had a deep disdain for the Song people, and it was precisely for this reason that they intended to help the Japanese. Of course, the Spanish always regarded themselves as the boss of Europe, and they also wanted to take this opportunity to gain some favor with the Japanese for future actions. Therefore, siding with the Japanese and causing trouble for the Song people was inevitable. The Spanish in the East were unaware of the power of the Song Empire. If they had known as much as the Portuguese merchant, they probably wouldn't have had such thoughts. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or monthly vote on Kitien.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. So that's it. If the Spanish go to help the Japanese, will there be any problems? Can the Song people resist their attack? Along the way, Su Yan tactfully raised his concerns. In response to Su Yan's concerns, a Ming dynasty figure, the Portuguese merchant remained calm and unfazed, replying, "Sir, you have nothing to worry about with the Song army. Even with the Spanish's help, the Japanese will never be able to defeat them. I can assure you that the Song will give them a complete shock." The Portuguese merchant then recounted in detail what had happened on the American continent, and everything he had witnessed. For example, the dozens of warships that defeated the pirate attack of over 400 Western-style warships, and the single-use shoulder-fired rocket launchers used to defeat the British, all left Su Yan in awe. Of course, the Europeans didn't see the iron fishing boats during the pirate battle. Otherwise, he would have been even more astonished. However, Su Yan wasn't overly shocked by the single-use rocket launcher. Because the Ming dynasty also had similar weapons. Things like Yi Chu Feng, Hong Bianlei, and Pili were similar to single-use rocket launchers. Therefore, Su Yan assumed that the weapon the Portuguese merchant was talking about was just that. Little did he know that the rocket launchers used by the Song people were far more powerful than the weapons he imagined. There was no comparison at all. However, the Portuguese merchant couldn't explain these things clearly. After all, the Portuguese merchant was a novice, having only seen them. However, the Portuguese's confidence in the Song people's combat power did catch Su Yan's attention. Moreover, they had clearly witnessed a bombardment of Osaka commercial town from the hilltop. The power was absolutely undeniable. If they had fought the Ming Navy at sea, the Ming Navy would have been annihilated. The Song ships were truly formidable. The power of a single salvo was simply breathtaking. Well, even pirates like Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan wouldn't have a good outcome against the Song Empire's fleet. The Song Empire's warships were truly formidable. Even Su Yan had considered this. With the Song Empire's arrival in the east, perhaps the Ming dynasty's maritime power would shift. However, Su Yan wasn't overly worried about this. After all, the Ming dynasty didn't care much about matters at sea. Therefore, the court didn't care what happened at sea. The only ones who really cared were the ministers and nobles with maritime businesses. However, their concerns were very different. They were focused on whether their businesses could proceed smoothly, not who ruled the territories. How would Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan react to the arrival of the Song fleet? It was possible that the southeastern seas would be in chaos. Then, business would be impossible. It seemed that after meeting the Song people, he needed to test their intentions in coming east. At the same time, he also needed to find an opportunity to meet Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan. Although they were pirates, they had many unclear connections with powerful figures in the Ming dynasty. Su Yan was very familiar with both of them, as he had a powerful nobleman behind him. Therefore, Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan were very polite to him. Therefore, he could find an opportunity to meet these two maritime tycoons. Of course, first, he needed to understand the Song people's intentions. If the Song people had no ambitions in the southeastern waters, then the Ming dynasty's waters could remain stable, and his own business would not be affected. This was the best outcome. Although Li Xiong and Zhang Zilan were fighting each other for maritime supremacy, their targets were only the other's troops. They did not touch the maritime merchants. This was a bottom line that neither Li Xiong nor Zhang Zilan would be foolish enough to cross. Dividing line, about 3 miles from Zhao Honggayu's camp, the samurai Tanaka, who had been dispatched earlier by Ishida Gadachi, was standing. He and his men were stationed here. At this time, besides Tanaka, they were accompanied by a group of terrified men. These were none other than Takuchi Jin and his group, the culprits who provoked Zhao Honggayu to bombard the Osaka commercial town, and the unluckiest men in history. It was just a routine bribery, nothing serious at all. But as luck would have it, Takuchi had hid a wall. God knows how these foreigners could be so stingy, not only refusing to pay but also bombarding the Osaka commercial town. In fact, Takuchi Jin was truly the unluckiest man in the world. Even if he hadn't accepted the bribe, Zhao Honggai would have definitely come up with something else to cause trouble. However, Takuchi Jin gave him an excuse, and Zhao Honggayu used it to his advantage. So, Takuchi Jin was extremely unlucky. If this matter got out, Takuchi Jin would definitely be in big trouble. Moreover, it would be impossible to conceal this matter. Takuchi Jin knew exactly what kind of people these men were. Now that things had gotten so serious, he doubted they would still stick with him. Therefore, the truth would soon be out. And when that happened, he sobbed. The thought of this made Takuchi Jin heartbroken. But, now that things had come to this, what else could he do? He would just leave everything to fate. He hoped his daughter would be able to persuade General Ishida Hiroshi to impose a less severe punishment. That was Takuchi's only hope. Coincidentally, after he and his men had escaped the commercial town, they ran into Tanaka and the others. Tanaka knew the general's father-in-law, and upon seeing him, he quickly dismounted to comfort Takuchi. When Tanaka inquired about the bombardment of the Osaka commercial town, Takuchi Jin revealed everything without reservation. He couldn't keep it a secret anyway, so he might as well tell it himself instead of letting others know. This way, he could gain a higher regard from others and perhaps even secure a lenient sentence. By this point, Tanaka finally understood the entire story. After hearing Takuchi's account, Tanaka's heart was in turmoil. First, Tanaka hated Takuchi to death. He despised his actions. In fact, Takuchi's reputation among the daimyo and samurai was far from good. This guy, relying on his status as the shogun's father-in-law and his daughter's favor, had always acted with tyranny. Now that he had caused such a commotion, it was impossible for Tanaka not to resent him. At the same time, Tanaka found the foreigners who bombarded Osaka rather amusing. It was just a small bribe. If they refused, then so be it. Why were you so angry as to bombard Osaka? Yes, Takuchi was being disrespectful, but that wasn't a big deal. But now, a single bombardment had escalated the matter. The shogunate had been humiliated, and in the end, the foreigners would surely suffer. What a waste of time. Regardless, after listening to Takuchi's account of the entire situation, Tanaka felt relieved. At least, there was no involvement from the Tokugawa remnants in this matter. You see, the Osaka daimyo, Ishida Kagamichi, had sent him out not only to find an opportunity to contact those foreigners, but also, most importantly, to investigate whether this matter was related to the Tokugawa remnants. This was the most important matter. Now, he could finally rest assured, because this matter was solely Takuchi's doing and had nothing to do with the Tokugawa remnants. Thus, a huge weight lifted from his shoulders, and Tanaka felt a great deal more at ease. Then, Tanaka sent his men with Takuchi to Ishida Kagamichi to explain the entire situation to the daimyo, so that he could also reassure him. As for him, he prepared to go to the foreigners to see if he could calm them down, and then make some arrangements for the shogunate. Tanaka was no fool. He knew this matter was definitely not over. Although his daimyo didn't want to go to war, the foreigners' bombardment of the Osaka commercial town was no different from a slap in the face to the shogunate. Therefore, even if Ishida Gadachi didn't want to fight the foreigners, the shogunate had to send troops to fight them. After all, it was a matter of prestige for the shogunate. Therefore, Ishida Gadachi had no say in this matter. The shogunate had to decide. All he could do was to keep these foreigners at bay. Once the shogunate's army arrived, he would be out of the picture. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to gauge the foreigners' whereabouts and assess their military strength. When the shogunate's army arrived, he could explain it in detail. Perhaps after the shogunate defeated these foreigners, he could gain some credit for his intelligence and ultimately earn a salary increase. So, after sending his men away to take Takuchi and the others, Tanaka led the remaining men toward the commercial town. After riding for a while, the scouts sent out in advance returned and reported to him that the foreigners had landed and set up a simple camp. After hearing the news, Tanaka cried out for help from God. In his opinion, since these foreigners have landed, they will definitely not leave in a short time. In this way, he doesn't have to waste his breath to stabilize them, which saves him a lot of trouble. Now it depends on whether he can enter the other party's camp as an envoy. Come on, before going to the other party's camp, inform them that the envoy of the Osaka territory requests a meeting, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel network. Chapter 581, Is This Time and Space Distorted? Just as Tanaka dispatched his men to Zhao Hongayu's camp, preparing to meet him as envoys, another group, primarily Ming, Portuguese, and Dutch merchants, also headed towards Zhao Hongayu's camp, intending to approach him in a different way. Each group had its own objectives, something Zhao Hongayu had completely unexpected. Furthermore, hidden in a small wood near Zhao Hongayu's camp, a third group was observing him and preparing to make contact. Unlike Tanaka and the merchant group, this third group consisted entirely of Japanese people, their attire a dazzling array of styles. This group, seemingly composed of Japanese civilians from different social classes, was led by a young woman wearing a dark blue kimono with a cherry blossom pattern. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her hairstyle was ordinary, shoulder-length hair with bangs that reached her eyebrows, a common style in Japan. However, her face wasn't powdered, which didn't make her look as disgusting as the others. This girl wasn't particularly beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. In short, she was just a fresh-faced young woman. However, she possessed a pair of captivating eyes, which added a touch of color to her. This made her look a bit like the cute Japanese dolls sold on the streets of later Japan. Ms. Tokugawa, our base in Osaka's commercial district has been completely destroyed, and we've lost a considerable number of men. Fortunately, the rest of us have evacuated, and after counting the losses, we're relatively unsustainable. A girl dressed in Ronin attire and with a ponytail standing upright was kneeling across from the young woman, reporting the losses. And judging by what the Ronin-dressed girl had just said, the kimono-clad girl's surname was Tokugawa. You know, the Tokugawa surname is a taboo in Japan. Since Tokugawa Ieyasu's defeat, the Tokugawa family has been destroyed and persecuted. Anyone with the surname Tokugawa has been practically beheaded. But this kimono-clad girl actually dared to use that surname. Wasn't she afraid of death? Alice. Our stronghold, built for so long, has been destroyed just like that. Could this be what they call a misguided disaster in the Ming dynasty? The kimono-clad girl, looking helpless and bitter, said to the girl in Ronin attire kneeling across from her. Miss, I don't know who those foreigners are from the sea. Why would they suddenly bombard the Osaka commercial district? I wonder if Osaka City's Ishida Kodamachi has offended them. The Ronin-clad girl, after hearing the words of the girl named Tokugawa, also looked helpless. As they talked, the men dressed as woodcutters, merchants, and peddlers scattered around, their faces alert, their hands clutching all sorts of strange weapons. Judging from their movements, these men were definitely not as simple as they appeared to be. These men wielded chain sickles, talons, shurikens, and other weapons. Their expressions were gloomy, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. What should we do now? Our base in Osaka commercial town is our last stronghold. The Ishida shogunate's control over our country is growing stronger, and our situation is becoming increasingly difficult. The girl named Tokugawa, wearing a dark blue kimono with cherry blossoms, looked at the girl across from her with distress. Miss, now that this base is gone, We'll just have to find a new one. If that doesn't work out, we'll go into seclusion on Mount Iga. Hattori Chizuru, will absolutely ensure your safety. The girl, dressed in Ronin attire and calling herself Hattori Chizuru, beamed with joy. I wish you'd said that earlier. Actually, I hate living outside. It's dangerous and boring. I think it's better to live in seclusion, so I can live without worries. I have no interest in rebelling against the Ishida shogunate. It's not what I want. Looking at the girl, who looked so happy and clapped her hands, Hattori Chizuru gave a wry smile. Miss, as the last heir to the Tokugawa family, you're quite courageous. Never say that again. No matter what, please remember this, our enemy is the Ishida shogunate. With that, Hattori Chizuru solemnly bowed her head to the ground. The young Tokugawa girl, a pained expression on her face, tried to speak several times, but seeing the serious expression on Hattori Chizuru's face as she stood up, she swallowed her words. HMPH. Chizuru sister, why are you always so old-fashioned? I don't want to spend my whole life being hunted, or hunting others. Why must I inherit the hatred of my ancestors? Actually, wouldn't it be much better to just return to the mountains of Iga and live a happy life in seclusion? Then I could even have a puppy. Tokugawa Keo, the last heir to the Tokugawa family and current leader of the Iga ninja, thought to herself. So, these people are the remnants of the Tokugawa clan that Ishida Gadachi had mentioned. And these people had actually established a base right under his nose, in Osaka commercial town. As the Lord, Ishida Kodamachi was completely unaware of this. It was truly incomprehensible how he could be such a lord. If it weren't for Zhao Hongyu and his men's bombardment, Tokugawa Keo, Hattori Chizuru, and their men would surely have been living comfortably in Osaka commercial town, and they'd even occasionally find the time to assassinate someone. But now, all that was gone. Zhao Hongyu's bombardment had completely destroyed Hattori Chizuru's efforts in half an hour. It would be a lie to say Chizuru wasn't heartbroken, but what good would that do? It was truly a misfortune. Sister Chizuru, why are those foreigners bombarding Osaka commercial town? Do you know what's going on? Thinking of the scene of the barrage of artillery raining down on the commercial town, destroying every building, Tokugawa Keo's heart was still pounding. It was truly thrilling. I'd never seen such a powerful bombardment before. It was truly exhilarating. If it weren't for the danger to her life, Tokugawa Keo would have even been willing to watch. Fortunately, she was rescued by a group of ninjas, otherwise she might have lost her life. However, even so, she didn't hate the foreigners, because she felt that their bombardment had, after all, allowed her to see something she had never seen before. This made her very happy. It must be said that Tokugawa Keo's personality was quite peculiar. Hattori Chizuru shook her head upon hearing this. It's still unclear, miss, why those foreigners opened fire. Actually, we don't know either. Everything happened so suddenly, without a single sign. But don't worry, miss, I've already sent ninjas to gather information, and I think we'll have some clues soon. Tokugawa Keo nodded upon hearing this. After chatting with Tokugawa Keo for a while longer, Hattori Chizuru stood up. When she stood up, she actually took up 3 katanas from her kneeling position and thrust them into her waistband. It was truly unbelievable that this young girl could wield 6 katanas. One wondered how she would use them. Why hasn't that Kikuchi Hideyuki returned yet? It's been so long. I was just asking for information. He wouldn't have gone to Osaka Castle, would he? Hattori Chizuru approached her subordinates and asked in a low, stern voice. In a darker area, kneeling were a number of people of varying appearances, young and old, some with strange features. They were all Iga ninjas, subordinates of Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keo. Now, the vast Tokugawa clan had vanished, and only these Iga ninjas remained with her. These ninjas were originally Hattori Hanzo's men. After Hanzo's death, they were under the control of his daughters, Hattori Chizuru and Tokugawa Keo. They were among the most powerful Iga ninjas. Known as the Iga 10, each possessed unique abilities, bringing astonishing destructive power. It was the presence that protected the last bloodline of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Keo, allowing her to grow up safely to such an old age. Hattori Chizuru was also one of the 10, and the most powerful. Miss Chizuru, I'm sure Kikuchi must be careful. Those foreigners bombarded Osaka Castle. This will surely attract the attention of the castle authorities, who may even send troops. Therefore, He must be extremely cautious if he wants to gather information. Furthermore, Osaka Castle will undoubtedly send ninjas to the foreigners. If Kikuchi isn't careful, and our whereabouts are revealed, it would be extremely dangerous for Miss Tokugawa's safety. The speaker was a man dressed in monk's attire, wearing a conical hat, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Across his crossed knees lay an iron rod with an iron ring. If he weren't in this place, he would look like an ordinary wandering Japanese monk. But he showed up here with the IGA ninjas, so his identity was self-evident. And if you look closely, you'll notice his eyes are unfocused, and his pupils are a pale white. So, he's actually blind. It's unclear how this blind man became one of the IGA-10, but he must have some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the 10 most powerful IGA ninjas. After hearing the blind monk's words, Hattori Chizuru nodded. Uncle, you're right. With the foreigners messing around like this, Osaka Castle won't let it go. They've probably already started assembling their troops, so Ishida's Koga ninjas will definitely be dispatched. Kikuchi really needs to be careful. Reminded by the blind monk, Hattori Chizuru quickly came to her senses. Chizuru, my brother has entrusted IGA and the young lady to you, leaving you to shoulder this heavy responsibility. You can no longer act so carelessly as before. You must think things through carefully before you act. Rashness will only lead to mistakes. The blind monk spoke to Hattori Chizuru in the tone of an elder. From this, it can be heard that the monk addressed Hattori Chizuru's father as brother. Hattori Chizuru is the daughter of the late Hattori Hanzo, so doesn't this blind monk have to be Hattori Hanzo's younger brother? No wonder Hattori Chizuru had previously called the blind monk uncle, so that's how it was. The people around him were not surprised. They looked disapproving, clearly knowing Hattori Chizuru's character all too well. At this moment, a fat man, resembling a ball of flesh, spoke up. You know Chizuru's personality. She's been acting like a boy since she was little. Even if she wants to change, it'll take time. You're being too much of a fool to keep saying that about her. The blind monk gave a wry smile. I'm doing this for her own good. People like us can't stay by her side forever. Those guys in Koga are tough to deal with. If anything goes wrong, the young lady will have to rely on her. So she really needs to think more carefully about what she does in the future. Otherwise, if something happens to the young lady, how can we face Lord Tokugawa in the underworld? Dividing line, Tanaka dispatched his men to escort Takuchi and his men to Osaka Castle, while he himself led his men away to Zhao Hongai's temporary camp. After they left, a middle-aged man with a katana slung over his waist and his hair tangled like a chicken coop, leaped from a towering tree on the side of the path they had been following. Not only did this middle-aged man have a scruffy beard, but he also had a small grass root dangling from the corner of his mouth. His cynical expression gave him an air of complacency, as if he didn't care about anything. There were many middle-aged samurai like him in Osaka's commercial district. They generally didn't pay for drinks or courtesans. They were a veritable pest of the commercial district. By this time, Tanaka had been gone for a while. The middle-aged man, who had just jumped down from the tree, looked in the direction Tanaka had disappeared, his eyes flickering. So those foreigners bombarded Osaka's commercial district for this very reason. Takuchi is really unlucky. And he's dragging us down with him too. What a jerk, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Well, now that we know the reason, I'll go back and report it to the young lady right away. Tanaka has a good plan, actually trying to calm those foreigners and buy time for the shogunate. The middle-aged man overheard Tanaka's muttering as he left. Therefore, the middle-aged man took Tanaka's plan to heart. It won't be long before this becomes a battlefield. Those Koga guys will definitely be here too. It's extremely dangerous for us to stay any longer. I need to persuade the young lady to leave immediately. The middle-aged man quickly formulated his plan. At this moment, the middle-aged man's previously cynical expression suddenly turned stern. Suddenly, without knowing how, he quickly retreated over 10 meters and, without stopping, plunged into the forest. Knock, knock, knock. As he retreated, dozens of cross-shaped shurikens rained down where he stood. Haha. You Koga guys, I'm done with you. In a moment, the middle-aged man vanished, leaving behind only a series of provocative words. Then, from nowhere, 3 men dressed in black ninja clothes and black pants appeared. Meanwhile, several others in similar attire crouched in the branches of several towering old trees along the roadside. Who is that IGA ninja just now? He is very powerful and we are definitely not able to deal with him. Maybe he is one of the IGA-10. It seems that we have to tell the shogunate about this news immediately. Several ninjas who appeared out of thin air discussed for a while, and then disappeared strangely. Zhao Hongyu didn't know at this moment that because of his appearance, the history of this time and space was distorted, and some shocking characters actually appeared. He didn't know if he could deal with a ninja if he met it. At least, from the perspective of IGA and Koga, they are really powerful. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 582. Don't be afraid. Zhao Hongyu was still leisurely strolling through the makeshift camp, completely unaware that some small groups outside were already plotting against them. However, given Zhao Hongyu's mentality, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, for him, was it really that easy to take advantage? The Portuguese and French seemed to have gained the upper hand, but they were also responsible for disrupting the situation on the European continent. In other words, their current role was simply to stir up trouble for the American Song Empire. Their role was simply to stir up chaos in Europe and prevent the European countries from settling down. At least, from the current perspective, they were doing a good job. However, what Zhao Hongyu didn't know was that, because he had arrived in this time and space, and had used the space-time trader to alter the original course of history, the history of this time and space began to rapidly distort. History at this point had completely deviated from its original trajectory. It was like Zhao Hongyu hearing that the Tokugawa family, the original shogunate in Japan, had disappeared, replaced by the Ishida family. Of course, distorting history doesn't mean erasing the original historical figures. After all, remnants of the Tokugawa clan still exist. This suggests that history still leaves a slight possibility for restoration, but whether or not it can actually happen remains unknown. Zhao Hongyu wasn't thinking that far ahead. He believed that even if history were altered, it wouldn't be drastic, merely a slight deviation that wouldn't significantly impact him. He had never imagined that, because the vibrations of the butterfly's wings were so intense, even the legendary ninjas would appear. Furthermore, they looked quite formidable. If Zhao Hongyu knew of this, his expression would likely be quite dramatic. Your Highness, the camp has been reinforced, and 8 watchtowers have been built. 800 Imperial Guards are in place, and 308 banner soldiers are also ready. Master Wang and Liu Dabur will serve as the mobile force, and I've assigned them tasks. Now all we have to do is wait for the Japanese to arrive. By then, everything in the temporary camp was ready, and all defensive measures were complete. After Wang Shan left, another gene technician, who had taken over Wang Shan's duties, was giving Zhao Hongyu a detailed report. After listening to the report, Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, "Send out some people to gather information about the situation. I think the Japanese army will arrive soon. When they do, we must show them our might." The gene technician nodded and took his orders. The former Ming pirates who had followed Zhao Hongyu to Japan were currently receiving equipment and weapons from the supply officer, led by Liu Daba. Master Wang accompanied Zhao Hongyu, acting as a consultant. Your Highness, the Japanese typically only have a few thousand men in combat. I've heard that during the Warring States period, battles between two daimyo often involved hundreds of men. Therefore, I suspect the first troops to attack us this time will likely be those from Osaka Castle. Master Wang considered the situation and shared his assessment with Zhao Hongyu. Yes, with Osaka commercial town under fire, the natural leader to dispatch troops was Ishida Gadamichi, the lord of Osaka Castle. If he didn't respond, it would mean he wasn't doing his job as a lord. He wouldn't be able to withstand the consequences of the shogunate's actions. Furthermore, given the environment, geography, and distance, only the troops of Osaka Castle could storm the town in the shortest possible time, as they were closest to Osaka commercial town. As for the shogun's direct troops, based far away in Edo, Kyoto, and Macau, they would require at least 3 days to assemble and another 2 days of marching. As for those in Tajima, Banma, Bizen, Arwa, and Tosa to the west, Master Bayou didn't even consider them, as these daimyo were notoriously weak. It's fair to say that these daimyo were so weak because of the Ishida family. Historically, after the Tokugawa family established the shogunate system, they would have weakened the territories and military power of the other daimyo. However, they still maintained a certain level of strength. However, the Ishida family was even more extreme than the Tokugawa family, and their influence on the daimyo was also more pronounced. Therefore, in Japan, Aside from the shogun's military might, the other daimyo were relatively insignificant. Master Wang frequently visited Japan, so he was quite knowledgeable about its affairs. As one of the shogun's retainers, Osaka Castle's military was relatively powerful. After all, the shogunate also relied on its relatives. It was with this in mind that Master Wang proposed that they first confront the forces of Osaka Castle, rather than those of the daimyo from the west. How strong is Osaka Castle's military? Zhao Hongyu believed Master Wang's words. After all, he had been in Japan longer than he had and knew more. While he had some understanding of the general historical trends, he was less acquainted with the details. In this respect, he couldn't compare to Master Wang. Osaka Castle has a standing army of 3,000 men, including 2,000 foot soldiers, 500 Hatamoto samurai, and 500 cavalry. Master Wang thought for a moment and replied, 3,000? We can easily handle this force. After hearing Master Wang's answer, Zhao Hongyu calculated his chances of victory against 3,000 men and felt more reassured. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's relaxed expression, Master Wang had to remind him, Your Highness, we are fighting a foreign country. We have no way of replenishing our troops and supplies. This is our disadvantage. The Japanese, on the other hand, have an advantage. Moreover, after losing a large number of soldiers, they can recruit troops from the surrounding area to solve the problem. This is something we absolutely cannot match. Master Wang's reminder was pertinent and reasonable. However, Master Wang didn't know what Zhao Hongyu was relying on. If he knew, he would probably be just like Zhao Hongyu, not so worried and distressed. But Zhao Hongyu couldn't tell him what he was relying on. However, Zhao Hongyu still displayed an expression of humble acceptance and nodded to Master Wang. Master, you're right. We do have a significant disadvantage compared to the Japanese in this regard. Therefore, we must be cautious when facing them. But you must also understand that we are not for nothing. Zhao Hongyu had immense confidence in his own army. This confidence came not only from his weapons, but also from the battles he had experienced over the past 2 years. Indeed, the Zuanine soldiers under Zhao Hongyu's command were no longer the rookies they once were. In the past 2 years, they had fought against the Iroquois and the British in America. These were all real battles. No chance of luck. Therefore, the Zuanine people could be considered veterans who had been through the fire of war. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was not worried about their defeat by the Japanese. Moreover, Zhao Hongyu and his men's fighting methods were beyond the reach of their time. Those unfamiliar with the style of warfare would find it extremely difficult to adapt to fighting the Song Empire's armies. Therefore, a pressing attack was commonplace. This was a point most experienced by the Roman Empire on the European continent. The Japanese in the east were likely no better off. If they were to engage the Song Empire's armies, they would likely be unaccustomed to their fighting style. Furthermore, the Song Empire's army employed flintlock rifles. While they also carried cold weapons for close combat was unlikely in most situations. Flintlock rifles, combined with artillery and explosive wine bottles, were enough to defeat many opponents. Regardless of their formidable strength, the Japanese would likely pay a significant price to defeat the Song Empire's armies. The question was, would the shogunate be willing to bear such losses? This was a difficult question to answer. Zhao Hongyu was confident, but Master Wang had never witnessed a might of the Song Empire's army. Therefore, despite Zhao Hongyu's words, Master Wang remained somewhat concerned. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the Song Empire's army was, how much could it truly be? He had never witnessed a lineup execution before. Therefore, a lack of confidence in the upcoming battle was perfectly natural. Zhao Hongyu didn't blame him at all. He believed that once Master Wang had witnessed it once, he wouldn't have such concerns again. Meanwhile, the Osaka Castle army was only 3,000 strong at best, not a large number. With 800 Imperial Guards on his side, it would only take a dozen minutes of shooting for the Osaka Castle army to collapse. One shot might not kill one person, but 10 shots would certainly do the trick. Furthermore, the lineup for the execution was quite dense. In 10 minutes, if the Japanese charged, who knows how many men they would lose. Besides, weren't the Japanese always known for their charging tactics? This would give the lineup the perfect opportunity for the execution. Come on, whoever comes, they'll be in trouble, Zhao Hongyu thought to himself. Your Highness, there's a guy outside claiming to be an envoy asking to see you. The envoy. Zhao Hongyu and Master Wang looked at each other. and they both saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know where the guy who claimed to be an envoy came from at this time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on kittyn.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 583, Tanaka's Pretentiousness. At this moment, Zhao Hongyu honestly had no idea where the envoy had come from. Could it be a Japanese envoy? However, if it was, that would be quite interesting. He had just bombarded the Osaka commercial district, and instead of sending a large army to fight, they had sent an envoy. Could it be that they were expecting the envoy to make him weep with regret? Well, such a thing wasn't impossible. After all, this was a land rich in wonders. Bring him in. Let's see who this envoy is. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand, letting the geneticist soldier leave. Then, he and Master Wang straightened their clothes to avoid embarrassing themselves. The geneticist, following orders, arrived at the camp's main gate and gave instructions to the guards. Your Highness has ordered that you bring a few men in and confiscate their weapons. Yes, Your Excellency. The genetic guards, upon receiving the order, strictly followed it. Although the self-proclaimed messengers were somewhat reluctant, under the threat of the black muzzle of the gun, they obediently unsheathed their samurai swords and handed them over. Of course, the process was certainly not harmonious. Furthermore, there was a small incident. One of the men refused to hand over his weapon and was shouting loudly. The genetics were not polite to such a person. A finger pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the shouting man's entire skull was blown off, and his body fell limply to the ground. Oh my God. These guys really dared to attack at the slightest disagreement. Seeing this, how could the others dare not cooperate? Their previous reliance was on their local dominance, while the other party was just a bunch of foreigners. They thought that if they could intimidate them and prevent them from handing over their weapons, they would be able to determine their confidence. At that time, they would definitely become even more arrogant and domineering. But now, it looked completely different. These foreigners didn't care about them at all. They said they'd kill them, and that was it. Suddenly, the Japanese were a little uneasy. No, these people weren't playing by the rules at all. There was no such thing as a clash between two armies without killing envoys. The Japanese weren't as fierce as rumored. They wouldn't become quiet after the death of one of their own. They were human beings, weren't they? This group was none other than Tanaka and his companions. At that moment, Tanaka felt deeply uneasy. He felt like he had made a mistake coming here, because these foreigners weren't as panicked as he'd imagined. It was completely unexpected. He didn't know what was going on in these foreigners' minds. After bombarding the Osaka commercial district, instead of immediately evacuating, they had the audacity to land. What were they planning? Did they think the shogunate was made of clay? Or did they think Japan was easy to bully? Whatever he thought, Tanaka had no idea what these foreigners were thinking. Besides, now that he was in the Song Empire's camp, he didn't want to lose his life here. The unfortunate subordinate just now was a prime example. His body was still lying there. Is this how you treat an envoy from Great Japan? But no matter what, Tanaka still had to maintain some dignity in front of his subordinates. Moreover, after they left, his performance here would undoubtedly spread among them. By then, whether he performed well or not would be crucial to him. If he acted too cowardly, he would have no future. Oh my God, this is really driving me crazy. In truth, Tanaka really didn't want to be so forceful, or say anything harsh that would provoke these foreigners. These guys were no pushovers, they were ruthless in their killing. But now, Tanaka had no other choice. His subordinates were watching him. This feeling made Tanaka extremely uncomfortable. After careful consideration, Tanaka felt that he still had to show some reaction. Otherwise, he would be considered a coward. That wouldn't do. He was a samurai, after all, and in Japan, samurai couldn't be timid. A timid samurai's future would be bleak. He didn't want to become that kind of person. For himself and his family, he had to muster up courage. With a stern face, Tanaka shouted, feigning anger. He seemed to be rebuking the foreigners with great righteousness, earning the admiring gazes of his men. But at that moment, Tanaka's heart was pounding, and a bitter taste in his mouth grew stronger. Sir, you are worthy of being sir. These barbarians just killed one of our people. It's obvious they're not the kind of people we'd fight against, yet, under such circumstances, Tanaka dared to rebuke them, speaking so righteously. Oh my God, the idol, little did these people know, their idol was on the verge of tears. Tanaka was just trying to hold on. After Tanaka's scolding, He was already filled with regret. He feared the other side would do the same to him, leaving him as a corpse. So, he watched the other geneticists intently, trying to read their faces for any reaction. He had already made up his mind. If anything went wrong, he would kneel down and admit his fault. While it would be embarrassing, it was better than losing his life. Okay, that's what he'd do. If his men knew what Tanaka was planning at that moment, he wondered what they would think of him, and what expressions they would have. Tanaka was their idol now. He maintained a righteous expression, watching the geneticists' reactions, ready to kneel down and weep bitterly at any moment. Unfortunately, the geneticist soldiers didn't understand Japanese at all. Even if they did, it would only be words like dami, yidai, yiku. These genetically modified warriors, after all, were bred from the virtual world, so they were quite familiar with the romantic action movies popular in later generations. Seeing Tanaka's stern face and loudly shouting a few words they couldn't understand, the genetically modified soldiers exchanged glances. While they couldn't speak the language, they could still convey some information through actions. Then, the genetically modified warrior raised his rifle and gestured. Tanaka's calves trembled slightly. However, Tanaka realized that the other party seemed to not understand him, which made him feel a little happy. Not understanding him was good. If they didn't understand, then there wouldn't be any problems. He had escaped a disaster. Then, maintaining his stern expression, Tanaka led his men, following the genetically modified warriors, towards the main tent, shouting something as he went. Since these foreigners couldn't understand him anyway, if he didn't show off now and impress his men, then when would he? Seizing opportunities was also one of Tanaka's strengths. Otherwise, how could he have risen from a down-and-out samurai to a small captain of a Hatamoto under Ishida Gadachi, the lord of Osaka Castle? You fellows simply don't take our great Japan seriously. Do you even consider our shogun? Tanaka muttered, secretly pleased. These foreigners couldn't understand him anyway. And seeing the admiring looks from his men, he felt like an unyielding fighter. If he could just leave this place, he'd be a hero, fame and fortune rolling in, and his status would rise dramatically. Who knows, he might even become a family elder under Lord Ishida. I'm telling you, our shogunate's army has begun to assemble. You'll be doomed. You dare to kill our people? It's unbelievable, you barbarians. Slowly, Tanaka and his men, led by the Gene Man, arrived outside the tent. Tanaka had already shut up. Though he felt a little elated, he was no fool. There was no guarantee that no one in his tent would understand him. If that happened, he'd be doomed. Regardless, he'd achieved his goal, hadn't he? If he went too far, he'd be courting death. Tanaka, knowing his place, had stopped shouting when he arrived at the tent. While his expression, as if he was pissed off, still held a stern, "You owe me a lot of money," his mouth was indeed shut. His subordinates, unaware of the truth, now held Tanaka in even greater adoration. The sight of Tanaka scolding the enemy leader in the enemy camp was etched in their minds, a memory they wouldn't likely forget. When they were terrified by these barbaric foreigners, it was Tanaka's courage, defying the enemy's threats and shouting out his curses, that gave them courage. Oh, Tanaka, you are a hero of our great Japan. Though the men didn't utter such cheesy words, their eyes showed they were absolutely convinced. Your Highness, the messenger has arrived. The Gene Man had Tanaka and his men stop outside the tent, then he went inside to announce. Bring them in. Then, a voice that sounded very young to Tanaka echoed. The soldier leading them emerged from the tent and waved. Tanaka winked at his men, straightened his clothes, and then walked back inside, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 584 You are a piece of shit. Led by the Gene Man, Tanaka and his companions entered the tent and met Zhao Hongao and Master Wang. Tanaka immediately confirmed Master Wang's identity, as Ming Dynasty clothing was easily recognizable. However, what left Tanaka unsure was the identity of the young man sitting at the head of the tent, Zhao Hongao. His clothing resembled that of the southern barbarians, but was significantly better, appearing clean and capable, yet tinged with a touch of luxury. Black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, a classic oriental appearance. Is he from the southern barbarians or another eastern nation? The eastern nation didn't seem likely. There were many Southeast Asian merchants in Japan, but none dressed like that. Therefore, Tanaka couldn't determine Zhao Hongao's origins. However, He could also see that everyone in the tent respected the young man. This meant that he was the master of the camp and, most likely, the leader of the naval fleet. Before entering the camp, Tanaka also visited Osaka commercial town. The entire town was a sea of fire, its bustling buildings reduced to ruins. The warships on the sea floated like giant beasts. Tanaka and his men were completely shocked. There weren't many warships at the commercial town harbor, only 49. But 49 ships anchored at sea looked quite large. 3 even larger warships were anchored in the sea behind Zhao Hongayu's camp. Their numerous gun ports were open, their cannons unleashed. If anything went wrong, these guns would immediately fire. A 3-deck warship was an absolute behemoth in that era. No nation had the capability to build such a vessel. Of course, if the treasure ships of the Ming dynasty were still around, they might be comparable, perhaps even on par. However, the construction blueprints for the treasure ships had been destroyed by Liu Daxia, therefore, the Ming dynasty no longer has the ability to build such giant ships, and has gradually become a weak maritime nation. After seeing the warships on the sea, Tanaka was shocked and compared them in his mind. After such a comparison, Tanaka finally came to a conclusion that made him very helpless. That is, Japanese warships cannot be compared with those of foreigners. Of course, this is not absolute. At the very least, the Japanese Navy has not yet competed with a fleet of the Song Empire. Therefore, this conclusion cannot be considered accurate. This is just Tanaka's personal estimate. And Tanaka also feels that this kind of warship seems to be very powerful, but if it really comes to battle at sea, it may not be that powerful. However, the rain of fire that the Osaka commercial town encountered earlier also shows that the foreigners' warships and artillery are sharper than them. I am Tanaka Fuji, the garrison commander of Osaka Castle. I have been commissioned by the daimyo Ishida Gadachi to question you about your bombardment of the Osaka commercial district. Are you seeking war with Japan and challenging the authority of the Ishida shogunate? Japan was heavily influenced by China, and Chinese culture was also very popular there. In later times, China was considered a cultural exporter. Therefore, Tanaka's speech still had a touch of Chinese jargon. Inside the tent, besides Master Wang, there was Zhao Hongyu. The rest were all towering Imperial Guards geneticists. They stared at Tanaka, putting him under immense pressure. Genetics typically stood over 1.8 meters tall, considered giants. Such a height would be quite common in modern times, but this was the 17th century, and in 17th century Japan. Therefore, these geneticists stood out from the crowd. Tanaka was only about 1.63 meters tall, a third-class disabled person. His height was quite common, even normal, in the island nation. But one wouldn't know it until one saw those tall people with the Royal Guards genes. Tanaka suddenly felt a tremendous amount of pressure. This pressure came from both psychological and physical factors, and it made him feel quite uncomfortable. Nunu, why are you so tall for no reason? Don't you know I'm short? Baka, Zhao Hongyu looked at Tanaka Fuji with a playful smile, his eyes as if he were looking at a clown. This look gave Tanaka a very bad feeling. However, he wisely said nothing, knowing full well that he couldn't even show his displeasure. He was no fool, he knew what to say and what not to say in such a situation. What to do and what not to do. Although he had acted so righteously in public before, he absolutely couldn't do that now. If he did that now, he would be courting death. Tanaka wasn't such an idiot. You say you're an envoy. Then let me ask you, are you representing the shogunate or the emperor? Finally, Zhao Hongyu, who was sitting there, spoke, but his question stumped Tanaka. Honestly, Tanaka had just been blustering, he knew exactly what he was. He could be called an envoy, but he represented the lord of Osaka Castle, not the shogunate or the emperor. If you were to be more specific, he was at best a minor envoy of a local power. But that wasn't very significant. Tanaka, after much deliberation, didn't have the courage to lean on the shogunate. After all, if he said or did something wrong, it would be a major incident. It was more than a small-time Osaka Castle garrison could handle. So, he pondered how he should respond. While pondering this, Tanaka was struck by Zhao Hongyu's fluent Japanese accent. It was simply too fluent. However, now is not the time to explore this issue. Ahem. Tanaka coughed and adjusted his mood. I represent the lord of Osaka Castle. What you did is really too much? Why did you bombard our Osaka Castle commercial town for no reason? We don't have any grudges against you. Without dwelling too much on the issue of identity, Tanaka continued to question. Yes, this question must be asked clearly. Although Tanaka had already met this guy Takuchi and knew the whole story, he had to pretend that he knew nothing. Otherwise, he would be in the wrong. This was absolutely unwise. I bombard if I want to. What's it to you? You Japanese are just a pile of shit in my eyes. Calling you a pile of shit is a compliment. I have nothing to explain. Zhao Hongai's tone was very tough. And the words he said were very unpleasant. Master Wang sat there with a cold face and said nothing. Anyway, he knew what the Crown Prince Zhao Hongai was planning. He was just looking for trouble. Therefore, it is understandable that Zhao Hongai was showing such an attitude now. Tanaka was so angry that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. These words were too harsh, absolutely a slap in the face, with no room for easing. I don't know what these foreigners are planning. Why are they so arrogant? Could it be that they have something to rely on? That's not right. Even if they have something to rely on, they can't say such things. Damn, maybe these guys are just barbarians who don't know etiquette, just like those southern barbarians. So, you must be enemies of my great Japan. Having said that, Tanaka knew that it was impossible to say anything else. It was just that his identity destined him to say something now, otherwise he would have no way to explain himself when he returned. I'm waiting for you here. Send the troops over quickly. We're going to take you out for a walk, whether you're a mule or a horse. I really don't take you Japanese seriously. Zhao Hongai waved his hand, and several of the genetic guards emerged, glaring at Tanaka and his group. Where are you from? We'll have to kill you on the battlefield someday and not even know where you came from. Tanaka knew he had to leave now. But he had to find out something. At the very least, he had to know where these guys came from and who they were. We are the descendants of the Zhao Song dynasty, the American Song Empire. Then, Tanaka and his group were marched out of the camp. Sir, what do we do now? After being driven out of the camp, the genetic guards didn't even return their weapons, which was a complete insult. However, Tanaka and his group were just a few, and although they wanted to save face, they didn't dare to move. The guards at the camp gate and the soldiers in the watchtowers had their guns pointed at them. If they showed any sign of misbehavior, he would pull the trigger and shoot them. Under such circumstances, Tanaka could only endure. What else can we do? We must return and report everything that has happened here to Lord Ishida. At the very least, our mission is accomplished. Tanaka would not turn back and die. Reputation was not as important as life. Furthermore, the other party was so unfriendly and rude, it would be better to leave the headache for the Lord and the Shogun. Hearing Tanaka's words, his men nodded, then jumped on their horses, shook the reins, and galloped off down the road. On the way, one of Tanaka's men asked, Sir, what is the origin of the Zhao Song dynasty's descendants, and what is the American Song Empire? The information Zhao Hongai had finally revealed was beyond their comprehension. After all, information technology wasn't very advanced in the island nation at that time. Hearing this, Tanaka shook his head and replied, I don't know. Just as Tanaka and his men were galloping down the road, they suddenly spotted several men in tight black clothing, their heads covered, leaving only their eyes visible. Who are you? Tanaka's heart tightened. Upon seeing their attire, he immediately realized they were ninja. Tanaka shouted, and his men pulled the reins, halting their horses. Unfortunately, their weapons had been confiscated by the Song people and not returned when they opened the camp, so they were now unarmed. Who knew what these ninjas were planning? If they were to harm them, they would be in real trouble. A cloud of gloom fell over the group. Fortunately, a ninja spoke up, dispelling their doubts and putting their minds at ease. Don't panic, sir. We are the Kogen ninjas under Shogun Ishida at the shogunate. We are waiting here to tell you something. Once they revealed their identities, Tanaka no longer had anything to worry about. He knew about the Kogen ninjas. They were ninjas directly under Shogun Ishida, specializing in intelligence gathering and hunting down the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. When you go to Osaka Castle, please inform the lord of the castle that we have spotted IGA ninjas, remnants of the Tokugawa clan, nearby. We are concerned they may harm the lord and are preparing to track them down. Please pass this information back. Tanaka nodded, knowing that this matter was extremely important. The remnants of the Tokugawa clan had always been a major concern for the Ishida shogunate, even more important than the foreigners who bombarded the Osaka commercial district. So, he nodded solemnly and said, Okay, don't worry. We're heading to Osaka Castle. We'll definitely tell the castle lord about this news. Do we need to send someone to inform the shogun? The ninja shook his head. Someone has already returned. My lord, just inform the Osaka lord of this news. Then, a puff of white smoke rose up, and when it cleared, the three ninjas had disappeared. Tanaka sighed. He was so unlucky. Even drinking water was a mouthful. Not only were there foreigners, but there were also the IGA ninjas and remnants of the Tokugawa clan. Could it be that Osaka was having a bad year? Regardless, Tanaka took the news from the Kogen ninja seriously. Everyone knew that since Tokugawa's defeat, the IGA ninjas who supported him had launched a large-scale assassination campaign, killing many. Furthermore, the IGA ninjas were brutal and ruthless, practically guaranteeing their victims' deaths. The Ishida shogunate had been established for so long, and the Kogen ninja hadn't gained any advantage against the IGA ninja, demonstrating their extraordinary strength. Now that the IGA ninja had appeared in the area, what if they were truly targeting Ishida Gadachi? This would be a serious matter. Ishida Gadachi was a member of the shogun's family, and if anything happened to him, he, as a subordinate, would be implicated as well. Thinking of this, Tanaka didn't dare to delay and immediately led his men on a gallop towards Osaka Castle. About 10 minutes later, the same guy who had appeared earlier, with his messy hair, a full beard, a piece of grass in his mouth, and wearing samurai clothes, reappeared at the intersection. Interesting. It seems I have to go to the camp of those foreigners to take a look. These guys actually dared to bombard the Osaka commercial town without caring about the face of the shogunate. Maybe they can make friends. As soon as the voice fell, no one knew what method this person used, but he disappeared again strangely. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 585, Each has their own plans. Master, do you think I was a bit too arrogant just now? After Tanaka and the others left, Zhao Hongyu smiled and chatted with Master Wang. Zhao Hongyu first brought up his own behavior. He felt that what he had said had struck Master Wang as utterly arrogant. He had no sense of being a foreigner, acting so arrogantly on Japanese soil. Master Wang gave a wry smile. Your Highness, how can I answer you? Yes, I was a bit arrogant, but I think your Highness knows the reason, otherwise, you wouldn't have said that. Master Wang's words were rather glib. After all, Zhao Hongyu had already made up his mind, and he had said everything he should and shouldn't have said. Meanwhile, artillery fire had begun in Osaka commercial town, reducing the once bustling area to ruins. Therefore, even if he lowered his stance at this point, the Japanese would not let him off easily. It would be better to be aggressive and give the Japanese a hard time. Otherwise, given their temperament, if you lower your stance, they might react in a big way. This group of Japanese has always been like this. If you're tough, they'll be soft. But if you're soft, they'll be very tough. So, Zhao Hongyu's current behavior is understandable. After all, things are already like this, aren't they? Your Highness, I believe you already have a plan for what's next. I won't bore you with any more rambling. Master Wang bowed to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu maintained a smile and said to Master Wang, "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. I must scare the Japanese into submission, so I can proceed with my next plan." Zhao Hongyu's plan was to establish a concession in Japan, but given the Japanese's temperament, that was a no-brainer. Therefore, a military solution became inevitable. In that case, Zhao Hongyu didn't need to be polite. Since war was inevitable sooner or later, his actions were perfectly reasonable. While outsiders might think his actions were unreasonable and unfounded, as long as he could achieve his goal, that was all that mattered. Zhao Hongyu didn't need to worry about anything else. As long as he could achieve his ultimate goal, it would be fine. Furthermore, the Japanese lease could serve as a springboard, allowing Zhao Hongyu to establish a base in the east. Establishing a lease in the Ming dynasty was even more unrealistic. The Eastern people's obsession with the land, from the court down to the common people, was ingrained in their bones. Zhao Hongyu couldn't possibly declare war on the Ming dynasty. If he did, what would those Yuaksha-descended people under whose command think? What if he caused dissatisfaction and unrest among them? That would be more trouble than good. After all, a large number of these people possessed independent minds and personalities. Besides, he is also of Chinese descent, and there is no reason for him to go against the Ming dynasty. This is a psychological barrier that he cannot get over. But for Japan, Zhao Hongyu will not have any psychological burden. In a word, he can play it however he wants. According to Suang Hu, Professor Liu, and Zhang Tai, Japan should not only become a vassal state of the empire and provide them with servant soldiers, but also be a dumping ground for goods and a production base for slaves. The slaves of the Japanese are still very useful. As long as you use the right means, they will definitely work for you. Master. You were originally Li Xiang's subordinate, right? Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked this question. Although he didn't understand what Zhao Hongyu meant by this question, Master Wang nodded and said, yes. I wonder what your plans are. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, there's nothing going on in the next few days, so I think it's better for you to go and take care of your affairs. Bring your brothers and bring your families over. By the time you return, I think I'll have most of the Japanese situation resolved. Zhao Hongyu didn't want Master Wang and the others to be present during the upcoming events, or even to cause any accidents. After all, they had just come to him and become registered residents of the Zhao dynasty. Besides, even if they stayed, they wouldn't be of much help in the battle. So, it would be better for them to leave and take care of their affairs. They had just become registered residents of the Zhao dynasty, and now they had to face such danger. It was truly unbearable. This also showed that Zhao Hongyu was not too hard-hearted. Anyone else probably wouldn't care about such things. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Master Wang immediately expressed his disapproval of Zhao Hongyu's decision. Your Highness, we are already registered as Zhao residents. Although we hold no official position, how could we possibly abandon your Highness at this moment? This is a matter of conduct, Master Wang immediately objected. Not only do I disapprove, even my brothers would disagree. Do we, in your Highness's eyes, think we are cowards? Master Wang's beard twitched as he spoke, clearly agitated. It wasn't surprising, after all, Zhao Hongyu's words were dismissive, so it wasn't surprising that Master Wang was so agitated. Master, don't get excited. I'm really doing this for your own good, your Highness, please stop talking. If you continue, we'll have to leave the camp and fight the Japanese to show our loyalty to your Highness. Master Wang's words had truly stopped Zhao Hongyu from continuing. He had good intentions, not wanting Master Wang and his companions to risk their lives, and he could have taken the opportunity to come and fetch his family. But unexpectedly, this came across as contempt, making Master Wang so agitated. Zhao Hongyu could only give a wry smile. Master, don't mind me, I'm just saying this. If that's the case, let's wait until we've resolved the Japanese issue, then we'll figure out how to deal with yours. Master Wang raised his hand and stroked his beard, finally nodding his head in satisfaction. Your Highness knows how much you love me, but since we're already subjects of the Zhao dynasty, we must serve them wholeheartedly. Please don't forget this, your Highness, people in this era can sometimes be stubborn. Zhao Hongyu grumbled inwardly. How could he possibly understand Master Wang's plan? Although they had become subjects of the Zhao dynasty, registered as residents, they were still newcomers. Therefore, these people, including Master Wang, hoped for a chance to show their abilities, to prove they weren't just for show. While not everyone would join the military when they went to America, it was perfectly natural for them to show their abilities in this matter. Otherwise, others would think they joined the Zhao dynasty simply for the land and to take advantage. A man lives by his reputation, a tree by its bark. While this is true, they themselves are unwilling to admit it. Therefore, demonstrating their abilities in Japan not only proves their capabilities but also provides comfort. They can also show the Crown Prince how powerful they are, and perhaps, if pleased, he will even make them generous promises. Don't assume the ancients were fools. In fact, they were quite cunning. Master Wang's plan was simple, to show off and secure a position. Then, after bringing his wife and children home, he could show off to them. He hadn't held an official position in the Ming dynasty, and he was already quite old. But being an official in America would be just as easy. It's like saying, when things get dark in the east, they get bright in the west. This was a huge opportunity for Master Wang. Therefore, he couldn't miss it at all costs, he had to seize it. The same was true for Liu Dabi. This guy definitely wouldn't be a good landlord, so joining the army was his only option. Furthermore, he had his eye on the female geneticist medical officer, which meant he needed to perform even harder. If he could win the Crown Prince's favor and have him join the Zhao Empire's army, then he could pursue the female geneticist, right? Besides Master Wang and Liu Dabi, the rest of the pirates shared the same sentiment. While their goals and the interests they sought varied, they all shared one common thread: they needed to demonstrate their strength to Zhao Hongyu. These former pirates were not afraid of the Japanese at all. They had encountered them frequently throughout their time traversing the Ming Dynasty's seas. They knew their pirates, their navy, and even their merchants intimately. Unlike those in the Ming Dynasty's interior, these former pirates knew the true nature of the Japanese. Precisely because of this understanding, they were not afraid. Originally, Master Wang was worried because he was not optimistic about His Royal Highness Zhao Hongao, the Crown Prince, and wanted to confront the entire Japanese kingdom with only 52 warships. But after listening to what Zhao Hongao said, all his worries disappeared. Then, Zhao Hongao and Master Wang chatted for a while. They didn't know that at this moment, an outsider had entered the camp. It must be said that the IGA-10 people still have some tricks. I don't know what tricks that guy with a messy head of hair used to hide in the big tent and overhear the conversation between Zhao Hongao and Master Wang. Fortunately, he didn't have any bad intentions, otherwise Zhao Hongao would really be in danger. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 586, an episode outside the camp. Kikuchi Zilxing lurked in the camp for a long time, overhearing many conversations. Because he was fluent in the Ming language, he could understand and digest everything Zhao Hongao and Master Wang were saying. Zhao Hongao used this favor towards the Ishida shogunate secretly delighted Kikuchi Zilxing. To him, if these foreigners had no good feelings towards the shogunate, then they definitely wouldn't be enemies. Perhaps Miss Tokugawa could even work with them. In this world, nothing is certain. Moreover, their situation is becoming increasingly difficult. Gaining some external support would be crucial. At the very least, this was the first wave of foreigners to dare challenge the shogunate. After entering the camp, Kikuchi Zilxing observed them carefully. He noticed that these foreigners were all equipped with sophisticated iron cannons and armor, completely different from the other southern barbarians. Judging from their weaponry alone, the strength of these foreign troops was formidable. Furthermore, Kikuchi Zilxing learned the identities of these people and was even more astonished by their origins. The descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties, what a remarkable origin. This made it clear that these people were truly different from the southern barbarians. Although he was a ninja, he also had some knowledge of history. Therefore, he certainly understood what the descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties represented. They were a very powerful nation on the continent hundreds of years ago. Unbelievably, this nation still had royal descendants, and had established a powerful nation in the distant Americas. Furthermore, they had defeated numerous southern barbarians. Kikuchi Zilxing was aware of the strength of the southern barbarians in Japan. While their individual combat power was not impressive, their warships were extremely powerful. However, the enemy claimed that they had defeated the southern barbarians numerous times at sea and could no longer harass their territories. Doesn't this mean that their warships were even more powerful than those of the southern barbarians? You know, even the two great pirates, Li Xiong and Zhang Zilin, were reluctant to clash with Ananman, precisely because their warships were so powerful. Besides, if they left Japan and went to America, they wouldn't have to worry about being hunted by the shogunate, right? Kikuchi Zilxing's mind suddenly became active. However, the final decision still had to be made by Miss Tokugawa and Miss Hattori Chizuru. Miss Tokugawa was easy to agree with. She really didn't want to live this kind of life. She yearned for a simple, peaceful, and idyllic life. Therefore, she would most likely agree with his point of view. But Hattori Chizuru was different. Her personality was somewhat more like a boy's, and she deeply valued her father's last words, taking it upon herself to revive the Tokugawa family. Therefore, a seemingly escapist option like recuperating in America was unlikely to be acceptable to her. After a moment of wild thought, Kikuchi Zilxing suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. After all, he wasn't the one making the decisions. Hidden within the tent, Kikuchi Hideyuki gleaned far more information than this. The more he listened, the more alarmed he became, the more incredible it seemed to him. Finally, he decided he should return and share his thoughts, perhaps even trying to convince everyone to make contact with these foreigners. After about 2 hours, feeling he could no longer gather any more information, Kikuchi Hideyuki slowly left the tent and sneaked out of the camp. Are they all Tekken soldiers? Yes, there are also some swords and other weapons, but can such a force really handle the incoming shogunate troops? After leaving the camp, Kikuchi Hideyuki stood on the branch of a pine tree, gazing at the camp and muttering to himself. He acknowledged the power of Tekkens, but in his opinion, they were merely inconvenient weapons. Back then, The great demon Oda Nobunaga used Tekkens to annihilate the Takeda clan, achieving considerable fame. However, during the subsequent Warring States period, Tekkens were rarely a mainstream weapon. They were difficult to use and prone to exploding, making them far inferior to iron swords. Japan's teppo were purchased from the southern barbarians, and the teppo they used also suffered from these shortcomings. However, the teppo used by these foreigners, who claimed to be descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties, was somewhat different. Exactly what was different, Kikuchi Hideyuki couldn't pinpoint, but it looked very different anyway. Brothers War, the disliked sister TXT download. Could it be that these Zhao and Song dynasty survivors had defeated the southern barbarians with just such weapons? Kikuchi Hideyuki found it incredible. At least, he had never seen a team completely wipe out an opponent with teppo. The incident with the great demon King Oda didn't count, mainly because his opponent was too mentally retarded. As Kikuchi's thoughts wandered, his expression froze, then the corners of his mouth curled up. They're still haunting us, those Koga lackeys. As Kikuchi finished his words, 3 masked, black-clad ninjas appeared from the trees surrounding the pine tree where he stood. Their leather belts bore the large Chinese characters Koga, though the characters were prominently embossed in black, making them invisible to the naked eye. The 3 men, without hesitation, launched their attack on Kikuchi. They attacked from 3 different directions, completely blocking Kikuchi's path forward or backward, demonstrating the power of their combined attack. Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds echoed, and even the dots flashed and vanished. Shurikens, cowhair needles, and other hidden weapons rained down upon Kikuchi. Battles between ninjas weren't like those between samurai, with their rituals of greeting and elaborate weapon-wielding exchanges. Ninja combat was brutal and devoid of such formalities. They roamed in the shadows, each strike focused on the death of their target. Everything was focused on the end result, the process was unimportant. Facing a barrage of hidden weapons, Kikuchi Hideyuki remained motionless. It was unclear if he was paralyzed by fear or simply relying on his own prowess. However, it was clear that as one of the IGA-10, Kikuchi Hideyuki was a highly skilled individual. His reaction was definitely not one of shock. If he could be paralyzed by such an attack, then Kikuchi Hideyuki wouldn't have lived to his 40s, still one of the IGA-10. A reputation like that is undeniable. Ha! With a roar, Kikuchi Hideyuki, without dodging or evading, charged forward, facing the incoming hidden weapons. Clink, clang, clang. He swung his arms, knocking down the hidden weapons one by one, sustaining no harm himself. The sound of metallic collision echoed as he struck down the weapons. You little bastard, you dare to mess with me? Haven't you heard of my name? Kikuchi Hideyuki, grinning, rushed towards the Koga ninja and grabbed his throat. With a slight force, there was a crack, and the man's Adam's apple was crushed, breaking the cervical vertebrae at the back of his neck. Kikuchi Hideyuki's strength was truly immense. Abandoning the limp corpse, Kikuchi Hideyuki continued his charge towards another Koga ninja. Seeing his companion slain, the Koga ninja roared in grief and anger, drawing his katana and slashing at Kikuchi Hideyuki. Clang. Kikuchi Hideyuki didn't dodge or evade, simply raising his left arm to meet the opponent's katana. Then, another metallic clash echoed. The Koga ninja's furious katana was mysteriously deflected. The Koga ninja's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how his sharp katana could be deflected by the opponent's arm. It was simply illogical. However, he never received an answer, for Kikuchi Hideyuki plunged his right hand into his chest and ripped out his heart. With a flick of his wrist, the heart in Kikuchi Hideyuki's grip exploded. Confusion filled the Koga ninja's eyes as he fell from the tree, landing heavily on the ground. Hey hey! You bastards, you dare challenge me? Cleave! Clink! Having quickly dispatched 2, the 3rd Koga ninja arrived, stabbing him in the kidneys with his katana. However, once the katana had struck its target, it could no longer penetrate. At the same moment, the Koga ninja felt as if he had stabbed a piece of stubborn iron. Slowly turning, Kikuchi Hideyuki raised his bloodied right hand, brought it to his lips, and licked it with his tongue. This made Kikuchi Hideyuki look not only ferocious but also like a perverted demon. The sleeve of his left arm, previously slashed by the Koga ninja's sword, had been pierced, revealing the skin. The skin beneath his clothes now shone with a strange metallic sheen. It turned out that Kikuchi Hideyuki's arm was either inlaid with a layer of iron or simply had been there. No wonder he was so unafraid of the katana. The ninja noticed this, his pupils involuntarily shrinking, and he cried out in a hushed voice, "IGA-10, the butcher Kikuchi." Kikuchi Hideyuki tapped a branch with his toes and leaped forward. At the same time, with an arrogant smile on his face, he shouted loudly, "Fuck, remember, I am Iron Kikuchi, not Butcher Kikuchi." The only remaining Koga ninja wanted to leave immediately after seeing through Kikuchi Zilxing's identity. But unfortunately, Kikuchi Zilxing would not give him this opportunity at all, and he had already killed him before he finished speaking. Seeing that he could already avoid it, the Koga ninja had to raise the samurai sword in his hand again and chopped it down fiercely. "No matter who you are, die, Ling." With a crisp sound, the samurai sword hit Kikuchi Zilxing's neck squarely. If it was an ordinary person, that person's head would have been chopped off long ago, but Kikuchi looked at the Koga ninja with a sneer on his face. This knife only removed a layer of skin on Kikuchi Zilxing's neck, revealing the silver metal inside. "Fuck, I have to make my skin all over again, you damn it." This was the last sentence the Koga ninja heard before he lost consciousness. Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Another Visitor. Ninja battles didn't involve elaborate moves or complex tactics, they were essentially deadly. Furthermore, the outcome was quickly decided. Kikuchi Hideyuki, outnumbered 3, quickly ended the fight. "They're just some small fry, yet you still think you can cause me trouble? You're really overestimating yourself." After dispatching 3 Koga ninjas, a look of disdain crossed Kikuchi's face. Yes, he's qualified. As one of the IGA-10, he's one of the most distinguished ninjas in IGA history. Therefore, he has the luxury of such arrogance. "If you want to cause me trouble, you'll need someone like the Koga-10, Kikuchi Hideyuki muttered to himself for a moment before disappearing from where he stood. You wouldn't even know how he vanished. Kikuchi Hideyuki's words before leaving weren't just random remarks. Because among the Koga ninjas who had defected to the Ishida shogunate, there really were such individuals as the Koga-10. It's quite funny to say that the reason why Koga selected a group of ninjas with high skills to form the Koga-10 is because the purpose is to deal with the IGA-10. This is very funny to the IGA people. However, no matter how funny it is, they are still very wary of the Koga-10. Although they have not fought each other yet, it is estimated that the Koga-10 are definitely not easy to deal with. Speaking of which, Koga is also infuriated by these people from IGA. They have been assassinating senior officials of the Ishida shogunate and even posed a threat to the safety of the shogun. This is something Koga cannot tolerate. If they cannot effectively deal with these people from IGA, then doesn't it mean that Koga is just a show-off and has no real ability? Therefore, Koga must kill IGA no matter what. This is related to their face and their value in the eyes of the shogun. Therefore, Fuma Kajiro, the leader of Koga who served the shogun, returned to Koga. After finding the elders and gaining their consent, they recruited the 10 most powerful men from Koga, forming the Koga-10. However, the Koga-10 had only just been formed, with no record of battle and no previous deployment. Therefore, the IGA side had no idea how strong the Koga-10 truly was. Furthermore, they were not even sure of their appearance or abilities. This was precisely what the IGA side feared most. You know, ninjas can disguise their appearances, allowing them to launch surprise attacks. Furthermore, as members of the 10, each possessed a unique special ability. These abilities were highly targeted. If the enemy mastered their abilities and launched an attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the IGA side. However, the IGA side had no recourse at the moment. After all, they knew nothing about the Koga-10. Kikuchi Hideyuki left the scene of the massacre and sprinted towards where his companions had stayed. Along the way, he constantly checked for the secret markings left by his companions, following them relentlessly. To Kikuchi, the sudden appearance of the 3 Koga ninjas was merely a minor incident. For him, the most important thing now was to share what he had seen and heard with his companions and Miss Tokugawa as soon as possible. These foreigners were very powerful, and if possible, they could establish good relations with him. They were already experiencing great hardship under Ishida's oppression. While there wasn't any immediate danger, it was only a matter of time. Therefore, they had to consider the future. Joining Ishida was impossible. After all, They had assassinated so many high-ranking officials of the shogunate. Therefore, they had no choice but to stick to their own path. However, as the shogunate's control in Japan grew more and more solid, their space for survival dwindled. Sooner or later, they would be wiped out. After all, no matter how ineffective the shogunate was, it still controlled the entire country of Japan. They were merely remnants of the shogunate. If these foreigners ultimately proved no match for the shogunate, it wouldn't matter. At least they could use them to reach the American continent, away from this troubled land. As long as they survived, there would be opportunities in the future. In fact, they had considered these matters, but they just didn't know where to go. There weren't many places they could choose from: Ming Dynasty, Southeast Asia, or even Korea. However, these places were ruled out one by one, as they weren't necessarily safe. They could go to the Ming Dynasty, but what would their identities be? Furthermore, if their identities were exposed, the shogunate would undoubtedly send forces to negotiate with the Ming Dynasty, demanding the surrender of their troops. And the Ming Dynasty couldn't afford to fend them over these losers. Therefore, they wouldn't be protected in the Ming Dynasty at all. Therefore, that place wasn't a good option. Southeast Asia was a possibility, but its power was weak and unlikely to offer any assistance. As for Korea, it was even less of a choice. The Koreans were typical fence-sitters, unreliable. If they went to Korea, they would soon be betrayed by the Koreans. They wouldn't even know how they died. Therefore, none of these places were even considered. If they couldn't leave Japan and continue to stay, their fate was doomed. The Ishida shogunate's control and influence over Japan was growing, and it was no longer something they could curb through assassination. As for the assassinated officials, their positions would naturally be replaced. There were countless people who wanted to become officials and lick the Ishida shogunate's boots, so there was no shortage of candidates. If their lives were truly that easy, they wouldn't be hiding in Osaka's commercial district. Kikuchi had thought this through thoroughly along the way. He planned to discuss this matter with his companions upon meeting them. They absolutely couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, they would be doomed. While they were ninjas, fearless in battle, that didn't mean they truly cared nothing for their lives. If there was a chance of survival, why not fight for it? Previously, there had been no suitable options or opportunities, but now they had. Kikuchi saw the foreigners claiming to be descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties as a perfectly suitable force. First, they had no favorable views of the shogunate, and they were far from Japan. As for where America was, Kikuchi didn't know. But one thing was certain: the Song Empire in America had no ties to Japan and no fear of the Japanese shogunate. That alone was sufficient. As for whether the American Song Empire possessed sufficient strength, Kikuchi couldn't be sure. However, it seemed likely that Kikuchi would soon sense the situation. After all, the fleet of these Zhao Song remnants bombarded the Osaka commercial district. The shogunate would undoubtedly react to such an incident. Therefore, force was the only solution. Would that reveal the true strength of these Zhao Song remnants? Kikuchi naturally hoped that the Zhao Song remnants would become as powerful as possible. The more powerful Zhao Hongyu and his men were, the more valuable they would be to Kikuchi and Miss Tokugawa, and the more worthy of their allegiance. Then, they could leverage their ties with the Zhao Song to revive the Tokugawa clan. This wasn't impossible. Even if the Zhao Song, relying on its immense power, accepted them without giving the shogunate a veneer of respect, they wouldn't have to worry about them betraying them under pressure. Furthermore, they could seek a place to rest and recuperate with the Zhao Song. The more Kikuchi thought about it, the more his heart burned. He felt that his dream had a high probability of coming true. This would be beneficial for himself, his companions, and even Miss Tokugawa. Kikuchi leaped repeatedly between the dense branches with remarkable agility. Zhao Hongyu had no idea such a person could exist in this time and space. Dividing line: Your Highness, there are some merchants outside the camp seeking an audience, including quite a few Europeans. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu had just dismissed Tanaka and the others. While he was chatting with Master Wang, a geneticist entered the tent to report. What? Another group? Zhao Hongyu was perplexed. What's going on? Why are so many seeking an audience? This is my first time in Japan, and I don't know anyone here. Zhao Hongyu was baffled. The guard's report that it was a group of merchants seeking an audience made him curious. The Song Empire was well known to European merchants, but that was in Europe after all. This was the East, Japan. The Song Empire's fleet, under his command, was truly visiting this place for the first time. Therefore, Zhao Honggai was understandably puzzled by the merchant's request to see him. He couldn't figure it out. Master Wang pondered for a moment, then said to Zhao Honggai, "Your Highness, the guards said there were Europeans among the merchants. I imagine they must have heard something about them and come to see me." Master Wang's words instantly lit up Zhao Honggai's eyes. That's right. These merchants were all profit-seeking individuals. They must have come to see him for the benefit of their efforts. However, these individuals had no experience with the Song Empire and didn't know what it had to offer. So why would they come to see him? Well, if there were Europeans, perhaps that would explain it. Perhaps a European merchant who had done business with Manhattan had come all the way here to do business. Perhaps, after witnessing the Song Empire's fleet bombarding the Osaka commercial district, he'd boasted to the merchants. Osaka commercial town, after all, was considered an international commercial port in this era. Bring them in. I also want to see what these merchants have come to see me about. Zhao Honggai felt a little bit of anticipation. The Jin man took his orders and left. Outside the camp gate, a group of Ming, Portuguese, and Dutch merchants waited anxiously. The Dutch were anxious because they wanted to meet with the leader of the Song Empire and request permission to enter the commercial town's harbor to retrieve their merchant ships and leave. After the Song Empire's fleet bombarded Osaka commercial town and quickly occupied the port, the entire port of Osaka commercial town was now under the control of the Song Empire fleet. The merchant ships were even detained. Therefore, in order to retrieve the merchant ships and leave the port, they needed the consent of the Song Empire. The situation was more powerful than the people, so the Dutch had to come along. They didn't know if the people of the Song Empire were easy to deal with, and whether they could successfully achieve their goals. If the Song Empire disagreed, they were doomed. Without even a ship, their merchandise and goods were lost. Would they then be forced to beg for food in Japan? The Ming Dynasty merchants were uneasy. Unlike the Dutch, they had never encountered the Zhao Song Empire, and they came hoping to secure trading rights from the Song. Uncertainty about the other side's ease of dealing was the source of their trepidation. Compared to the Dutch, however, the Ming Dynasty merchants were more relaxed. The merchants, led by the Portuguese, were uneasy because they wondered if the Song Empire was just like the Song people in America. Furthermore, they had just bombarded the Japanese Osaka commercial town, and they likely still harbored a bit of anger. Therefore, if they were still angry, it was understandable that they wouldn't see them. Fortunately, they weren't disappointed. The genetic warrior who had gone in to report the situation returned and told them they could enter. "How are you?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could enter the enemy camp, that was enough. At least they weren't turned away. Upon entering the camp, the Portuguese and Dutch didn't show any signs of surprise or curiosity. Instead, the merchants from the Ming Dynasty, who prided themselves on being the Celestial Empire, looked around like curious babies, finding everything they saw fascinating. It was strange, how come these Zhao Song soldiers seemed to be using flashy weapons like bird guns? Such weapons would have been useless in the Ming Dynasty. It was truly bizarre. The Ming Dynasty merchants were deeply disapproving of the weapons used by Zhao Honggai's genetically modified soldiers. Look at their garish attire. How can soldiers like these truly stand up to the Japanese? Some expressed their opinions on the Zhao Song army's attire. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 588 The Dutch Request. It's no wonder these Ming Dynasty merchants were unaccustomed to the Q-party clothing. After all, it wasn't the mainstream fashion of the time. Sometimes, being ahead of the times isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just that things that are ahead of their time can be a little off-putting. Especially since Eastern aesthetics at that time differed significantly from those of Europeans. So, while Europeans quickly adapted, the same wasn't necessarily true in the East. To these Ming Dynasty merchants, the clothing of these self-proclaimed descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties was excessively garish and unattractive. God bless them. If Zhao Honggai and his clothing had been in the 18th century, it would have been undeniably mainstream. Of course, this was only true in Europe. The East was still under the rule of the barbaric Great Queen in the 18th century. However, none of this mattered. Clothing was, after all, a minor consideration. What puzzled these Ming Dynasty merchants most was the fact that these people were using bird guns. This was the point that baffled them most. What's so special about a bird gun? It's not even remotely more powerful than a bow and arrow. Why would these remnants of the Zhao and Song dynasties choose this weapon? These Ming dynasty merchants often interacted with the various garrisons, so they were relatively familiar with the art of war. In their spare time, they would chat with the garrison commanders, thus acquiring some knowledge. In fact, in the East, firearms technology was still ahead of Europe at this time. However, for various reasons, this type of firearm was not well received in the East. First, due to technical limitations, the barrels of bird guns were not well made. Consequently, problems like bursting or misfiring plagued the East. If these issues were not addressed, the effectiveness of muskets would be completely lost. Furthermore, at this time, matchlock guns were the most popular weapon in both the East and the West, and the East was no exception. While matchlock guns were powerful, they were also very difficult to load. They were also quite heavy, often requiring 2 people to carry them. This made them less practical than bows and arrows. The amount of gunpowder normally loaded into a matchlock, plus the time it takes to fire, is enough for an archer to draw his bow and fire 3 or 4 arrows. It's no surprise, then, that the matchlock wasn't popular. Of course, despite the matchlock's disfavor, the Ming dynasty still valued artillery. Thanks to artillery, the Ming dynasty was able to maintain a close battle with the Qing dynasty in the north. While the Qing army also had muskets, they were far less effective against the Qing soldiers clad in 3 layers of cotton armor. Furthermore, musketeers required rigorous training to become proficient in their operation and combat effectiveness on the battlefield. The Ming dynasty paid no attention to this. They often issued new recruits with worn-out muskets and sent them off to the battlefield. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of such an army is unpredictable. In this respect, the Ming dynasty's musketeers were undoubtedly inferior to those of Europe, where they served as ally to the Spanish phalanx. They had already developed a highly skilled set of tactics. Furthermore, the musketeers had undergone rigorous training, knowing the various strengths and weaknesses of their muskets. Therefore, they could remain calm and not fearful when facing enemy fire. In short, while the East currently held a technological lead in firearms, it was slowly being overtaken by the Europeans, and would be surpassed in 100 years or so. The Ming dynasty's only formidable weapons were the red cannon and primitive rockets like the swarm. Within Zhao Hongaiu's camp, everything was perfectly organized, everyone doing their jobs without a trace of chaos. The Ming dynasty's military camp, unfamiliar with the area, became chaotic once it was set up. Without the general's intervention, it would have resembled a large market. The genetically modified warriors within the camp showed little reaction to the arrival of these merchants. They often glanced up and then ignored them. Even patrols showed no interest in these foreigners. In fact, in the eyes of these genetically modified individuals, the Ming dynasty and the Europeans were no more interesting. They were nothing more than a bunch of unsophisticated, ancient people. They had no common language, and there was a generational gap between them. So why bother with them? It was with this mindset that the genetic people reacted this way. However, their reaction did earn the Ming dynasty merchants a higher regard. While their weapons weren't particularly impressive, their military appearance was impressive. Furthermore, the soldiers were excellent, each loyal to their duties and unperturbed by external distractions. This truly surpassed the imperial army. If this were an imperial camp, the sight of some foreign envoy or foreigner would have been met with a crowd gathering to watch and criticize, as if they were watching a monkey show. But look at the Zhao Song remnants camp. The soldiers weren't curious at all. They each went about their business, showing no sign of reacting to their presence. What did this indicate? It showed the quality of the soldiers. Overall, the Ming dynasty merchants had mixed opinions about the camp. What amazed them most was the sheer size and strength of these remnant Zhao and Song soldiers. If these soldiers were in the Ming dynasty, they would have been the cream of the crop, or even retainers of a general. Those 1.80-meter tall men, with their imposing demeanor and sturdy builds, were truly elite soldiers. Many of these Ming dynasty merchants had military backgrounds. For one reason or another, they were chosen by their employers and given tasks. Eventually, they became a vital link in their employers' trade between the daimyo and Japan. After all, in those days, the only Ming dynasty officials who could engage in maritime trade, aside from the high-ranking officials at court, were the commanders of the coastal garrisons. Therefore, merchants traveling between Japan and the Ming dynasty often held other identities. Therefore, the eyes of those merchants, who came from the military or held other identities, lit up when they saw these elite soldiers. It was like a hungry wolf spotting delicious, cooked meat. However, No matter how much they looked, these soldiers they coveted could never become theirs. They were soldiers of the Zhao Song dynasty. Therefore, they could only sigh inwardly. Soon, a group of people, led by a genetic soldier, arrived outside the tent. The genetic soldier stopped everyone and told them to wait while he went in to make an announcement. Your Highness, the people have been brought in. Bring them in. Yes, with Zhao Hongayu's consent, the genetic soldier turned and walked outside the tent. He watched the large group rush in, roughly estimating at least 30 people. Upon entering, the Ming Dynasty merchants clasped their fists and bowed, one by one announcing their names. The Portuguese and Dutch merchants, however, greeted Zhao Hongayu with Western courtesy. I wonder what brings you to my camp? But please speak one by one, or it will be a mess. After everyone finished their greetings, Zhao Hongayu sat in the middle and spoke. Let the Dutch speak first. Immediately, a Dutch merchant stepped forward, saluted again, and said, Your Excellency, we are merchants from the Netherlands, trading in Japan. We don't know how Japan offended you, Your Excellency, to provoke you to bombard the Osaka commercial town. The Dutchmen, chosen to speak to Zhao Hongayu, quickly stated their purpose. Considering the Japanese would soon arrive to wage war against the Song people, the Dutch were reluctant to elaborate. Oh, you want to reclaim your merchant ship and leave? Zhao Hongayu looked at the Dutchman with a sullen expression. Your Excellency, we have no intention of becoming your enemy. We have no interest in interfering in your feud with the Japanese. We simply request that you return our merchant ship to us so we can leave Japan. HMPH. You say return it, and now the ship is mine. Zhao Hongayu sneered inwardly. Master Wang looked at the Dutchman, a sinister smile playing on his face. Master Wang had no good feelings towards the Dutch. Before being rescued by Zhao Hongayu, he, Liu Dabi, and a group of his brothers had been captured by the Dutch. Furthermore, the Dutch were on friendly terms with Zhang Zhiling at the time, and had even helped Zhang Zhiling fight against them. Master Wang had always held this grudge in his heart. Now, the Dutch merchant ship had fallen into Zhao Hongayu's hands. Master Wang had no intention of letting these guys go. Besides, if he let them go, the Dutch would take the merchant ship. Wouldn't he still have to work with Zhang Zhiling to deal with their former boss, Li Xiong? Although he was now a citizen of the Song Empire and registered as a resident of the Zhao Song dynasty, he had once been Li Xiong's subordinate. That friendship still existed, so if he could help Li Xiong, dealing with the Dutch would be a piece of cake. At the same time, the Dutch merchant ships could be handed over to Li Xiong, strengthening her power. This would also bring the Crown Prince and Li Xiong closer together. This was a good thing. Thinking of this, Master Wang paused for a moment and coughed at Zhao Hongayu. Seeing Master Wang's reaction, Zhao Hongayu couldn't help but understand what he had to say. I'll discuss this with my people first, and then I'll give you an answer. Zhao Hongayu calmed the Dutchman, then turned sideways to look at Master Wang, to see what he had to say. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 589 The Tragic Dutchman. After shifting the seat under him, shoving himself closer to Zhao Hongayu, Master Wang leaned into Zhao Hongayu's ear and whispered, We can't give them these Dutch merchant ships. Absolutely not. Zhao Hongayu was stunned. He didn't know why, but he figured Master Wang must have an answer. So, Zhao Hongayu quickly recovered and, in a similarly low voice, asked, Why do you say that? The Dutch and we don't seem to have any conflict of interest. Isn't it a bit unfair for us to do this? Anyway, my target is only the Japanese, not the Dutch. Even if he didn't understand, he still had to ask. Master Wang's proposal wasn't impossible, but Zhao Hongayu needed a reason. A reason that Master Wang could convince himself. If that reason was convincing, then let the Dutch go to hell. For Zhao Hongayu, there really wasn't anything he feared in this era. 2 years ago, he might have had some concerns, but with the gradual development of the Song Empire in America, other countries no longer took him seriously. With the empire's slowly growing military might, what else could he possibly fear? If he weren't focused on developing the empire's internal hardware, he could have launched a world war with such reckless abandon. Your Highness, the Dutch are actively fighting Zhang Zhiling in the east. They're teaming up with Zhang Zhiling to fight my former boss, Li Xiong. And before you, Your Highness, rescued us, we were captured by the Dutch. Since Zhao Hongayu had asked, Master Wang had to give him a reason. Master Wang wouldn't object. This was the same situation for everyone. Your Highness, you wish to emigrate from the Ming dynasty, which would inevitably lead to dealing with the pirates along the coast. Therefore, I'm considering offering my former boss, Li Xiang, to your Highness. Of course, I have my own selfish motives. Master Wang was a skilled talker, directly exposing Zhao Hongyu to his selfish motives, rather than trying to hide them. That would have only made him look bad and displeased Zhao Hongyu. Master Wang wouldn't do such a thing. After Master Wang said this, Zhao Hongyu seemed to understand something. Zhao Hongyu was no fool. Although he didn't understand some of the customs of the various countries of the time, he did know a little about the ways of the world. Master Wang did this out of gratitude for the friendship he had with his former boss, Li Xiang, and a desire to help him. This was understandable. In fact, it showed that Master Wang was a man of loyalty and righteousness. Although he was now registered as a resident of the Zhao Song dynasty, he still remembered the brotherhood he had with his former boss. To be able to do this was already quite good. At the same time, he could get revenge on the Dutch and bring himself closer to Li Xiang. This would benefit everyone. It was a win-win situation. As expected, Master Wang continued, before I leave Li Xiang, I want to help him. It's the token of my old brotherly love. It won't be possible for me to help him in the future. Then I'll have to plan for the Zhao Song dynasty. I also hate the Dutch. If they hadn't aided Zhang Zilin, we wouldn't have been captured and suffered so much. It all depends on your Highness's wishes. That's all I have in mind. Master Wang spoke clearly, without hiding a single thing. His attitude and manner not only didn't displease Zhao Hongyu, but actually earned him a higher regard. So, what are your plans, Master? Zhao Hongyu asked. Upon hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Master Wang knew that the Crown Prince had been persuaded. The thought of this made Master Wang's heart burn. He glanced at the Dutch merchant standing there, awaiting the outcome of their discussion. HMPH. You're still trying to get the ship back? You're so lucky. If I don't make you bleed profusely this time, I'll be your son, Master Wang raged. Your Highness, we can't give them the ship. They're currently locked in a fierce battle with Zhang Zilin, and Zhang Zilin has been keeping an eye on Japan. If he grows stronger, it won't benefit my boss or you. Your Highness, aren't you planning to set up police in Japan? If Zhang Zilin defeats Li Xiang and also gets involved in Japan, he'll inevitably clash with you, Zhao Hongyu pondered. That's unlikely. Zhang Zilin and I shouldn't have a conflict of interest. Master Wang shook his head. I know Zhang Zilin. He likes to eat alone. And if the shogunate offers him benefits, do you think he'll come and cause trouble for us? Zhao Hongyu nodded. Indeed, such a thing could very well happen. After all, people will do anything for the sake of profit. Of course, Master Wang's words were a bit exaggerated, and Zhao Hongyu knew that. Okay. The Dutch are of no help at all. Their military and navy are currently in Europe. They're mired in war and won't have the energy to focus on the East for years, so there's nothing to worry about offending them. Zhao Hongyu was well informed about the situation in Europe. Furthermore, the continent's turbulent times were largely due to Zhao Hongyu's assistance. The Netherlands had already absorbed all the Dutch's energy. As long as the war there wasn't over, the Dutch wouldn't have the energy to redevelop their maritime trade or attend to matters in the East. The Dutch in the East simply hadn't returned to Europe. If they did, they would inevitably be drawn into the war, unable to extricate themselves, or even be consumed by it. Perhaps knowing this, they had no intention of returning. Their plans were easy to guess. They simply planned to survive in the East, waiting for the war to end before returning to Europe with their goods. But living in the East inevitably meant interacting with powerful figures there. Even more so, they were drawn into the power struggles in the East. It was under these circumstances that the Dutch merchants were drawn into the pirate wars between Li Xiang and Zhang Zilin. In the eyes of the Orientals, these barbaric Europeans, while individually unrefined, possessed exceptional warships. Therefore, gaining their friendship and assistance was a significant advantage. Zhang Zilin, swayed by this, spared no effort to win over the Dutch, Portuguese, and Spanish. Consequently, merchants from these three European nations operating in the East all joined Zhang Zilin's side to fight against Li Xiang. This gradually put Li Xiang at a disadvantage, and he suffered a series of blows from Zhang Zilin. It was also during this period that Wang Fuzi and his companions were captured. If history had not deviated, Li Xiang would have been defeated by Zhang Zilin in no time, becoming a minor spectacle in the long river of history. However, With the addition of a small butcher like Zhao Hongyu, it remains to be seen whether history would have remained the same. Zhao Hongyu spoke arrogantly, calling the Dutch shitheads. Master Wang had no idea where his confidence came from. However, from Zhao Hongyu's reaction and words, it was clear that the crown prince had accepted his proposal. Come here, Zhao Hongyu, having accepted Master Wang's offer, immediately sat up straight and shouted. Your Highness, what are your orders? The leader of the nearby genetic guards came out and, with a fist clasp, addressed Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and pointed casually at the Dutchman below, saying, take these guys down and execute them in a secluded place. Yes, sir, come here, take these guys down, sir. What are you doing? Woo woo woo. Everyone present was shocked, confused as to how things had turned out so smoothly. The Portuguese were especially shocked and terrified. The Ming Dynasty merchants were also somewhat apprehensive. The old man surnamed Su, however, showed no sign of reaction, but rather observed everything that had just happened. That's not right. This young man should have been convinced by the Dutch. Why did he change his mind so suddenly, he pondered. Recalling the previous scene, it seemed the young man's change of heart was related to the man sitting to his right. His gaze finally settled on Master Wang. It had to be him. Master Wang, dressed like a Ming Dynasty scholar, was instantly recognizable. This man is from the Ming Dynasty, and appears to hold a high position here. If we can enlist his help, wouldn't trade be much easier? The Dutch's fate was of little concern to him. All he cared about was reaching a trade agreement with the Zhaosong people. Well, those pesky Dutch have been dealt with. Let's talk about other things next, Zhao Hongyu said, his demeanor as if nothing had happened. Which European country are you from? Zhao Hongyu fixed his gaze on the Portuguese and began to inquire. Upon hearing this, the uneasy Portuguese immediately selected the man who claimed to have traded with the Song Empire in America and asked him to deal with Zhao Hongyu. I am Justin, and my companions are from Portugal. Oh, the Portuguese, they are nominal allies. Zhao Hongyu's face broke into a smile. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 590, Master Wang is touched. In Europe, the Portuguese and French had signed a secret agreement with the Song Empire in America, becoming allies. As allies, the Song Empire provided Portugal and France with vast quantities of weapons and supplies to support their war against the church states, striving to disrupt Europe. Simultaneously, a propaganda campaign was launched among the people, including in the Song Empire concessions in Lisbon and Marseilles. During the Portuguese and French New Year celebrations, empty rhetoric of trilateral friendship was touted. As a result, the Song Empire in America was now an unwavering supporter of the Portuguese and French people. But that was in Europe. In the East, because the Europeans there hadn't been back for a long time, they were less familiar with the situation there. Therefore, the Portuguese couldn't possibly know that their country had been restored, had signed an alliance agreement with the Song Empire, and was now fighting against the church states alongside France with the support of the Song Empire. It didn't matter if they didn't know, Zhao Hongyu could tell them. If they encountered merchants from allied countries here, they would be truly remiss if they didn't make good use of them. Master Wang was unaware of this. In his eyes, none of these Europeans were good. Among those who aided Zhang Zhiling in his battles were the Portuguese. Even the Spanish assisted Zhang Zhiling in his fight against Li Xiong. It's a pity, perhaps because of Zhang Zhiling's charismatic personality or because Li Xiong had offended so many people, but the Europeans who had come to the east unexpectedly sided with Li Xiong, siding with his enemy, Zhang Zhilin, to fight him. This clearly shows how much of a failure Li Xiong was as a person. But on closer inspection, Li Xiong's story is quite tragic. He was actually quite a decent person. At least someone like Master Wang remembered his kindness and, when given the opportunity, tried to help him. This shows that Li Xiong was truly a decent person. However, his opponent was Zhang Zhilin, a man of even greater charisma and a man who had left his mark on history. This inevitably led to his tragic fate. People are incomparable. Zhang Zhilin was a renowned historical figure. To leave a mark in history was no easy task. Moreover, Zhang Zhilin's son would later become even more famous. Li Xiong, on the other hand, was merely a figure in unofficial history. Your Highness, do you know these Portuguese? Master Wang asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu said, our Song Empire and the Portuguese have signed an agreement, and we are now allies. You're not an outsider, and you should understand the meaning of this alliance. I'm not afraid to explain it to you. Zhao Hongai then concealed nothing. He told Master Wang everything that had transpired in Europe. He also revealed the agreements signed between the Empire and Portugal and France, and the substantial financial support received from the Empire. Hearing Zhao Hongai's words, Master Wang sighed inwardly. Alice. It seems that seeking revenge against the Portuguese is out of the question. Now that they are allies of our Zhaosong, we can't harm them. Thinking of this, Master Wang's spirits waned, and a look of dejection appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Tell me straight. We are all descendants of the Yanhuan people. These white-skinned foreigners are different. Zhao Hongaiyu saw that Master Wang was worried and asked a question. Your Highness, I have nothing to hide. These Portuguese also helped Zhang Zhiling fight us. If they hadn't helped him, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Master Wang's face darkened at the mention of this incident. But it was understandable, it would be difficult for anyone to handle this. Zhao Hongaiyu nodded. Oh, so that's the case. It seems you haven't resolved your issue yet. It's probably because they are our allies that you feel a little bit uncomfortable about not being able to take revenge. Zhao Hongaiyu couldn't help but understand Master Wang's reasoning. He also understood Master Wang's current situation perfectly. If he were to face this situation from another perspective, he wouldn't necessarily be any better than Master Wang. He might even be feeling worse than Master Wang. He couldn't get over this, mainly because he couldn't swallow his anger. But what good could he do? After all, the Portuguese were allies of the Empire. And Master Wang himself had become a citizen of the Zhaosong dynasty. Therefore, any matter now had to be considered from the perspective of the Zhaosong dynasty. Master Wang couldn't possibly do something like that, betraying his own people. If he did, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his position in the Zhaosong dynasty. Without trust, he wouldn't even be able to stay in the east. Besides, Zhao Hongaiyu had already shown him respect with the Dutch earlier. Master Wang couldn't push his luck any further. Hey, Master, there's no need to be so upset. There's no need to argue between nations, and this place is so far from Europe. If you really want to vent your anger, it's easy. Killing them is easy, but I think we can actually use them. Zhao Hongaiyu knew exactly how to comfort Master Wang. It was just a matter of venting his anger. But Zhao Hongaiyu couldn't do that. After all, his position wasn't the same as Master Wang's, and the things he needed to consider were different. Still, it was possible to make use of the Portuguese. Use them? Your Highness, do you mean? Master Wang was stunned by this, then suddenly realized what was going on. He felt the Crown Prince was probably plotting something shady. While Master Wang's guess was a little off, the general idea was there. I can get the Portuguese to side with Li Xiong, turning against Zhang Zhiling. Zhang Zhiling would definitely deal with them, and it would also give Li Xiong an ally. Zhao Hongaiyu's plan made Master Wang's eyes light up. Yes, it would be much easier to vent his anger. Just kill them. But that wouldn't achieve anything beyond venting his anger, and it would only bring discredit upon His Highness. If word got back to Europe, it would affect relations between the two countries. It would be a very disadvantageous situation. Besides, who was he? A mere citizen who had just joined the Zhaosong Empire. It was already quite remarkable that the Crown Prince could do this for him. In the Ming Dynasty, this would have been unimaginable. To say Master Wang wasn't moved and grateful would be a lie. However, even if he felt moved and grateful, he had to keep it hidden in his heart, repaying the Crown Prince's kindness through deeds, not just nice words. Furthermore, through his interactions with Zhao Hongaiyu, Master Wang was truly impressed. Thank you, Your Highness. As a citizen of Zhaosong, I sought benefits for my former boss. And Your Highness not only didn't blame me, but treated me this way. Besides working my life for Your Highness, I truly feel I've repaid you. Zhao Hongaiyu smiled and said, I'm doing this so that you don't feel any burden when you leave Li Xiong. This way, you'll repay his kindness and fulfill your sense of loyalty. This way, you can live a good life in Zhaosong. As the Crown Prince, I must consider the people of Zhaosong. It's what a superior must do. Master Wang was so moved that he almost cried. As a scholar in the 17th century, he had never encountered such a person in his life. Especially since Zhao Hongaiyu, of whose status and position, would treat him this way. How could Master Wang not be moved? As the saying goes, a scholar will die for his friend, and Master Wang now had such thoughts. Your Highness, your plan is sound. These Portuguese can indeed be put to good use. We can certainly consider Li Xiong, But we must safeguard our own interests first. Master Wang took a deep breath, calming himself and gathering his thoughts. Soon, he was in the zone. The Dutch had been dealt with, and the remaining Dutch warships would definitely be given to Li Xiong. The debt between him and Li Xiong had been repaid. From now on, Master Wang needed to carefully consider both himself and the Zhao Song. A man must know what he is doing. Master Wang had this self-awareness. His Highness the Crown Prince had already done well enough, so could he shamelessly continue to seek favors for Li Xiong? If so, Master Wang would be truly inhuman. After all, Master Wang and his brothers had their lives saved by Li Xiong. And what was his status? He was just a commoner in the Zhao Song Empire. You're familiar with Li Xiong. After we resolve this situation, you can visit her when you pick up your family. The Dutch merchant ships are my gift to him. Ask him to find some powerful figures in the Ming dynasty to meet with us, and that's all. Zhao Hongayu's demands on Li Xiong weren't high, he simply wanted to leverage his connections. Besides, he wasn't asking for help out of nothing. The Dutch merchant ships were gifts. For a pirate leader, giving him ships wouldn't be as practical as giving him gold or silver. Furthermore, the Dutch merchant ships were used for both commerce and warfare, and they carried more artillery than the Ming warships. They were far more powerful than the warships Li Xiong currently commanded, so Li Xiong would surely appreciate them. Besides, the formidable European warships were a well-known fact in the Eastern Sea. However, they were difficult to deal with, and attempting to rob them would result in significant losses. And even if they succeeded, the losses would be too great to justify the gains. But European warships and artillery were not generally sold abroad. They were no fools, they knew what they relied on to survive in the East. Your Highness means that the Dutch warships should be given to Li Xiong, and we should utilize his connections in the Ming dynasty. Master Wang understood immediately. Zhao Honggai nodded. Do you think this is feasible? Master Wang nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course it was feasible. The Dutch warships were very powerful, and Li Xiong had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this gift was absolutely lavish. Just for this gift, Li Xiong would have to make a great effort. Moreover, with the Dutch warships, Li Xiong would have recovered enough to confront Zhang Zhilin. Zhang Zhilin was currently in power, and if Li Xiong wanted to avoid being defeated, he would need to increase his fleet significantly. But adding ships was not easy. After all, he was a pirate, not an imperial naval officer. Although he could occasionally bribe some of the Ming dynasty's naval scoundrels and obtain some of their sunken ships, those warships were too expensive, and the demands from the generals were excessive. Even a maritime tycoon like Li Xiong couldn't afford them. Meanwhile, Li Xiong had been losing ground in his struggle with Zhang Zhilin due to a series of defeats. Seeing his position on the verge of collapse, some of his acquaintances became ambivalent. This made Li Xiong's life even more difficult, and warships even harder to purchase. Furthermore, the shrinking territory had significantly reduced his economy, which was also very devastating. Therefore, for Li Xiong, the Dutch warships were not just a luxurious gift, but also a gift that could help him turn the tide in his conflict with Zhang Zhilin. That's right, I just want Li Xiong's network of connections. I don't ask for anything else, just a little help, and those Dutch ships, both for trade and war, will be his. How I deal with those connections is none of his business, he'll definitely agree. It's a simple matter, just a little help. If Li Xiong doesn't agree, then he's truly an idiot, Master Wang said firmly. Well, then it's settled. But for now, we have to deal with those Portuguese. They'll be a great gift to Li Xiong. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Master Wang and said, "Oh, gentlemen of Portugal, please don't mind what happened just now. The Dutch and we are enemies. Last year, we fought a war with them in the Caribbean and seized their colonies and all their interests there. So, seeing them here, we must not show mercy." The Ming merchants, led by the old man surnamed Su, knew little about the Caribbean. After all, their knowledge was limited to Southeast Asia. But the Portuguese knew. So, when they heard what Zhao Hongyu said, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. The Dutch are really unlucky. But what Zhao Hongyu said next made the Portuguese beam with joy. Also, we have already talked with the Portuguese government. Portugal, France and our Song Empire have signed an agreement. We are a tripartite alliance, so you are considered a merchant of our allies, so you can rest assured in this camp. At the same time, I have another news to tell you. The Portuguese have successfully restored their country with our help, and have joined forces with France to defeat the Spanish. At the same time, they have occupied their capital, and the Spanish Empire has collapsed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 591, The Portuguese's Report. Wow. When the Portuguese merchants heard Zhao Hongyu describe the situation in Europe and inform them that Portugal had formed an alliance with the American Song Empire and France, they were immediately stunned. Their reaction wasn't fear, but excitement. Yes, excitement. The reason was simple: an alliance with the American Song Empire offered enormous benefits. Even an idiot knew that. Now allies, trade in goods would surely bring some benefits, right? For the money-obsessed merchants across Europe, this was absolutely fantastic news. Furthermore, they couldn't imagine that the vast Spanish Empire could collapse so utterly. The news that Portugal, annexed by the Spanish, had been restored also shocked them to the core. However, this news couldn't be false. The people of the American Song Empire wouldn't joke about such a thing. Sir, are you telling me all this? Is it true? The Portuguese man chosen to speak with Zhao Hongyu asked, his voice stuttering with excitement. Zhao Hongyu smiled and nodded. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you about this. It wouldn't benefit me, would it? The Portuguese nodded, thinking to themselves, indeed, there's no reason to deceive them about this matter. As the young man said, it wouldn't benefit the people of the American Song Empire. Aha. It seems this is true. I can't believe the Spanish were so arrogant all the time, but now they've lost their country. Humph, let's see what those guys can boast about in the future. Bastards. The Portuguese and Spanish have been at odds for a long time, not to mention the national hatred and family feuds between them. Originally, it was the Portuguese who ushered in the age of navigation and sparked this wave. However, the Portuguese were unlucky enough to be defeated by the Spanish, resulting in the loss of their maritime interests. In the end, even their country was annexed by the Spanish. This hatred is extremely deep. Therefore, the Portuguese love to see Spain suffer any misfortune. He just feels good. The Portuguese, overcome with excitement, began to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with emotion. It was clear they were genuinely happy to have their country restored. At this moment, Master Wang spoke up. Everyone, please stop calling him sir. This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the American Song Empire. Addressing him as sir is utterly disrespectful. Master Wang, seated there, had long been irritated with these Europeans. Calling him sir all the time was a slap in the face. It was only because His Royal Highness was being magnanimous, or else they would have been in for a real treat. What? This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the American Song Empire. The Portuguese stared with wide eyes, their gaze fixed on Zhao Hongyu in disbelief. Originally, they had assumed this young man was merely a noble of the American Song Empire, but they had never imagined he was the Crown Prince of the American Song Empire, the future heir to the empire. The Portuguese merchant who had been to Manhattan for trade was also filled with excitement. He kept cursing himself in his heart, idiot, why can't I remember this? The Crown Prince of the Song Empire is very young. All the merchants who have been to America know this. Why can't I remember this? Master Wang spoke these words in not very standard Portuguese, but the Portuguese understood them. Not only the Portuguese understood them, but even the Ming Dynasty merchants standing by heard them clearly. Su Yan's heart also moved. Wow, he is actually a member of the royal family of the Zhao Song dynasty. This background is really not small. It seems that when it is my turn to speak later, I have to be more careful. If I make the other party unhappy, then the trade will be in vain. No, this kind of thing must not happen. I must maintain a good relationship with the other party, Su Yan kept reminding himself in his heart, and secretly encouraged himself at the same time. Master, don't say that. After all, it was me who didn't identify myself, and I've seen them being quite polite since they came in. So don't blame them. Ignorance is a crime, after all. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand and said to Master Wang. Master Wang then gave up. Your Highness, I am extremely sorry for my disrespect just now. Please forgive us. The guy the Portuguese chose to communicate with Zhao Hongyu was indeed quick to react and apologized immediately. It must be said that this guy is very good at handling things. What's your name? Zhao Hongyu had just finished dealing with the Dutchman and was in a very good mood. My name is Yaris, from Lisbon, Portugal. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Our Song Empire has a concession in Lisbon, Yaris replied. Yes, yes, I know. But I had just left Lisbon when the concession was first constructed. I guess it's finished by now. I imagine it must be a beautiful place. I've been to Manhattan, a clean, beautiful city full of hope, flattery. Apparently, even Europeans are good at this. Zhao Hongyu smiled, but a thought swirled within him. Your Highness, I have something to report. Suddenly, Yaris thought of the Spaniards who had left to seek refuge with the Japanese. Therefore, Yaris felt that this matter should be informed to His Highness of the American Song Empire. After all, Portugal, the American Song Empire, and France were allies. Since they were allies, even in the Far East, they should share their talents. Besides, if he could please this prince and make him look up to him, then the benefits in the future, you can imagine it. I won't say anything else. Just give me a slight discount on the goods and ship them back to Europe myself. What a huge profit. What's the matter? Just tell me. Zhao Hongyu gestured for Yaris to speak. The Ming merchants watched the Portuguese they despised chatting so cheerfully with Zhao Hongyu, feeling envious. But jealousy was pointless. After all, they were more familiar with each other. Su Yan also observed Zhao Hongyu as he conversed with Yaris, carefully gazing at his personality and preferences. He was ready to cater to his preferences when it was their turn to speak. And even though Zhao Hongyu and Yaris spoke in Portuguese, the Ming merchants could understand them all. Perhaps it was because entertainment was scarce in ancient times, and people had fewer distractions. These Ming merchants of the late 17th century were all gifted with languages. I dare not say more. Each of them spoke some Japanese, Portuguese, Spanish, and even Dutch. Although they couldn't write, they had no problem communicating. Not to mention the less educated former pirate leader Liu Dabi, he spoke both Japanese and Dutch fluently. So did Master Wang. Even the other pirates were basically the same. Therefore, the information revealed in the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and Yaris was clearly heard by the prominent merchants, led by Su Yan, without missing a single detail. Portugal, in turn, had a country called the Hare Country, which had formed an alliance with the Song Empire in America. Therefore, the Portuguese were now considered their own people, so, while they chatted animatedly, you could only stare helplessly. However, these Ming Dynasty merchants, after reconsidering the identities of the Zhao Song people, all looked relieved. It turned out that they had considered Zhao Hongyu and his companions. They were descendants of the Zhao Song dynasty, true descendants of the Yan Huan people. In terms of closeness, the Ming people were closer to Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, they felt they should have something to discuss with him. Even Su Yan had considered this issue, and when his turn came, he planned to use it as a breakthrough to gain the young man's favor. At this moment, Yalis, receiving Zhao Hongyu's signal, reported, Your Highness, the Spanish in Japan are now on their way to Osaka Castle. They plan to join the Japanese to deal with you. Yalis's words were not fabricated. The Spanish indeed had such plans and had begun to put them into action. Zhao Hongyu sneered at this. These fools, do they think the Japanese are so powerful? They're still joining them? I think they were courting death. Then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing that the Spanish were joining the Japanese, Zhao Hongyu sneered, making him look a little uneasy. How did you know this? Zhao Hongyu was curious. Logically, the Spanish's plan to join the Japanese was supposed to be kept secret. There was no reason for anyone else to know, so was this just a fabrication by the Portuguese? Yaris quickly explained to Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, this is what happened. Then, Yaris told Zhao Hongyu everything, from beginning to end. When he learned that the Song Empire fleet had been barred from the port and issued an ultimatum, he knew things were going to go wrong and hurriedly persuaded some familiar merchants to leave the commercial town. He recounted the details of their arguments after the bombardment by the Song Empire warships, and Spain's decision. Only then did Zhao Hongyu understand everything. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read on. Chapter 592 The Portuguese seemingly taking advantage. Zhao Hongyu saw no big deal in the Spanish's allegiance to the Japanese. Even with Spanish help, the Japanese wouldn't necessarily pose much of a threat. With his warships boasting artillery range and speed far beyond their time, he could easily win the war. The Spanish would be in dire straits. Besides, the Spanish had lost their country, so what could they possibly do, a nation without a backer? Revenge is impossible. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu didn't take the Spanish seriously at all. However, he still had to thank the Portuguese for what they had told him. Whether it was sincere or not, he had to show some appreciation. Besides, they still had an alliance. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu smiled and nodded at Yaris, saying, "Well, this news is important. Thank you for your reminder. As a token of gratitude, I'll issue you a warrant. You can choose any goods you want for the next year, with no quantity restrictions." For 1 year only, Yaris was ecstatic after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. He knew all too well what this meant. After all, the Song Empire's trade in goods in the Americas was subject to quotas. Due to limited quantities, some of the most in-demand commodities were limited in quantity each year. Therefore, every merchant racked their brains to expand these quotas. Just getting a little more goods could yield enormous profits. Unfortunately, no one had yet achieved this. The officials in the American Trade Department simply refused to accept bribes. This made it impossible for them to even begin. Although the offer was only for a year, if it went well that year, their assets could definitely increase 20-fold. Besides, there was also the triangular voyage trade. Those black slaves were also a good profit point, and they were very welcome in the Americas. Thinking of this, Yaris trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Hongyu was inwardly amused. He hadn't contributed a penny, and he hadn't offered him a discount. Just a few more goods had already excited him so much. He was truly a piece of shit. But wasn't this the outcome he'd originally discussed with Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu? Controlling the supply of some in-demand commodities to maximize profits was part of their plan. In reality, it was absolutely possible for the Song Empire to openly supply its goods. However, if they did, the goods would become worthless. Therefore, to maximize profits, they had to control supply. Only in this way could profits be maximized. Of course, this was only temporary. Once the Empire's warships increased and it could dominate the seas, then, that would be the time to dump the Empire's goods everywhere. Of course, not all Song Empire goods had quotas. For example, rice and other daily necessities, commodities with high consumption, had no quantity restrictions. After all, people used them and discarded them after use. Therefore, quantity restrictions were pointless. These goods were freely available in the Americas. You could have as much as you wanted. Remember, from this era until the early 20th century, food was scarce. It was practically impossible to eat the entire world, and many people were starving. Therefore, the Song Empire's most common and profitable commodity was grain. The number of merchant ships docking at the Empire's ports daily to load grain has reached 300. This represents 1/20th of Europe's ocean-going vessels. This figure is truly terrifying, but it also demonstrates the severity of Europe's food shortage. Many of these grain-carrying ships came from the Church and Britain. However, they cleverly flew the flags of Portugal or France before arriving in America. The Empire turned a blind eye to this, pretending it was invisible. After all, they were spending real money to buy grain, so why wouldn't they sell it? Furthermore, significant sales of other imperial commodities would also be generated. Yaris had visited Manhattan, America, and was well aware of the popularity of American goods. Apart from anything else, if he could monopolize the supply of a single commodity for a year, he would surely become extremely wealthy. The Crown Prince had made a promise. It was absolutely true. Seeing Yaris receive such a promise, the eyes of his Portuguese companions behind him lit up, and their gazes toward Yaris grew intense. Although they had never been to America, they had witnessed firsthand how hot the goods Yaris had previously smuggled and were selling. And they all knew they all came from America. "Well, I'll give you a warrant. When you get to Manhattan, give it to the local administrator, Zhang Tai, and he'll know what to do." Yaris's body trembled at the mention of Zhang Tai. He knew him all too well. He dealt with him numerous times in the past. However, the man was unmovable, and neither money nor beautiful women could sway him. Now, with the Crown Prince's warrant, he could monopolize a commodity within a year. It was my turn to make a fortune. So which commodity should he monopolize? After all, he only had 1 year. Sugar? Porcelain? 13 spices? Oh, there were so many products, it was giving him a headache. Zhao Hongyu ignored Yaris's wild thoughts and instead had Master Wang write a warrant. He then stamped it on the spot and had a genetic guard pass it to Yaris. "Well, with this warrant, you'll be rich next year," Zhao Hongyu teased. Yaris thanked him profusely. "How long do you plan to stay here?" Zhao Hongyu asked. Yaris replied, "We were about to leave, but we can't in this situation. We want to stay and help your highness fight the Japanese." Yaris knew the strength of the Song Empire's fleet. He had been in Manhattan during the night battle against pirates. Besides, he had seen the Japanese navy and warships. He didn't believe the Japanese could truly defeat the Song Empire's fleet. Furthermore, the Song Empire's army was also very formidable. With its all-firearms weaponry and modern tactics, how could it be a match for a nation using only cold weapons? And if he could lend a helping hand at this time, the benefits would be even greater. The principle that wealth and honor are sought in danger is understood not only by Easterners but also by Europeans. Zhao Hongyu nodded upon hearing this. "Very well, follow my men to the docks now, collect your merchant ships, and then join our fleet. Once the Japanese surrender, you will receive your due rewards." In truth, Zhao Hongyu had little interest in the Portuguese's assistance. With or without them, it made no difference to him. However, considering the need to win over the Portuguese to Li Xiong, Zhao Hongyu could not refuse the Portuguese's offer of assistance. Furthermore, with these Portuguese warships, they could certainly harass Japan's territorial waters, even if others dared not. "I will definitely live up to His Royal Highness," Yaris replied with a bow. Zhao Hongyu nodded. "There's something else. I think I should tell you about it," Yalis quickly said. "Your Highness, please," Zhao Hongyu then said. "I heard that you were on good terms with a man named Zhang Ziling in the East." Yalis replied, "How did you know that, Your Highness?" "We were indeed helping Zhang Ziling fight a man named Li Xiong, and Zhang Ziling offered us very good terms." Fighting for money was commonplace in European eyes, and Zhao Hongyu could understand that. However, for Master Wang and for his own sake, Zhao Hongyu didn't want the Portuguese to continue aiding Zhang Ziling. After all, while Zhang Ziling's son was a hero, Zhang Ziling himself had defected to the Qin dynasty. Whether there was another issue here, however, remains to be seen. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, and perhaps that wasn't Zhang Ziling's intention. His son was a hero, to be sure, but in the end, the Zhou family was still defeated by the descendants of Zhang Chengguang. By the time the Qin dynasty conquered Taiwan, the Emperor of Taiwan was a member of the Zhang family. There's a huge problem here. Historical events can't be trusted completely. Often the truth is buried long ago. From now on, don't associate with Zhang Ziling. I need to find a subordinate who was once Li Xiong's subordinate, now registered as a citizen of our Zhao Song. To repay my former boss, Li Xiong, I originally planned to make you suffer the same fate as the Dutch. But in the end, seeing you were my allies, I gave up the idea." Yalis and the others were shocked. "Oh my God, so this is possible. If the Portuguese government hadn't allied with the American Song Empire, wouldn't they all be killed like the Dutch?" Thinking of this, a bead of sweat broke out on Yalis's forehead. The Portuguese companions behind him also looked unhappy. The famous merchants nearby also had interesting expressions. Su Yan stared at Master Wang, a look of deep thought. "I hadn't realized this man, who looked like a teacher, was actually a member of the great pirate Li Xiong's army. He had now transformed himself into a subject of the Zhao Song dynasty and even had a good relationship with the crown prince. So, if I wanted to achieve my goal, should I use his connections?" Meanwhile, the Ming dynasty merchants and the Portuguese merchants inside the tent were each thinking about something. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 593, Prohibition of Maritime Trade, a bit tricky. Since Your Highness has said so, we will naturally not obey. After realizing it, Yaris quickly agreed to the request. It was just a matter of not helping Zhang Ziling, which was no big deal. Anyway, he had obtained Zhao Hongyu's warrant, and after resolving the situation in Japan, they would immediately set off to return to Europe. The focus in the future would be on Europe, America, and Africa. After all, it takes a long time to return to Europe from the East, and the warrant is only valid for 1 year. How much profit he can make in this year depends on himself. Yaris thought very clearly. Since he would no longer be in the East, he would naturally not care about Zhang Ziling. Compared with the benefits that the Song Empire could bring him, Zhang Ziling's benefits were simply too insignificant. Yaris weighed the pros and cons in a very short time. Of course, if you could help Li Xiong defeat Zhang Ziling, I would be incredibly grateful. You don't have to deal with the Japanese here, I only have this small request. Helping Li Xuang defeat Zhang Zilin wasn't a big deal. While Zhang Zilin was a major pirate in the east, Portugal couldn't contend with him on its own. But with Li Xuang's help, things would be different. Absolutely no problem, Your Highness, Yalis agreed with a painful heart. But we need an introducer. After all, we just fought Li Xuang a while ago, and we're worried he won't trust us. Yalis also made a small request of his own. Zhao Hongai nodded, knowing what Yalis said was true. Let Liu Daba go. I think with him around, Li Xuang should be able to accept it. Also, send some men to bring the Dutch and Spanish warships over. Consider it a great gift from me to him, Zhao Hongaiyu said to Master Wang. Master Wang's face was filled with gratitude. To say he wasn't touched would be a lie. For a crown prince to achieve this was truly remarkable. He wondered what his position was. Master Wang knew all too well. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely instruct Liu Daba to carry out Your Highness's request. Master Wang certainly understood why the crown prince cared so deeply about Li Xiang. He was one factor. But more importantly, he wanted to leverage Li Xiang's connections within the Ming dynasty. After all, the crown prince planned to emigrate from the Ming dynasty, and this plan would undoubtedly require the support of powerful figures both locally and within the court. Without dealing with those people, a single twist of their tongue would render anything impossible. It was obvious. The situation in the Ming dynasty was similar, wasn't it? Zhao Hongaiyu nodded. Having already informed Portugal of the matter and received their agreement, Zhao Hongaiyu no longer had anything to worry about. Li Xiang would definitely not refuse the Dutch warships plus the Spanish warships. He was already at a disadvantage in the battle with Zhang Zilin and had lost a lot of men and ships. Therefore, sending these warships to him would be like sending charcoal in the snow. Therefore, Li Xiang would not refuse his kindness. If this guy didn't know what was good for him, he would definitely die a miserable death. But think about it, someone who could reach the position of a pirate leader shouldn't be so stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get to such a position. Zhao Hongai was very confident in using Li Xuang's relationship. The Portuguese, led by the genetic guards, withdrew from the tent and went to the port to retrieve their warships. Now, only a group of Ming dynasty merchants were left in the tent. Only then did Zhao Hongaiyu turn his gaze to them, examining them carefully before speaking. Don't be surprised, everyone. I wonder if you are from the Ming dynasty. Su Yan straightened his clothes, stepped out, clasped his hands, and saluted, replying, Your Highness is right. We are all from the Ming dynasty. My surname is Su, my given name is Yan, and my courtesy name is Boyun. Greetings, Your Highness. Following Su Yan's salute, the Ming dynasty merchants behind him followed suit. Zhao Hongaiyu smiled and nodded, extending his right hand and making a feint. There's no need to be so polite. We are, in fact, descendants of the Yan Huron people. Seriously speaking, we have a legitimate lineage. Actually, Su Yan and the others had long known about Zhao Hongaiyu and his companion's origins. Earlier, the Portuguese, Yaris, had explained this in detail to them, just to show off. However, to help Zhao Hongaiyu make a good impression, Su Yan feigned ignorance and curiosity, asking with a questioning look, How do you understand, Your Highness? Zhao Hongaiyu smiled, then exchanged a glance with Master Wang. Although we've been exiled overseas, we've never forgotten our ancestral homeland. We are, in fact, descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties that lived hundreds of years ago. As expected. Su Yan's face was filled with shock. If he were in the modern world, he would definitely be an actor of the highest caliber. Zhao Hongaiyu smiled and nodded, saying, What a pity. The Mongols forced us to flee overseas, so far from our homeland. As he spoke of this, Zhao Hongaiyu sighed, as if reminiscing about the past of his ancestors. What a coincidence. I never thought we shared the same roots. The prince's ancestors were able to establish themselves in a foreign land and conquer a vast territory. They must have been exceptionally brave men. When else would he flatter someone? Su Yan was no fool. That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Zhao Hongai waved his hand nonchalantly. I wonder what brings you to my camp, just when you asked. Su Yan was delighted. However, his face didn't show any emotion. We heard that the Portuguese man, Yaris, mentioned Your Highness earlier, so we wanted to come and see him. Yaris also has some goods from your country, and we're mainly here to discuss trade with Your Highness. Su Yan had been watching for a long time, and he already knew the prince's preferences. He was direct and didn't like to beat around the bush. Since that was the case, there was no need to be subtle, lest he irritate the prince. As for them being descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties, it actually had nothing to do with them. Oh, I see. So what commodities are you looking to trade? Our Song Empire has a vast array of goods. Zhao Hongyu feigned an air of innocence, and with his youthful demeanor, he managed to fool quite a few. However, Su Yan had witnessed his recent handling of the Dutch and his conversation with the Portuguese. So, how could Su Yan possibly underestimate him again? Humph, this prince is truly extraordinary, even playing the pig to eat the tiger. But that's not surprising at all. After all, they are descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties, and they are of Chinese descent. Su Yan thought to himself. The goods that the Portuguese Yaris brought to Japan include sugar, shampoo, shower gel, 13 spices, and chicken essence. We hope to trade these with your country. Su Yan rattled off a long list of goods. Haha. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Zhao Hongyu's smile suddenly made Su Yan feel a little uneasy. He didn't know why Zhao Hongyu was laughing, but had he said too much? While those were indeed interesting items, perhaps the Zhao Song Empire didn't produce much? And as Yaris had just said, most of the goods produced in the Zhao Song Empire were limited. Even those European merchants could only buy a tiny amount each time they went to trade. Any more and they wouldn't sell. Just as Su Yan was feeling uneasy, wondering if he should change his tune, Zhao Hongyu finally spoke. We can share some of the goods you need, but America is too far from the Ming dynasty. A single voyage would take 8 months, and that's a dangerous undertaking. So, I don't know if you should go to America or have us ship the goods over, Zhao Hongyu asked after blinking. Oh my god, it's so far away, Su Yan gasped at Zhao Hongyu's words. He hadn't expected this. There was even such a problem. An 8-month voyage, that would be life-threatening. The sea is unlike land, anything could happen. Capsizing in nearshore waters is a serious possibility, let alone the deep seas. More importantly, the Ming dynasty's ships today are primarily coastal vessels, unable to sail high into the ocean. This applies not only to Ming dynasty vessels, but also to ships from Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia. Only ships from the Western barbarians can make such a voyage. 8 months, a round trip, would take a year and a half. The risks involved include storms, pirates, and countless other dangers. Alice. Your Highness, to be honest, our Ming dynasty ships are unable to sail high into the ocean. Therefore, we can only purchase goods from the empire nearby. In other words, as soon as your Highness's goods arrive at the Ming ports, we are willing to purchase them all, paying cash. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu had left some room for maneuver, giving Su Yan and the others a glimmer of hope. Since personally picking up the goods for huge profits wasn't an option, they could become middlemen. Ship it to the Ming dynasty? That's not impossible, but there are still some problems. Zhao Hongyu thought about it and felt that this was entirely feasible, with many advantages. By the time the immigration began, the ships would inevitably arrive in the Ming dynasty. If they could bring a cargo with them, there would be no losses. Furthermore, they could take advantage of the opportunity to make a killing. However, there was another problem to be solved. The Ming dynasty prohibited foreign trade, so merchant ships from the Zhao Song Empire could not land at Ming ports. So where would the cargo be unloaded? Furthermore, how would the Ming refugees be loaded onto the ships? These issues needed to be resolved. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hongyu was causing trouble in Japan. He needed to inflict pain on the Japanese and force the shogunate to grant him territory. Only then could he accept the refugees. The original plan was to use pirates, but if these merchants were willing to help, that would be even better. In short, the more people willing to do this, the better. Those who could engage in maritime trade during this period of time in the Ming dynasty possessed impressive backgrounds. Furthermore, their bosses were all about money. With money, they could accomplish anything. Zhao Hongyu quickly grasped this point, which was why he addressed Su Yan with such a friendly expression. I wonder what your Highness is worried about? Please share your thoughts so we can discuss it. Although we are all merchants, our backers are all powerful individuals. Zhao Hongyu exchanged a glance with Master Wang, and seeing a look of agreement in Master Wang's eyes, he turned and said, I've heard that the Ming dynasty prohibits trade with foreign countries. How can our merchant ships dock? If there's no place to dock, where can we unload our cargo? Zhao Hongyu's concerns were not unfounded. Hearing this, Su Yan and the others grew serious. Indeed, The imperial court had regulations prohibiting trade with foreign countries. Even though they could trade now, it was still illegal. Later generations would have called their business smuggling. It was simply because their backers, even their employers and the masterminds, were all nobles, that the imperial court could do nothing about them. However, they operated covertly, not openly opposing the imperial court. However, if Song Empire goods were shipped to coastal ports, that would be a clear violation of the imperial court. If the court investigated, they would be hard to bear. In short, while their activities were public knowledge within the Ming, they were generally kept under the radar. The emperor knew about it, but he turned a blind eye to it for the sake of prestige. Meanwhile, the noble officials kept a low profile and refrained from any outrageous actions. But if everything were exposed, wouldn't that be a blatant slap in the emperor's face? Furthermore, the emperor had repeatedly called for the opening of the seas, but was consistently stopped by officials and the nobles. While the emperor couldn't profit from the seas, these noble officials were reaping the rewards, which surely displeased the emperor. If we can find a suitable excuse for the emperor, then this matter. After Su Yan and others discussed it, they felt that this matter was really a bit tricky. At this time, Master Wang, under the instruction of Zhao Honggao, coughed and said, "Everyone, I have a way to solve this problem." When Su Yan and others heard it, they looked over with shining eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to Kidian, vote, monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to Read, Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. Is the price negotiable? Master Wang's claim of a solution to the trade problem immediately drew everyone's attention. The reason was simple: Su Yan and the others couldn't think of a solution, yet they desperately wanted the trade they negotiated with Zhao Honggao to succeed. They were incredibly anxious. They had tons of silver right before their eyes, but if one problem wasn't resolved, they wouldn't be able to pocket it. How could they not be anxious? These people were obsessed with money. This was practically a death sentence. But the Ming court didn't allow open sea trade. It was a fact. While they could smuggle, they couldn't simply smuggle when it came to large quantities of goods. They needed a name to legitimize smuggling. Only then could they earn the tangible profits. Su Yan and the others knew without a doubt that the sugar, 13 spices, chicken essence, shampoo, and shower gel from America would bring in huge profits, keeping them awake at night. But the problem is, until the court issues are resolved, this trade won't be possible. While the Ming dynasty is currently plagued by poverty, its consumer potential is also significant. After all, the Ming dynasty boasts a vast population base. At the very least, there are hundreds of thousands of people with purchasing power, so there's no doubt about that. And that doesn't even include the prostitutes and the brothels. If they were included, the consumer base would be significantly expanded. For example, these women would undoubtedly appreciate shampoo and shower gel. Master, I wonder if you have any good ideas for resolving this issue. The emperor at court won't speak up. After all, there are so many issues involved. Su Yan bowed to Master Wang and asked humbly. He felt that Master Wang, sitting next to the crown prince of the American Song Empire, must be a high-ranking official. Such a person couldn't be offended. Otherwise, if he said something inappropriate, his actions would be completely thwarted. The people of the Ming dynasty were very aware of this. In fact, Su Yan had no idea that Master Wang was nothing in the Song Empire. The reason why he could sit next to Zhao Honggao was because Zhao Honggao had no one to order around, so he temporarily pulled him over to serve. Of course, Zhao Honggao's behavior made Master Wang very flattered. After all, Zhao Honggao is the crown prince of a country. Although Master Wang didn't know how big the Song Empire was, it was still a country after all. If Zhao Honggao knew that the territory he now owned was even larger than that of the Ming dynasty, I wonder what expression would appear on his face. However, Master Wang now only thought in his heart that the Song Empire was probably as weak as Japan. Let's get back to the point. Master Wang saw Su Yan bowing to him with a smile on his face. How could he not understand what this old man was thinking? However, Master Wang also felt a little proud for a moment. After all, after becoming a pirate, no one, aside from Liu Dabur and his deceased father, had ever respected him so much? Even if Su Yan had ulterior motives, Master Wang's vanity was greatly satisfied. He stroked his beard. Master Wang then spoke seriously. Our crown prince is preparing to go to war with the Japanese. If we can inflict pain on them, we can establish a concession here. Japan is very close to the Ming dynasty. We will ship our goods there and store them there. All you have to do is send a ship over. Master Wang's solution was based on Zhao Hongayu's plan to establish a concession. But was Japan so easy to deal with? At least, Su Yan and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought it was a good idea. But it turned out to be such a rubbish. It wouldn't solve the problem at all. Su Yan and the others internally complained. However, their faces showed no sign of emotion. You couldn't tell they were showing any emotion at all. A bunch of cunning, sly old foxes. What the hell is this concession? A merchant behind Su Yan finally couldn't contain his confusion and asked. A concession is a piece of land Japan has allocated to us to build a commercial city. We pay a certain annual rent for the land. Basically, it benefits both us and the higher-ups. Master Wang couldn't answer this question, as he wasn't entirely clear on the subject himself, so it was Zhao Hongyu who finally addressed it. Despite Zhao Hongyu's answer, Su Yan and the others still didn't quite understand the situation. At most, they understood that it was probably a lease of land. Your Highness, are you absolutely determined to go to war with the Japanese? Su Yan asked solemnly, bowing. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, that's non-negotiable. The word non-negotiable sealed the deal. Su Yan had nothing more to say. However, after all this discussion, the court's problems remained unresolved. It seemed he would have to go back and speak to his host, and let him make the final decision. With this thought, Su Yan brushed off the nagging question and began to inquire about the merchandise. Since the imperial court's maritime ban was the sole concern of the proprietor, his only task now was to determine the potential volume of trade. If the trade volume was too small, it would be more trouble than good to have the proprietor worry about it. However, if the trade volume was large, then it would be wise for the proprietor to find a solution. Your Highness, let's put the maritime ban aside for now. I'd like to know, if we establish trade, how often will goods be shipped from America? And how much will be shipped at a time? Hearing the other party dismiss the maritime ban, Zhao Hongyu didn't bother to address it. He didn't yet know the power of the proprietor behind these merchants, otherwise he would have insisted. But he didn't know. So, Zhao Hongyu abandoned the issue. Anyway, when Japan came up with a lease, he'd let the Ming Dynasty merchants worry about the shipping problem. After all, they'd been smuggling for so long, they should be able to solve it. Master Wang couldn't answer this question. After all, he knew nothing about it. So, it was up to Zhao Hongyu to answer them. Zhao Hongyu missed Wang Shan a little. If Wang Shan were here, these small matters would have been handed over to him. Why would he be asked to personally negotiate and resolve them? If the deal goes through, goods will arrive in Japan in 6 months, or roughly once every 4 months. As for the quantity, I can guarantee no less than 3,000 boxes of each type of commodity each time. Zhao Hongyu held up 3 fingers. 3,000 boxes. Shampoo, shower gel, 13 spices. Chicken essence, sugar, altogether, that's over 10,000 boxes. Su Yan and the others' eyes flickered. But I'm a little worried. Can you handle all this? Zhao Hongyu sat up straight, looking at them with amusement. This price? Su Yan didn't answer Zhao Hongyu's question, but instead gave a mercenary smile. Shampoo is 12 taels of silver a bottle, shower gel is 15 taels. 13 spices is 20 taels, chicken essence is 10 taels a bag, and sugar is 30 taels a bag. Zhao Hongyu quoted the prices for these items. Honestly, he felt they were a bit high. Others might not know, but Zhao Hongyu did. These products weren't brand names, they were all made in small workshops within the virtual world. Most of the time, they were sold in rural areas and remote markets within the virtual world. Therefore, when they were purchased, they weren't very expensive. Zhao Hongyu, who had lived in another dimension, knew that these items were actually 3D products. Even so, they were anachronistic in this era. Considering the current sales issues, when contacting the small workshops through Chen Zhenbang, he specifically requested that the products not have trademarks. This saved him a considerable amount of trouble. However, these 3D products could fetch over 10 taels of silver in this era, allowing Zhao Hongyu to profit enormously. While silver might seem cheap, it was valuable in the virtual world. 1 gram of silver could fetch a purchase price of 2 yuan. One tael of silver weighed 25 grams, not to mention that the hexadecimal system was still in use at the time. Therefore, after careful calculation, Zhao Hongyu's profit on this small amount of merchandise was definitely several dozen times greater. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's offer, Su Yan and the others apologized and gathered together, murmurs rising. "Brothers, what do you think?" Su Yan asked first. "This price isn't high. The concubines of nobles, landlords, and officials can afford it. It's only a dozen or so taels. I think this deal is viable." As soon as Su Yan asked, everyone agreed that the business was viable, without a single problem. It was simply a matter of buying high and selling high. Su Yan nodded silently. He knew the value of these goods. After all, when he had purchased some from Yaris and brought it back to his owner, the owner had been raving about them. "Okay. If that's the case, then I'll go ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince again and bargain a little." As a businessman, Su Yan couldn't just agree so readily. Bargaining was a necessary process. If they could cut some of the costs, it would be beneficial for them, wouldn't it? So, after everyone made their decision, they all turned back and looked at Zhao Hongyu expressionlessly. Su Yan, in return, bowed. "Your Highness, can we discuss the price?" To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 595. Let's see first. Is there any room for negotiation on the price? Bullshit. There's no room for negotiation at all. This price is already very low, okay? Zhao Hongyu muttered to himself after hearing this. Then, he turned to Su Yan. "This price is already reasonable. Any lower would be inappropriate. If you insist on lowering the price, then we can't do this deal." Although Zhao Hongyu wanted to make money, he didn't want to be haggled over. Now that his products are readily available, if he can't reach an agreement with Su Yan and his team, he can just go back to the Ming Dynasty and talk to someone else. He simply didn't believe it was impossible to find a partner for his products in the Ming Dynasty. Zhao Hongyu was still very confident about this. Su Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected the Crown Prince across from him to be so adamant about this matter. He actually said that if he bargained, the deal wouldn't happen. My God. In his decades of business, this was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. However, this also made Su Yan realize that the Crown Prince truly didn't want to lower the price. After a brief moment of daze, Su Yan quickly recovered. He bowed to Zhao Hongyu and said, "You're such a lowly person. You won't bargain. Let's just stick to this price." Zhao Hongyu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "That's right. Lowering the price is such a hassle. You guys have money anyway, so you can still make a profit by buying high and selling high. Why bother with all this fuss?" Just as Zhao Hongyu was brooding over this, Su Yan suddenly changed the subject and said, "Your Highness, your troubles in Japan haven't been resolved yet. If you can't resolve them, then all this talk is just empty talk." With that, Su Yan looked at Zhao Hongyu and fell silent. He wanted to see what the Crown Prince had to say. Actually, Su Yan had already thought it through clearly. You won't lower the price, right? It doesn't matter, but the Japanese are a tough sell. They have some connections with Japan and a good relationship with the shogun. If things didn't work out, they would step in and negotiate a peace, paying some compensation. Of course, Zhao Hongyu would definitely be the one paying. Furthermore, if Zhao Hongyu couldn't defeat Japan, the price would be negotiable. Su Yan was a cunning old man, and he didn't bother to argue with Zhao Hongyu. In his opinion, even if the Song Empire was a fierce dragon, it couldn't possibly defeat the local tyrant in Japan. Besides, it wasn't certain whether it was a fierce dragon. Zhao Hongyu looked like a young man, but as the saying goes, those with thick lips are weak in action. Su Yan had never taken him seriously. If it weren't for Zhao Hongyu's status, Su Yan might not even have respected him. After all, the vassal states surrounding the Ming Dynasty behaved well when they came to the Ming Dynasty. Even if they encountered merchants of low status, they would have treated them as inferiors. The people of the Ming Dynasty at that time were still quite arrogant. Of course, Zhao Hongyu and his people were different from the vassal states surrounding the Ming Dynasty. Furthermore, it was rumored that Zhao Hongyu and his people were remnants of the Song Dynasty, dating back hundreds of years. Therefore, their status was far more distinguished than that of those vassal states. These days, status and bloodline were highly valued. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyu displayed a nonchalant expression and said to Su Yan, "Don't worry about that. In 4 months, I'll definitely have a base in Japan. I'm guessing it'll be in Kyushu. The Japanese are no match for me, rest assured." Zhao Hongai's tone was quite arrogant, and Su Yan lowered his head and grinned. "Well, then, I wish His Royal Highness the Crown Prince victory." Of course, Zhao Hongaiu said with a delighted nod. However, Master Wang, who sat beside Zhao Hongaiu, noticed something in Su Yan's face, but he remained silent. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to remind Zhao Hongaiu at this moment. He could only wait until no one was around to share his analysis with Zhao Hongaiu. "Your Highness, could we stay in the camp for a few days?" Su Yan then made a small request, although he looked down on Zhao Hongaiu's military strength, believing it was no match for the Japanese. Su Yan was very clever. He knew that even if the Japanese defeated Zhao Hongaiu, he wouldn't be harmed. Besides, weren't the 3 large ships out at sea behind them a retreat? Su Yan also had some knowledge of military affairs. Therefore, they had nothing to worry about if they stayed in the camp. Moreover, once the Americans were defeated, they could still negotiate with the Japanese to turn the tide. Of course, at that time, they would have to discuss the price of the goods with His Highness. Su Yan's idea was both idealistic and realistic. However, he didn't know that the American Song Empire wasn't as fragile as he had imagined. In fact, it was even more so than he had imagined. This is why Zhao Hongaiu was so confident, claiming they'd have a concession in Kyushu in just 4 months. If this were said by the French or the British, they would undoubtedly believe it. After all, they were well aware of the Song Empire's might. But this was the East, and the people of the Ming dynasty had never witnessed the Song Empire's might. Therefore, Su Yan's disbelief was understandable. If they were to suffer a crushing defeat by the American army, just as the Holy Roman Empire's legions had in Europe, they would understand the source of Zhao Hongaiu's confidence. Hearing Su Yan's request to stay at the camp for a few days, Zhao Hongaiu pondered it for a moment before nodding. He had no intention of refusing Su Yan's request, and he didn't see any sign that Su Yan intended to harm him. So, he nodded and said, "Sure, no problem at all, thank you, Your Highness. Come on, take these gentlemen down to rest and select some good tents for them." Zhao Hongaiu called over several Imperial Guards geneticists, who then led Su Yan and the others out of the tent. When Su Yan and his companions left the tent, Zhao Hongaiu immediately waved his hand and summoned a genetically modified Imperial Guard to his side. "Your Highness, take a few men to monitor those Ming people and see what they're doing." Although he couldn't imagine Su Yan and his companions doing anything harmful, it was always better to be cautious. Therefore, Zhao Hongaiu sent men to secretly monitor them. Master Wang, who was watching from the side, nodded secretly at Zhao Hongaiu's actions. He didn't think the Crown Prince was wrong, it was just how people should behave. He had been a pirate for decades. He'd seen everything. "Master, what do you think these guys are thinking?" After Su Yan and his companions left, only Zhao Hongaiu and Master Wang were left in the tent, along with a few Imperial Guards, both visible and covert. Therefore, Zhao Hongaiu could ask questions without hesitation. Master Wang thought for a moment and replied, "As for their plans, I'm not entirely sure. But they probably want to take advantage of the Japanese invasion to observe us. After all, Your Highness, you said you wanted to defeat the Japanese and seize territory. I think they'd find that hard to believe." Zhao Hongaiu nodded silently. He believed Master Wang's words, his judgment was probably true. While he was confident in his troops' combat effectiveness, others didn't share that view. Master Wang, for example, hadn't witnessed his own army's combat effectiveness, so it was normal for him to have concerns. Even Sarah was skeptical. Only Emma, the little one, had complete faith in him. "Master, do you think the Ming dynasty's maritime ban can be lifted? If not, my immigration plan will be in jeopardy." Zhao Hongaiu expressed his concerns. Carving out a concession in Japan would be absolutely a no-brainer. Zhao Hongaiu was confident. But the problem was, having a concession in Japan would also help with the Ming dynasty's immigration problem. If the Ming dynasty hadn't lifted its maritime ban, this matter would have become incredibly complicated. Could it be that smuggling was the only option? Master Wang pondered this for a moment. With a wry smile, he told Zhao Hongaiu, "The imperial court's maritime ban isn't something that can be explained in a few words, nor is it easily resolved. After all, there are so many people and issues involved, and the conflicting interests make it impossible to untangle them." Master Wang, after all, was a former Ming citizen, a scholar and a pirate. Therefore, they had a better understanding of the situation. The Ming Dynasty's maritime ban was, to put it bluntly, a black hole. It was fine if it remained in place, but once it involved even more. It was simple. So many interests were involved that even the emperor couldn't handle it. Although Zhao Hongyu wasn't a Ming Dynasty person, he had read some books in another time and space that covered this topic. After all, it was an era of information explosion. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu nodded. It seems that we can only have a base in Japan first, and then I will go to the Ming Dynasty in the name of ancestor worship and interact with the ministers in the court. I hope to get some support from them to make immigration smoother. Zhao Hongyu had no solution to this. After all, he also has Chinese blood flowing in his body, and it is impossible for him to treat the Ming Dynasty in the same way as he treated Japan. If he did that, God knows what problems will arise with these genetic people under his command. Master Wang also nodded silently. When the time comes, we can use money to pave the way and solve the problem of refugees. I think the officials in the court and the emperor should not refuse. What I am worried about is that their appetite is too big, and it will not be good if they ask for too much. Master Wang expressed his concerns. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian for monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. Novel Network. Chapter 596. They are looking for death. Exorbitant demands? Zhao Hongyu smiled. I'm not afraid they're asking for too much. As long as they pay, everything's fine. Whether the maritime ban is lifted or not doesn't matter, as long as I can achieve my goal. Zhao Hongyu was quite open-minded about money. What Zhao Hongyu wanted was population. As for money, if it ran out, he could just earn it again. For the empire, population was paramount. And in this era, with his incredible cheats, making money couldn't be easier. Products produced in a virtual world like the modern one would have no trouble selling. With such goods at hand, Zhao Hongyu would never be short of money. It was precisely because of this that he cared nothing for money. And for Zhao Hongyu, now that he owned an empire, money meant nothing. Given his status, money was no longer a concern. Master Wang nodded after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed, as long as the officials at court were willing to accept a bribe, everything would be easier. Any method was acceptable, as long as it led to the goal. Your Highness is right. The Ming court's use of silver to pave the way was the most correct approach. There's no one in this world who doesn't like silver, so your Highness will definitely achieve your goal. Zhao Hongyu smiled, quite pleased. Master, take advantage of this time, before the battle begins, to go meet Li Xiang. Take those Spanish and Dutch warships with you. I suspect Li Xiang must be having a hard time right now, so we need to help her. Zhao Hongyu then regained his serious expression and addressed Master Wang. Master Wang pondered for a moment, then said, It's a bit inappropriate for me to leave you now, Your Highness. Indeed, in Master Wang's opinion, their bombardment of the Osaka commercial district had undoubtedly angered the Japanese. Even the most naive person could imagine that. Then, in the coming days, they would face a counterattack from the Japanese. In such a desperate situation, how could Master Wang leave? Although it was dangerous, for the sake of his own future, he couldn't leave. Whether he could succeed in the Song Empire depended on the present. At the very least, for now, he could still stay by the Crown Prince's side. Once he took his family to America, the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to meet him just any time soon. Therefore, this was a real opportunity for Master Wang. He would be a fool not to seize it. After hearing Master Wang's words, Zhao Hongyu realized he couldn't go see Li Xiang right away. Your Highness, simply sending Li Xiang a ship would certainly earn his gratitude. But that's not enough. If Your Highness wants Li Xiang to truly dedicate himself to us, then I don't think now is the right time to meet him. Master Wang then expressed his opinion. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zhao Hongyu asked, looking at Master Wang with a puzzled look. Master Wang chuckled and replied, Your Highness, what I mean is that we need to fight a few battles with the Japanese and demonstrate our strength. Once we've demonstrated our strength, and then take the warships to see Li Xiang, I guarantee he'll be willing to grant us any request. It's definitely better than going to see him now. Master Wang's words were pleasing to the ear and made perfect sense. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and nodded. Zhao Hongyu was always receptive to good advice, which was one of his strengths. Well, what you say makes sense. If we rush over to him now, who knows? After accepting those warships, He might even laugh at me behind my back, calling me a fool. Master Wang felt relieved when he saw that Zhao Hongai was somewhat moved by his persuasion. That's not the case. But he's certainly not that serious about asking us for help. But as long as we demonstrate our strength, Li Xiang won't dare underestimate us. Master Wang's words made perfect sense, a point Zhao Hongai had also analyzed. Since it made sense, then he'd listen. Okay. In that case, I'll listen to you. Let's put this matter aside for now. Master Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to wait until evening to talk to Liu Daba and have him discuss this with the other brothers. Everyone's future depends on their performance this time. After all, who doesn't have some aspirations? If the Ming dynasty doesn't work out, then they can just make a name for themselves in the Song Empire. Master Wang and his group also share the inherent Chinese mentality of officialdom. If they have the opportunity to become officials, why not give it a try? They used to be pirates, seeing little hope in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, they didn't have such thoughts or ideas. But now that they were registered as Zhaosong citizens, they were no longer pirates. They all became good citizens, eligible to participate in the imperial examinations and join the army, or have their descendants choose the same path. Now that they had such an opportunity, they would likely be willing to seize it. Zhao Hongai had no idea of Master Wang's subtle thoughts, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. Such thoughts were human nature. As long as it didn't endanger the empire, it was fine. Zhao Hongai might even have encouraged Master Wang's idea. Orders have been sent out to thoroughly survey the area. All teams should begin cooking. Strengthen security at night. Don't let the Japanese attack us unexpectedly, that would be humiliating. Zhao Hongai stood up and walked outside the tent with Master Wang. Glancing at the sky, he saw it was already getting late and gave the order, dividing line. Sir, those foreigners are speaking with great arrogance, insulting the land of the rising sun, even speaking disrespectfully to the shogunate and us. By then, Tanaka had returned to Osaka Castle. This guy was embellishing his story about his meeting with Zhao Hongai to Ishida Gadachi. After Tanaka's exaggeration, not only was Ishida Gadachi angry, even the surrounding generals were furious. What the hell? These foreigners are so arrogant. Do they really think they can do whatever they want here? Damn, they think we Japanese are completely wiped out, right? My lord, I suggest we set off immediately to show these foreigners some strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be shameless? My lord, we absolutely cannot tolerate their insults. Only their blood can clear our name. Ishida Gadachi's face turned pale with rage. Even a man as good-tempered as him was infuriated by the other party's description of him as a piece of shit. Takuchi, the man who caused this incident, was also here, but he remained silent. He knew that this incident was caused by him, and if he spoke, he might draw everyone's attention to himself. It could be said that the current troubles in Osaka Castle, and the verbal insults the shogunate was facing, were all due to him. When Takuchi left Tanaka, he arrived at Osaka Castle. He concealed nothing from Lord Ishida Kamachi, and explained the entire process. Ishida Kamachi and his generals knew the cause of this incident. While they despised Takuchi's bribery, they also despised Zhao Hongai and his men for making such a fuss over such a small matter. It was just some money. If they didn't give it, they didn't give it. Why make such a fuss? They even bombarded the Osaka commercial district, destroying it entirely. While it was a wooden building area, it would have been easy to recover quickly, but such an act was a complete slap in the face. How could they tolerate such a thing? The shogunate would lose face from now on. Furthermore, Tanaka, the envoy sent by Ishida Gadachi, was scolded for barely saying a few words. Furthermore, the foreigners were rude, referring to Japan as a piece of shit. This was unacceptable. Therefore, Ishida Gadachi paused for a moment before saying, "How many troops have we assembled now?" It was clear that Ishida Gadachi was planning to deploy troops. The surrounding generals were energized. After all, they didn't take those foreigners seriously. This was their homeland, their advantage. Therefore, they didn't expect to lose. Therefore, these generals viewed fighting these foreigners as a way to achieve military success. Now that the shogunate had been established in Japan, ending the chaotic warring states period, life for the samurai class was becoming increasingly difficult. They needed to prove their worth and use military exploits to bring greater benefits and happiness to their families. After all, unlike the literati, they had little ability to govern their territories, so they could only showcase their talents on the battlefield. but without a fight, they'd have no chance to show off. Now, those foolish foreigners had given them a rare opportunity, a rare one. And with a significant advantage, how could they not seize it? Of course, that was assuming their war-loving lord gave the order to engage those foreigners. It was like a sleepyhead finding a pillow. They'd originally given up hope. After all, Ishida Gamachi's previous performance had truly disheartened them. But no one could have imagined that after bombarding the Osaka commercial district, those foolish foreigners wouldn't flee, but would instead land and set up camp, spouting outrageous rhetoric. They truly had no regard for their own safety. But this was a good thing. The more arrogant they were, the angrier the Lord would become. And the angrier the Lord got, the greater their military exploits would be. Isn't that a good thing? It was simply wonderful. Tanaka replied, "We currently have 3,000 foot soldiers, 500 Hatamoto, 1,500 militia, and 500 cavalry." Ishida Gadachi thought for a moment and said, "Tanaka, you've seen those foreigners and entered their camp. Tell us about their military strength so we can make a better judgment. I can't believe these foreigners were so careless as to let us see their camp." "They were so careless and so arrogant," Ishida Gadachi said bitterly. The surrounding generals nodded, clearly agreeing with Ishida Gadachi's statement. Tanaka nodded and began to recount his observations. "These foreigners' camps look very solid, but they are not. We only need to charge, and we can probably break through their camp." Tanaka was very unimpressed with Zhao Hongyu and his men's makeshift camp, and even looked down on it. "The enemy's weapons are primarily teppo, and each man has a machete. I suspect the enemy's main weapon is the teppo. I don't know what they're thinking, but they can use the teppo as their primary weapon. Our cavalry can break up their formation. After all, they number no more than 1,500 men, and we can defeat them." Tanaka recounted everything he had seen and witnessed without further ado, even adding a bit of judgment. "Teppo. Their main weapon is the teppo." Ishida Gadachi's eyes widened in disbelief. He wasn't alone, the surrounding generals shared the same expression. They knew about the teppo. After all, the Spanish, Portuguese, and Dutch arrived in the East, bringing the weapon to Japan. Unlike the Ming dynasty, which developed its own weapons, Japan imported them entirely from Europe. While the teppo was considered powerful by the Japanese, it also had significant drawbacks. It was slow to reload, and due to substandard quality, it often exploded. Although the mighty Takeda Red Cavalry of the Warring States period fell under the Iron Cannon, the Iron Cannon still did not become mainstream. There were many factors that led to Takeda's defeat in that battle, and the Iron Cannon was just one of them. It was not the most important one. Therefore, the Japanese did not think that the Iron Cannon was so powerful. As an auxiliary force, its existence is still acceptable. But using iron cannons for all battles is a bit stupid. Haha, aren't these foreigners looking for death? They actually use iron cannons as weapons. It seems that Amaterasu is blessing us. After some of the rude generals came to their senses, they immediately shouted excitedly. Ishida Gadachi also thought so in his heart, and he immediately ordered, "Assemble the troops, we will immediately march towards Osaka commercial town, fight a night battle at night, and get rid of these barbaric guys before dawn." Oh, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian for monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. Novel Network. Chapter 597 Pre-War Arrangements. In the eyes of Ishida Gadachi and his men, Zhao Hongyu and his fellow foreigners were sheer idiocy. Using a teppo as their primary weapon, what else could that be? Even if these foreigners knew how to employ the three-stage teppo technique, they weren't worried at all. They assumed their teppo, from loading to firing, to quality and craftsmanship, were identical to their own. If it was a teppo of that kind, then what was there to worry about? Opportunities like this don't come around often. It's like a victory delivered to you by Amaterasu. At Ishida Gadachi's command, the generals responded in unison, and the army marched towards the ruined Osaka commercial district. Looking at the mighty and majestic army, Ishida Gadachi felt a surge of pride in his heart. In his view, those foreigners were doomed to failure, with no other options. Once he defeated them, he would send a message to the shogunate to report his victory. By that time, Ishida Gadachi would be a household name. Who would dare look down on him and call him a weakling? Besides Ishida Gadachi, the military commanders accompanying the army were also extremely excited. They were excited because they could gain military merit. With military merit, Among other things, they might even be promoted to higher rank. At the very least, they could even get some rewards. You have to know that the samurai class in Japan is no longer as prosperous as it was during the Warring States period. Some samurai families may appear glamorous, but in reality, their inner workings are rotten. Some even struggle to get enough to eat. The reason is that we are now in peacetime. These foreigners who appear now are nothing more than rewards to them, so how could they not be excited? Not only were these military commanders excited, but even the foot soldiers, Hatamoto samurai, cavalry, and militia all felt that victory was inevitable. After this battle, they would all gain some benefit. As for failure, they simply didn't consider it. How could they possibly fail? This was their home turf, the domain of Amaterasu. Those foreigners, no matter how powerful they were back home, had to be careful of their own behavior when they arrived here, according to the Ming Dynasty saying, if you're a dragon, you coil. If you're a tiger, you hide. Therefore, during this march, Ishida Gadamichi, his men, and the army were completely relaxed. Alice, they had no idea what kind of enemy they were facing, nor what tactics they possessed. This doomed Ishida Gadamichi and his men to a tragic end, and it would come swiftly. Report: several swift horses burst out of the darkness and rushed into the camp. The scouts sent out earlier had already returned. With Ishida Gadamichi's army advancing with such fanfare, concealment was impossible. Therefore, they were discovered by the scouts immediately. Your Highness, a large Japanese army has been spotted to the east, numbering approximately 4,000 to 5,000, advancing towards us. They are expected to reach the small plain outside our camp around midnight. Your Highness, please make your decision. The scout reported the news immediately upon entering the camp. Zhao Hongyu had been resting at this time, but upon hearing the news, he immediately dressed and came to the tent. Sitting in the main seat, Zhao Hongyu said solemnly, I saw it clearly. The scout knelt on the ground, head bowed. I'm absolutely sure. I saw it clearly. Zhao Hongyu asked again, have you examined the enemy's force composition in detail? The scout replied, the majority are foot soldiers, with several hundred Hatamoto guards and several hundred cavalry. The remainder are militiamen wielding bamboo spears. Leave 300 men and Liu Dabur and his men to guard the camp. Order 500 Imperial Guards and 308 banner soldiers to accompany me into battle. After hearing the report, Zhao Hongyu made his decision immediately. Since the enemy would arrive at midnight, there was no way they could wait until dawn. Furthermore, attacking while they were still stabilizing would greatly increase their chances of victory. Wilderness warfare was the strength of the American military. Your Highness, the Japanese army has arrived. As the scouts left the tent, Wang Fuzi, having received the order, trotted over. His voice reached him before he even entered. Then, Wang Fuzi finally entered the tent. Upon seeing Wang Fuzi, Zhao Hongyu dropped to a serious expression and adopted a more relaxed demeanor. Master, it's so late, you should rest well. These Japanese are likely the vanguard. Don't be too nervous. Wang Fuzi quickly approached and bowed to Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness, please don't say that. There's no room for sloppiness in battle. I don't know how your Highness will plan the response. Compared to Zhao Hongyu's relaxed demeanor, Wang Fuzi was a bit nervous and uneasy. After all, Zhao Hongyu had only 800 Imperial Guards and 300 European 8-banner slaves stationed at the camp on shore. Even with 100 or so men led by Liu Daba, that still amounted to just over 1,200 men. An army of just over 1,200 men was supposed to confront the Japanese on Japanese soil. It was unrealistic. At least, that was how Master Wang saw it. Zhao Hongyu smiled and led Master Wang out of the tent. Outside the tent, soldiers were already running and shouting, forming lines as they made preparations for battle. The Zuanan people, who were preparing to join Zhao Hongyu in meeting the enemy, lined up solemnly within the camp. The 300 European 8-banners bondservants were also fully prepared, excitedly awaiting orders. At the temporary camp's guard towers and walls, the genetic soldiers lit torches and placed their muskets on the battlements. A dozen genetic soldiers began setting fire to the pyres in the open space outside the camp. Scouts say the Japanese will reach the small plain outside before midnight. I plan to strike while they're gaining a foothold and crush them in one fell swoop. These people are so audacious, marching in the night. I'd be an idiot if I missed this opportunity. Zhao Hongyu told Master Wang his plan. Your Highness, isn't this a bit risky? Fighting recklessly in the open at midnight is dangerous. Furthermore, The Japanese are extremely fierce in their attacks. Your Highness, it's best to be cautious. Why don't we hold our camp and wait until dawn? Master Wang's concerns were understandable. After all, the Japanese had roamed the Ming dynasty's coast for decades, bringing suffering to the border. The Japanese pirates' combat effectiveness at the time was truly eye-opening for the Ming army. Back then, a dozen or so pirates could capture a county town, a truly unimaginable feat. Yet, such a thing actually happened. Of course, the Ming army's combat effectiveness was low. That was an undeniable fact. Furthermore, with morale weakened, it was inevitable that they would be unable to defeat the Japanese pirates. However, it was still astonishing that a dozen Japanese pirates could capture a small county town of tens of thousands. After all, if tens of thousands of people were to attack and everyone was spitting, the Japanese pirates would have drowned. Yet, not only did they survive, they even captured the county town. This was truly a remarkable story. It was precisely because of this that the Ming dynasty highly regarded the Japanese pirates' combat effectiveness and ability to engage in roving warfare. This was Master Wang's thinking. He believed that while the Japanese navy could not match that of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, they were formidable at roving warfare. This wasn't just random speculation, it was based on fact. Therefore, Master Wang believed that going out to engage the Japanese in the open at night was a poor and foolish strategy. Furthermore, the enemy outnumbered us. Therefore, engaging the Japanese in such circumstances was a highly unwise choice. The safest approach was to hold out in camp and wait until dawn to seek an opportunity to engage. This was also due to Master Wang's lack of understanding of the combat effectiveness of Zhao Hongyu and his soldiers. If he had known the American Legion's record over the past 2 years, he wouldn't have had such thoughts. He'd probably have jumped up and down, clamoring for a fight. Master, you're overly worried. I'm not going out seeking death. I'm going out to fight because I'm confident of victory. As for why, I can't explain it in a few words. Please stay in camp and watch. In less than an hour, I can defeat those Japanese vanguards. Master Wang truly didn't know where this prince's confidence came from. How could he boast so boldly? Defeating the Japanese in an hour? That was a joke. These were real Japanese, not some fake pirates. These were real, vicious people. And this was in their own country, on their territory. Oh my God. Why was His Royal Highness so confident? What was the reason? Your Highness, please listen to what I say. It is safest for us to hold the camp firmly, Master Wang continued to persuade unwillingly. His intentions were not bad, and his suggestions were correct. However, he really did not understand the military strength of the Song Empire in America. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hongyu did not get angry when he saw Master Wang trying to persuade him anxiously. In any case, the other person's starting point was for his own good. Zhao Hongyu still understood this. How about this, Master, you stay in the camp and hold on. If I see that things cannot be changed, I will lead the army back. At that time, it will depend on you, Master. Finally, Zhao Hongyu found a compromise and finally persuaded Master Wang. Master Wang saw that Zhao Hongyu had made up his mind, and knew that no matter what he said, he could not change it, so he had to accept Zhao Hongyu's solution, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel website. Chapter 598 Thank you, Master. Night battles are countless examples throughout world history, even in Eastern warfare, often yielding remarkable results. There are also instances of hundreds of men defeating thousands, or even tens of thousands, of men. Zhao Hongyu, relying on his elite warriors, had a legitimate idea of launching a surprise attack while the Japanese were still stabilizing, a way to intimidate them. However, he didn't know that his opponent, Ishida Gadachi, had the same plan. Everyone, speed up. Once we get there, we'll attack and catch those foreigners off guard. These guys are so arrogant that they couldn't possibly have anticipated our arrival so quickly, and an attack at midnight, Ishida Gadachi shouted loudly to the generals on his left and right, sitting on his horse. Haha, sir, you're right. How could those foreigners possibly know what the art of war is? That's right, that's right. These foreigners are barbaric, uncivilized. They only care about money, without any manners. How could they possibly know the art of war? Let's show them how powerful we are. This isn't the place for them to run wild. I honestly didn't understand what the connection between money and the art of war was. But as soon as these people touched lips, the connection became clear. The group chatted and laughed, urging the soldiers to speed up their march. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at a small plain outside Zhao Hongyu's camp. "Sir, look ahead." When they arrived, they immediately saw people already lined up outside the camp. Judging by their attire, they were the foreigners. "These guys are quite courageous. They actually dare to line up and stand there on their own initiative," Ishida Kamachi said to his attendants from his horse, narrowing his eyes in disdain. "Form a line," a general shouted loudly. Under the orders of their leader, the Hatamoto, foot soldiers, cavalry, and militiamen quickly formed up. Across from them, Zhao Hongyu and his men had just emerged when they spotted Ishida Gadachi's troops. Seeing them in disarray, still trying to organize their ranks, a sneer crossed Zhao Hongyu's face. This was truly a godsend opportunity. If not now, when would they? Form up and attack. Zhao Hongyu paid no attention to samurai spirit or chivalry. He insisted on waiting until the enemy had formed up before attacking. The enemy's ranks were now in disarray. This was his perfect opportunity to strike. How could he miss it? He wasn't some idiot. After all, he came from another time and space, and such thinking simply didn't exist in his mind. Assholes. Baka. Don't these foreigners understand the rules of war? Warfare is all about deception. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Zhao Hongyu's approach. This was war, after all. To be particular about war was sheer madness. These Japanese had previously spoken of military tactics and techniques, but now they'd completely forgotten them. It was truly ironic. Ishida Gadachi and his men saw the enemy, taking advantage of their formation, rapidly advancing. It was obvious they were planning to seize this opportunity to attack them. Therefore, Ishida Gadachi and his men couldn't help but curse. You know, on the battlefields of Japan, everyone fights with open arms. While there aren't explicit rules, there are certain unspoken ones. They had never imagined these foreigners would disregard the rules and attack while they were organizing their forces. It was simply shameless. No wonder they were so angry. But even if they were furious, what good would it do? Zhao Hongyu's 500 Imperial Guards, genetically engineered, quickly formed into 5 columns and advanced with powerful strides. 300 European eunuchs surrounded Zhao Hongyu, excitedly awaiting orders. They weren't the least bit worried about being outnumbered. In their eyes, every enemy had held experience points, a source of experience for them. Even as bondservants, they had ideals. Their ideal was to trade heads for rank increases. The 3 major Song Empire Jilas Hangjings were equally excited. Especially the one named Obama. He had the highest experience points of the 3. After 10 kills, he would level up again. Originally, he could slowly accumulate experience by flattering others and earning praise. But that way, leveling up would be much slower. How could you earn as much as chopping heads on the battlefield? It's like a game. Meditating wouldn't earn as much experience as killing monsters. The principle is the same. In their eyes, flattering others was like meditation and cultivation, and fighting their master's enemies was killing monsters. There was no difference. After undergoing this inhumane brainwashing, their thinking had become distorted. Add to that their addiction to this realistic game, and it's safe to say they've become quite brain-dead. Based on this alone, you have to say it's a blend of pyramid schemes, fraud, and brainwashing methods like the Rat Club, a type of organization that achieved unprecedented success among certain groups in the 17th century. Add to that the inclusion of elements from later-era pigtail operas, and how could these unworldly Europeans, so intent on being slaves, not fall for it? Master, when shall we attack? My sword is thirsting for fire. Obama, relying on his status as the most shameless of the bondservants and his closeness to Zhao Hongyu, approached and asked. Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes at Obama's face, reflected in the firelight. I wonder what kind of brainwashing they've undergone to even use such a term. Hungry for fire, is there even such a word? However, the enemy's desire for war is very strong, which is a good thing. Bondservants, after all, should be given a strong offensive instinct. Don't the later My Great Queen series portray those guys as formidable? As long as his 8 Banners soldiers were successfully trained, they could compete against each other in the future to see who was truly superior. The Great Queen between the Black Mountains and White Waters was formidable. But these Europeans were also physically strong and possessed strong fighting instincts. It was hard to say what would happen if the two met. After all, the soldiers of the Great Queen in the east at that time were undoubtedly well built, far from the frailty of later Easterners. Of course, it was too early to consider this question, so Zhao Hongyu put his wild thoughts aside. He glanced at Obama and said, "Wait a moment. The enemy cavalry hasn't attacked yet. Your opponents are their cavalry. Only by defeating them can you gain a wealth of experience." Obama chuckled at this. Just knowing he could attack and that he had an opponent was enough. His biggest worry was that he was only there to support the attack and ultimately didn't see the battlefield. If he didn't, how could they gain experience and level up? Without promotion, they couldn't achieve higher status. And there were benefits. "Obama, I heard you have 10 more kills to advance." Zhao Hongyu watched his troops slowly advance. Since they were still a bit far away, they hadn't opened fire yet, so he took the opportunity to ask Obama something. Obama nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes. 10 more kills to advance from Jialazhang to Niulu." The Song Empire's 8 Banners army was organized similarly to that of the Qing dynasty, practically a copycat. This was designed to annoy the Qing dynasty in the future, and to prepare for the brainwashing of captured Qing troops during battles, quickly enlisting them. Niulu led a group of 500 men. Their status was higher than that of Jialazhang. Within the Song Empire, Niulu could own a 2-story building and receive a monthly salary of 50 dragon silver coins. Furthermore, there were bonuses for each kill. It was clear that becoming a Baoai slave had a promising financial future. Europeans with some ability who wanted to quickly advance their status generally chose the shortcut of becoming a Baoai slave. What they didn't know was that after becoming a Baoai slave, they had undergone a series of brainwashing and had become completely different from before. They were simply unaware of this. Work hard. This time, you've been promoted to higher rank. As the Empire's first Niulu, I plan to raise you to the rank of Bordered Red Banner. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and decided to give these guys a little incentive. Sure enough, Obama's body trembled with excitement after hearing this. As a Baoai slave, he was all too familiar with the Song Empire's 8 Banners system. The 2 Red Banners were under the control of the Crown Prince. As a slave under the Crown Prince, his status would be different from that of ordinary slaves. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first, and Obama knew this truth. Following the Crown Prince, wouldn't he be so powerful? "Thank you, Master. I will fight bravely for you," Obama said in fluent and authentic Beijing dialect. Zhao Hongyu had a serious look on his face, but he was already laughing crookedly in his heart. He complained about Wang Shan and his gang, saying that the new Oriental language school they set up could actually teach these European servants to speak fluent Beijing dialect. It was too ridiculous. But despite his complaints, Zhao Hongyu actually felt quite comfortable. Looking at a tall European who kept calling him slave and master, Zhao Hongyu, as an Oriental, felt a sense of superiority. This feeling was not ordinary and could not be described in words. As he was talking, 500 guards had entered the shooting range and the shooting began, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel website. Chapter 599, Dam, Crane Wing Formation. At midnight, a moderate battle unfolded on the Nijiko Plain near the now ruinous Osaka Commercial District. The opposing forces consisted of a powerful local lord with 5,000 soldiers, a veritable local tyrant. The local tyrant held a significant numerical advantage, and their morale was strong, confident of victory. The opposing forces, however, were vastly outnumbered, with fewer than 1,000 men remaining. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon cannot cross the river, and a fierce battle ensued. The outcome would determine whether the local tyrant or the dragon that had crossed the river would prevail. Both sides were intensely eager for battle, and thus, excitement erupted from the outset. To the Japanese, these enemies offered both prestige and profit. All they had to do was chop off their heads. They saw no difficulty in the pursuit. Just a few hundred men, what was so difficult about that? Crane wing formation. A Shigeru charge. Tanaka's reaction was quick. When he noticed the foreigners ahead had formed up, awaiting them and slowly advancing, he immediately gave the order for his soldiers to form up. While Tanaka's character wasn't great, the soldiers he trained were nonetheless capable. In a short time, the crane wing formation was complete, and they simultaneously engaged the advancing genetic guards. The weapons wielded by the Japanese Shigeru were primarily long spears, their shafts made of resilient bamboo, with sharp iron tips embedded in the lances. Compared to the militia, these weapons were quite formidable. Furthermore, The bamboo half armor, combined with a small bamboo hat, made them far more formidable than the militia, who had nothing else to offer. Furthermore, the Japanese spears were incredibly long, often reaching 6 or 7 meters in length. Facing such a barrage of spears, cavalry would be practically helpless. Of course, given their mobility, cavalry could defeat these Ishiguro. However, if the foot soldiers learned the European phalanx, it would be quite troublesome. Unfortunately, back in the East, they had no idea what the Spanish phalanx was. 1,500 foot soldiers were divided into 15 small teams, each consisting of 100 men. Tanaka personally led the 100 men as the main formation, with 7 small teams on each wing, forming a formation like a crane spreading its wings. This formation primarily attacks the enemy from both sides, while the simultaneous impact of the teams is like an endless wave, extremely powerful. This formation is a famous formation of Takeda Shingen from the Warring States period. Although the Takeda family claims to have created it, those who understand know that it was actually learned from the Western continent and was not created by the Takeda family at all. They claim this is just a self-proclaimed stunt. Speaking of formations, can they really rival the dynasties of the Western continent? You must be kidding. And Tanaka's crane wing formation was learned from the Takeda family. Now it is displayed purely for show. The crane wing formation unfolded on both sides, slowly encircling the enemy. Simultaneously, the center pressed forward, placing immense pressure on the genetic guard. This formation's fame wasn't without reason. Line up. Shoot. Gunfire rang out, and the foot soldiers in the center of the crane wing formation fell to the ground, but the wings pressed forward nonetheless. The 5-stage shooting technique, combined with the formation of the formation, required a tight formation to inflict the greatest damage. However, due to the limited number of troops, they couldn't handle the pressure from the wings. Unless they were willing to split up, the genetic guard's forces were small to begin with. If they were to split up, their impact would be further diminished. Therefore, they couldn't split up. Change the 5-stage shooting to 3-stage shooting, and the last 2 columns will fire left and right. Fortunately, the guards had already prepared for this situation. After all, they had experienced similar dangers in America, fighting the Iroquois and the British. Therefore, they already knew how to handle it. Therefore, the 4th and 5th columns of the genetic guard quickly broke away and advanced separately. Although outnumbered, they were able to hold off the attack from Tanaka's flanks thanks to the sharp fire of their muskets, easing the pressure of the battle. Zhao Hongyu, observing this scene from the rear, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ouch, what kind of formation is this? It looks like the crane wing formation," Zhao Hongyu muttered to himself after watching Tanaka and his foot soldiers meet the formation. This was the first time he had seen a formation used in battle. Back in America, the Indians had no idea how to use it, and the British certainly didn't. The British definitely didn't understand what a formation was. Someone come. Zhao Hongyu felt a little fed up when he saw his own team temporarily suppressed and being bullied due to their small numbers. Obama, a European bannerman slave, immediately rushed over to the Colonel Jiles Hangjing, with a fawning look on his face. "Your Highness, what's the matter? Take your men and charge at the flanks of those infantrymen, disrupting their formation. But remember, do not engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat." He only had 300 bannermen left, but fortunately, they were all cavalry, providing a mobile force. Furthermore, the enemy still had 500 cavalry, 500 Hatamoto, and thousands of militiamen yet to be deployed, so he had to be on guard. The best strategy now was to quickly defeat these foot soldiers to relieve the pressure. If he couldn't defeat them, then once the Hatamoto, cavalry, and militia were deployed, his side would be in danger. Alice, being outnumbered, was truly frustrating. "Please, my lord, I'll go right away," a fluent Beijing dialect rang out, and Obama turned his horse, called out, and rushed out with his bannermen. When Obama and his men marched out, the other 2 Jiles Hangjing and their men were filled with envy. Because marching out could earn experience points by chopping heads, and that was real. They all needed experience points, but they couldn't move without their master's orders. Now that Obama had been ordered out, he'd gain far more experience than he did. This guy was already close to leveling up, so wouldn't he become the first Nulu after this battle? Oh no. Why wouldn't His Highness let me march out? There were too many monsters ahead, and there was a mini-boss to the rear. Huh? What's so great about the crane wing formation? I have a modified version of the chariot suspension formation, Zhao Hongyu muttered to himself as he watched Obama and his 8 banner soldiers whizzing away. Clad in modified European armor. Obama and his bannermen roared with excitement as they charged into the battle formation. They'd been waiting. The waiting had already grown impatient. Now that they had received the order, how could they hold back any longer? As a result, each of them was like a shot of chicken blood, their faces contorted with excitement, looking like Azurus from hell. In the flickering light of the fire, it was truly terrifying. Loop, as the troops were about to charge Tanaka's left flank, Obama raised his short musket and shouted, and immediately the entire group began to slowly form a large circle. The loop design technique. Anyone who has played the game Rome will know this. This is the unique mounted archery skill of the barbarians. They can continuously circle and shoot at the enemy, keeping their distance, causing great damage, but the enemy is helpless. It's a very awkward, but very practical skill. Now, after improvements, the bow and arrow have been transformed into muskets, making them even more powerful. Almost 10 people can fire their muskets simultaneously at a time. Inflict damage to the enemy, then use the time spent circling to reload gunpowder and lead. Essentially, this was a cavalry version of the 5-stage shooting technique. Tanaka and his men had never seen this tactic before, and now their offensive was being held back by the Imperial Guards, resulting in heavy casualties. Therefore, he was already in a state of panic. The arrival of Obama and his men only exacerbated his situation. Charge! Those who dare to retreat will die, crack! Tanaka shouted at the top of his lungs, chopping down a foot soldier with a single blow. After a while of fighting, the Imperial Guard's muskets began to unleash their immense power, inflicting heavy casualties on the foot soldiers. Although the bamboo spears were long, they were far inferior to the muskets. The muskets had a much longer range and were far more effective than the bamboo spears. Screams rang out, and the foot soldiers fell to the ground one after another. The battle had only been going on for a mere 5 minutes, but already a large number of foot soldiers had fallen. A rough estimate put the number at around 300 to 400. Most of the foot soldiers weren't killed immediately, they were merely wounded by lead. Even so, they were no longer effective. The loss of 300 to 400 men was significant, and it also affected the crane wing formation. The Japanese, who had previously disdained the use of iron cannons, were now dumbfounded. They had assumed that Tanaka and his foot soldiers could easily secure victory against these outnumbered foreigners, but the current state of the battle made that seem completely unlikely. Tanaka was even being outmatched. What the hell? How could this happen? Could it be that I was seeing things? Many people simultaneously raised their hands and rubbed their eyes. Then, looking back at the battlefield, they realized that this was the truth. There was nothing wrong with their vision. Cavalry. Ishida Gadachi's face turned a sullen shade of blue, though it was too dark to see. Sir, cavalry, attack. Directly attack the enemy main camp. Although Ishida Gadachi had his weapons, he wasn't too bad after all. He'd realized by now that there was no point in entangled with those iron artillery soldiers. After all, we had more men on our side, and Tanaka could hold out for a while. The enemy's main camp only had 100 or 200 cavalrymen. So, if we could eliminate the troops there, the iron artillery wouldn't be a problem. They would surely disintegrate on their own. It had to be said that Ishida Gadachi had some foresight, he wasn't that bad. The cavalry commander, receiving the order, marched off. He roared, and the cavalrymen responded with a collective ho-hey. Then, shaking the reins, they urged their horses forward and charged. The bright moonlight shone on the ground, and the night wind rustled the leaves. It should have been a quiet and peaceful night, with the chirping of insects everywhere. However, because this place had become a battlefield, the insects had long since vanished. There was only the constant sounds of fighting and screaming, no insects at all. Ah! Help me, help me! My legs! Charge! No retreat! Kill, Your Highness, the enemy cavalry has moved out, and it looks like they were coming for us. Ishida Gadachi's deployment of cavalry couldn't be concealed from Zhao Hongyu and his men. After all, this was a face-to-face battle. Take your men and hold off these cavalry. With 100 against 500, Zhao Hongyu and his men were at a disadvantage, but the European bannerman's face was filled with excitement and joy, without a trace of panic. Really, Master? His reaction was like that of someone who had won a $5 million lottery in later generations. Zhao Hongyu nodded. After you've dealt with these 500 men, You can chop off their heads. All of this will count as experience for your team. Leave it to me, master." Upon hearing Zhao Hongayu's words, the guileless Hangjing immediately responded, then called his bannermen to meet them. To them, those were 500 little monsters offering experience. Cavalry experience, unlike ordinary infantry experience, was significantly higher. No wonder he was so excited. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had made it clear that these 500 men would belong to their team. In other words, no one else had the right to chop off their heads. Even if they did, it wouldn't count as experience for anyone else, it would all count as theirs. For the already addicted bannerman, this was a bonanza. Faced with such a bonanza, the guileless Hangjing's reaction was unsurprising. He had originally envied Obama, but now that was no longer necessary. Obama was dealing with infantry, and it took 3 heads to equal 1 cavalry head. Their experience acquisition was strictly divided and organized. Men, kill monsters for experience. Long live the master, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please visit the reading website. Chapter 600, It's impolite not to reciprocate. The battle raged on the Nako Plain. Within a dark forest on the outskirts of the Nako Plain, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a number of people perched on the branches of towering ancient trees, intently observing the approaching battlefield. These were none other than the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, as described by the Ishida shogunate, including Tokugawa Keo, the IGA-10, and Chizuru Hattori. After finding them, the man named Kikuchi Hideyuki shared his observations, immediately igniting their interest. He also shared some of his own thoughts with his companions. He felt that their survival space in Japan was already very limited. If they didn't consider revenge or rebelling against the Ishida shogunate, they could have lived in obscurity for the rest of their lives. But this was clearly unlikely. Although Ms. Tokugawa Keo had no interest in reviving the Tokugawa family, simply wishing to live a carefree life, her birth had already determined her fate. The burden of reviving the Tokugawa clan had weighed heavily on her fragile shoulders since she was born. Her own wishes were completely irrelevant. Not only was her idea unrealistic, but even the Ishida shogunate wouldn't believe it. They were known for their unforgiving nature towards the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. Therefore, if Tokugawa Keo was captured, her only fate would be public execution by the Ishida shogunate. Her fate had been sealed long ago. She had no choice. Even among the IGA-10, her ideas were unsupported. The 10 were IGA ninjas whose sole purpose was to help Tokugawa Keo revive the Tokugawa clan. This conviction was ingrained in their very bones and could never be extinguished. Among them, the only one who shared Tokugawa Keo's views was Kikuchi Hideyuki. But relying solely on his support would be futile. Hattori Chizuru wouldn't agree. As the deputy leader of this group, Hattori Chizuru is single-mindedly determined to overthrow the Ishida shogunate and avenge the Tokugawa family and the IGA ninja. It's fair to say she's been brainwashed to the point of being completely incompetent. If Hattori Chizuru disagrees, then Tokugawa Keo is helpless. After all, Tokugawa Keo is just an ordinary girl, not as powerful as Hattori Chizuru. Furthermore, while the 10 people follow Tokugawa Keo, the de facto leader is Hattori Chizuru. They're all subordinates left behind by that old ghost, so in terms of closeness, they're definitely closer to Hattori Chizuru. Furthermore, they're ninjas, and there's something in their DNA that doesn't want to live an ordinary life. Therefore, it's no surprise that Tokugawa Keo's views are unsupported. As ninjas, if they were to live like ordinary people, wouldn't their extraordinary skills be wasted? They couldn't accept that. They didn't want to die in obscurity. Even a spectacular descent into hell was preferable to common death. These foreigners, despite their numerical inferiority, were able to withstand the Osaka soldiers' attack. It seems they still have some advantages. I thought they wouldn't even be able to withstand the first wave and would be defeated. Hattori Chizuru chatted with her companions using IGA's special communication system. On the battlefield, Zhao Hongayu's men had already withstood the offensive momentum and began to gradually counterattack. Meanwhile, the muskets finally showed their power, inflicting heavy casualties on Tanaka's foot soldiers. Furthermore, Obama, leading the Song 8 Banners bannermen on the left wing, continuously employed large-scale looping tactics. This caused the crane wing formation's left wing to begin to collapse. Therefore, the battlefield situation was now turning in Zhao Hongayu's favor. However, on the battlefield, No one could predict what would happen. Anything could happen. Even when clearly in an advantageous position, a strange defeat could occur. Even when seemingly on the verge of defeat, victory could ultimately result. If there's one thing in the world that's most unpredictable, it's the battlefield situation. Therefore, even after gaining the upper hand, Zhao Hongyu didn't dare let his guard down. He knew it wasn't the last moment yet, so it was premature for him to get excited. Furthermore, Ishida Gadachi was no fool. He had already seen Zhao Hongyu's weakness. Yes, Zhao Hongyu's side, relying on powerful firearms, actually had a significant weakness. This weakness was quite obvious. They were too few in number. 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, and within those 10 minutes, the fighting had reached a fever pitch. The Osaka soldiers' attack was fierce, but Zhao Hongyu's men's defense was impenetrable. The 500 genetic guards were dispatched immediately to confront Tanaka's 1,500-foot soldiers, encountering a crane wing formation. Obama was also dispatched to assist the genetic guards in combating the foot soldiers. At this point, the odds were 600 versus 1,500. Although Zhao Hongyu's team had the upper hand, they were still outnumbered. Zhao Hongyu had no way to change this. The reason was simple: this was the Japanese's home turf, while he was playing away. This disadvantage was unavoidable. However, after defeating this wave of Osaka soldiers, Zhao Hongyu considered cultivating a group of Zhuanyin people to increase his overall military strength. After all, after defeating these Osaka soldiers, they would immediately face the mighty shogunate army. These Osaka soldiers were just an appetizer, not a major event. Meanwhile, Ishida Gadachi noticed that Zhao Hongyu was only left with 200 cavalrymen. Tanaka, commanding the foot soldiers, was battling Obama and 500 geneticists. This had already tied up a large part of the enemy's combat power. On his side, he still had 500 cavalrymen, 500 Hatamoto, and over 2,000 worthless militiamen, making him a superior force. Even though the militia was insignificant, he still had 500 cavalry and 500 Hatamoto. The enemy only had 200 cavalry. He didn't need to worry about Tanaka's forces, he only needed to crush the enemy's center. The battle would be over. Ishida Gadachi was no fool, at least he saw this. At his command, 500 cavalrymen charged out, charging towards Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, had only dispatched a squadron of European bondservants to contain the 500 cavalrymen. 100 bondservants were only a unit of armored soldiers. Now, Zhao Hongyu was left with only 100 bondservants. This situation was extremely precarious for him. He knew the enemy had spotted his weakness and, while he was unable to resolve it, launched an attack. They're not fools either, Zhao Hongyu sneered, not panicking at all. The European bondservants around him. There was no trace of fear on his face, instead, he looked eager to fight. Two groups of bondservants had already gone out to fight, and they were currently harvesting lives and gaining experience, much to the envy of the others. Master, the enemy still has 500 elite infantrymen and over 2,000 of what appear to be militia, the guileless Hangjing who remain with Zhao Hongyu said to him at this moment. Well, this situation seems a bit unfavorable to me. The enemy is no fool. They know their strengths and weaknesses. They don't want to tangle with our soldiers on the battlefield and want to simply take my head off, and that would end the battle. Zhao Hongyu was actually quite confident in the enemy's strategy. After all, it was a very good tactic. He would have done the same thing if it were him. Instead of passively taking a beating, why not take the initiative? Zhao Hongyu smirked. Cross the battlefield and attack their main camp directly. Right now, there are only 500 flag bearers and over 2,000 militiamen left at their main camp. So, as long as you don't engage in close combat, you can disrupt them, Master. You mean we should proactively attack and disrupt them? The guileless Hangjing asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, rather than passively taking the beating, it's better for you to take the initiative. That way, I'll be safe, because their commander is also very important, isn't he? Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, the guileless Hangjing came to his senses. After all, the enemy attacks this side, hoping to defeat them and achieve victory. Because the people here are their masters, their backbone. But similarly, the guy across from them is also the enemy's backbone. If something goes wrong there, they'll also fail. Worthy of being our master, he's really smart. Attack, ignore those cavalry and those foot soldiers. Your target is the enemy's central army, The guy who is dressed the most flamboyantly, look, the one wearing a helmet with a big Shang character embedded on it. These bondservants know Chinese characters. After all, they have received systematic education from New Oriental. If they still can't learn, how can they graduate? Bondservants who don't know Chinese characters are not good bondservants. It will have a great impact on their future promotion, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on kittyn.com. Mobile users, please go to read. PS, I wish all book friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and good family health. All who is here to show his courtesy. Novel Network. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.